All right. All right. I'm back. I'm I'm finally here. It's day 16 of the Karen Reed trial, and I'm not looking forward to it. I I've had this dread after yesterday. I just feel exhausted from the cross-examination of Jen McCabe. And it's not over yet. It's not over yet. And I guess I should say hello to those of you who beat me here. Pat's Cats, you're early again, and that makes me happy. Welcome. Painted Bronco, hello. Good afternoon to you too. And let's see, Kova, hello. It's absolutely shenanigans, but um, I'm hoping there are fewer shenanigans as we go on. 3 cents, good to see you. I was looking for you because Painted Bronco put this, and I thought that was your profile. So I was like, wait, weren't you here? But you are. Linz, hello. So yeah, I just Alan Jackson, as you may know, pissed me off last night. And it's JT Davis, it's kind of cold here today. Salt Lake City has decided it's not ready for summer yet. I mean, well, I guess it's not terribly cold. My phone says 58 Fahrenheit. Celsius, that would be, boiling alive. But down here in the basement, it's cold today. So I'm definitely glad I've got my normal uniform of a fleece jacket on today. It's just, yeah. And so Dante, good to see you. Welcome. But yeah, I just I'm amazed though, as infuriating as that cross-examination was yesterday. I still got comments, that was a huge win for the defense, that, Jen McCabe is a lying bitch and da 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 da. And seriously? I mean, and I got someone, call I've lost all credibility because I accused the defense of evidence tampering on their Celebrite report and missing phone calls. Well, no, I didn't accuse them of evidence tampering, because in order for that to be evidence tampering, they would have had to go in and actually tamper with Celebrite's records, like change the source. I just said I don't trust the completeness of their report, of the report the defense submitted as an exhibit. That's not evidence tampering. It because that's not evidence. It's a report. I assume we will hear from the creator of that report later as a defense expert witness. They can be questioned about the completeness of the report, how they accumulated the report, why the phone calls were out of order, and the fact that they're out of order tells me it was a report. It wasn't the direct, data grab, basically. So it's weird. It's just I don't get it. So, ooh, yeah, we don't get the cicadas here in Salt Lake. I it was weird, you know, I think I've mentioned before, um, back in the summer of 2015, like right at the start of summer, we're talking 21st, 25th, through, well, I probably arrived the 23rd of June, stayed for a week in the Minneapolis area. My One of my closest friends from my time in Durham, he's from Yorkshire, same city as Jeremy Clarkson. Um, but he was marrying another one of our classmates, basically, who I also knew pretty well, um, who was from Minneapolis. So flew out for their wedding, and we all went to her family cabin on the lake for several days after the wedding, honeymooning with your friends. And it was weird to me because I had never seen fireflies. And so in my friend's parents' backyard in suburban Minneapolis, fireflies, and that was a new experience. Um, at the cabin, there was, I think it was a cardinal in the bird feeder, or flying above us in the tree. It might have been an oriole. I do know the difference. I just, it's 9 years ago, so I can't remember specifically which one. I'm pretty sure it was a cardinal. And just the vivid color, it was a new experience because we don't have cardinals or orioles. We have a lot of finches. We've got blue finches, yellow finches. They love the bird feeders right outside our kitchen window. So, and yeah, we absolutely have box elder bugs. Get rid of box elder trees. You don't want them. They're terrible. Um, so, but yeah, so either way, I'm stalling because, as I said, I'm not looking forward to the continuation of this cross examination. It's, as I said from the start, Jackson came out breathing fire. He came out as an aggressive dickhead. He didn't work up to it. He just emerged fully angry, and that's not a good look. Now, I don't tone police, but to the jury who isn't immersed in the free Karen Reed lore, it was probably a bad look. And the missing phone calls, that there could be an explanation for. I it, it she voluntarily turned over her phone. There's there's never been any probable cause that she did anything wrong, that Jen McCabe did anything wrong. There's it just, you look at this, and all Jen McCabe did is she helped, or at least tried to help, a good friend look for her missing boyfriend. And for her troubles, she gets the trauma of finding said boyfriend dead in the snow, a year's worth of brutal, vicious harassment from unhinged maniacs. And then, she gets to experience Alan Jackson. And if that's friendship, who needs it? You know, I mean, I've often thought, the monastic life seems awfully nice to me, with, one or two major problems. First among them being the monastic life is religious, and I'm not. So that's kind of a conditioned precedent for monastic life. But the whole, going in and just, you know, gardening, and that we had the Dante, you can correct me. What was the monastery up in Huntsville, Ogden Valley? What was that? I don't think it was Benedictine monks, but either way, they made jams, and it's like, jams and no talking. Sign me up. Sign me up. But I just, and the thing is, Pat's Cats, I would hope the YouTube lawyers have an open mind. As I've said, I can be convinced one way or the other. At this point, no one has been proved anything. Karen Reed hasn't been proved guilty. She hasn't been proven factually innocent, because that's not a thing. At least not how the Free Karen Reed crowd is throwing it around. The conspiracy certainly hasn't been proved. It's just, it's not there. So, well, so there has to be probable cause to get to trial. Yes. And so I just, someone was posting screenshots in the Masshole Turtle Boy Discord page of them trolling Free Karen Reed morons. And one of those was basically, oh, well, the defense submitted a motion to dismiss. And that was their evidence that Karen Reed was factually innocent, that the defense submitted a motion to dismiss. It's like, great. Would you like, would you like to supersize that? Would you like a free cookie? A motion to dismiss? Golly gee. It was denied because there was probable cause. I mean, everyone files a motion to dismiss. Look at Brian Koberger's, treatise on the history of grand juries as his motion to dismiss, and Corey Richens' motions to dismiss, and I think Suitcase Girl down in Florida has had motions to dismiss. I think, if any of her lawyers lasted long enough. But it's like, everyone does a motion to dismiss. That's not evidence that you're not guilty. It's not evidence of the lack of probable cause. The motion to dismiss being granted, well, hey, that would mean there's no probable cause. Assuming that's why it was dismissed. It might be, the dreaded formalities, which, or technicalities. Sorry. Yeah, Sarah Boone. That's Suitcase Girl. But, dismissed on a speedy trial violation, let's say. Well, that doesn't mean you're you factually didn't do it, it doesn't mean they found no probable cause. It just means, hey, the government was engaged in fuckery, meaning, speedy trial violations. And so it was dismissed. And that's it. There's going to be a motion to dismiss after the Commonwealth rests their case. Because that's what you do. That's what you do. I mean, I don't talk politics here, so I've been purposely avoiding a certain trial going on in Manhattan right now. But when the prosecution rested its case there, the defense submitted a motion to dismiss, and certain media ran with it like, oh, motion to dismiss, it's practically a given. And it's like, no, that's a formality. It's a formality. Usually. Of course, I've seen it where, not in a high profile trial, but the prosecution forgets to get the defendant identified. Let's say a traffic ticket trial, low stakes, or DUI or whatever, you always hear, and you've seen it in this trial too, asking the witness, so, DUI trial, asking officer, is the subject, is the person you pulled over in court today? Yeah, over there sitting next to their lawyer. Boom, they're identified. I've seen it, though, where they forget to identify them. The defense lawyer gets up once the prosecution has rested their case. Your Honor, I move to dismiss. My client hasn't been identified. That's a missing element, and it gets dismissed. So just using the fact that the defense has submitted motions to dismiss as evidence of her non-guilt is ridiculous. It's absolutely asinine. And so, but going back to this, how do the lawyers get from probable cause to reasonable doubt? Well, it's not necessarily that, in the motions to dismiss, in the indictments, grand jury, the grand jury doesn't say, well, you have probable cause now, but you're not to the reasonable doubt standard. They just say, yeah, you've met the probable cause standard. So chances are, by the time they indict, they have most of the evidence they need for the reasonable doubt standard. Of course, to have the reasonable doubt standard met, the defense has to have its say, which they don't generally in establishing probable cause. The defense isn't at the grand jury generally. Or if instead of a grand jury, you're charged by information and have a preliminary hearing to establish probable cause, the defense at the preliminary hearing generally gets to cross-examine the government witnesses, but they don't get to put on their own witnesses at a preliminary hearing. Now, this is the general rule. If it's different in some state, it's different in some state. It's I talk general rules usually because 50 states plus feds. But to get to the reasonable doubt standard, you hold the trial. We're so far from done with this trial that anyone saying, oh, the government hasn't met its burden, we're done, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. As I've said, I probably wouldn't have presented my case the way Lolly has, but I think I understand why he's done it. So, you know, just, yeah. But I think I've delayed long enough. You know, I'm still dreading it, but I do, without spoilers, I am aware, though, that even though we're still probably in for absolute brutality with the rest of Jen McCabe's cross, there is good news that follows. So, yeah, there is that. But with that, let's jump in.
Should we call him and put him on the phone?
Is court day, Kevin, and hello, welcome. Full court day. They probably start with a sidebar. They probably start with a sidebar, but you came in at the tail end of my opening monologue, so we're just getting started with the video for today.
Judge, we'd like to adjourn.
Well, I understand counsel wants to see me, but can it wait? Can we get started with the testimony? It's already 9:15.
We can with regard to 3 of the 4 issues, but with regard to one of them that applies to this witness's testimony.
All right, so I'll hear from Mr. Jackson about that since it's this witness. Why don't we come over here and do it while we bring the jurors in, okay?
I'm absolutely shocked. And by absolutely shocked, I mean not at all. And, you know, absolute, you know, urgent arguments to be made about Jen McCabe and, you know, what a naughty girl she is. And much as I hate Jackson, I still hate Yannetti too. And Dad's old. Dad's old. He gave Mom the good chair today. I mean, after yesterday, if I were him, I'd be like, yeah, we've got family representatives there. I can't do that again today. Oh, there he is. Never mind. He's there. He's there. And guys with nice hair should not be sitting in the Karen Reed section. How dare you? You need solidarity, long hair solidarity. Whoever that is, I'm disappointed in him. And she does look like her dad. They've got the same nose, I think, but she also, like, it's pretty obvious that's her mom as well. And that's presumably her sister next on the other side of the long hair dude. And yeah, it's been longer than that for me. Probably need a trim at some point. All right, here we go.
You are unmuted.
Well, she's not wearing her mom's drapes today.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of the Street.
Good morning, Ms.
Do we think we'll ever hear from Attorney McLaughlin? Will she do any of the witnesses at all? Or is it just going to be Lolly?
Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti from Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So the county was kind enough to come in last night and make sure that the air conditioning was working. They were here late. They did a really terrific job, so I think everybody should be comfortable today. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, may we have Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, please?
Yeah, let's have Miss Reed on the stand. That's a good idea. Give her a taste of her own medicine. I've mentioned before my uncle's brother-in-law is the police chief of a suburb. This deputy kind of reminds me of him, although the brother-in-law is more ginger.
Yeah, we should give the court and jury in the case now, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Very.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, as a matter of housekeeping, I wanted to show you a quick set of documents that you saw yesterday, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing with the court's permission there.
Sure.
Same, two-page document you saw yesterday. Can you just take a look at that and tell me if that appears to be the same set of documents that we talked about yesterday that included the group chats, for lack of better phrase?
Yes.
Okay. Can I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't mean to rush you.
That's good.
I was concerned when I first lived in England. Instead of asking, how are you? A lot of people ask you okay. And I'm like, do I look sick? It just different, different sayings. It's the equivalent of, how are you? Hello, but you okay? It just didn't seem right to me for a long time.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that this set of group chats that have been authenticated be moved, marked and moved to the evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes. Exhibit 98 from Rutland. Does that cover more than what you covered yesterday?
Exact same document, I just failed to do it yesterday, my fault.
All right. So is there still more? I'm just curious if my form's different then.
Yours should be the exact same.
Why don't I take a look at the exhibit, please? Why don't you come to sidebar, please?
Of course. Of course. And that's, to me, where you at. That's more aggressive to me. It's like, what's up? What's up? Sort of, you're fronting. but that's it. Different regions, different countries. It's they say the UK and the US are two countries separated by a common language. The US is a country separated by a common language. So by first row, do you mean the guy with the TV tray at the very back? Because the very front facing the judge is the prosecution table. So you've got Lolly and McLaughlin are the two prosecutors, and then probably a paralegal, legal assistant, whatever.
All right, so
And then behind them is the defense table, and then I don't know who the TV tray person is at the back. So
that will come into evidence, and jurors, sometimes I do have to repeat myself a bit, but this is, again, before you can consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the
no, so the prosecution's table is in front of the defense table. They're not next to each other like a normal courtroom, just since this one is too small. So
person who authored or sent these messages was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the person who was identified as doing so was the person who authored or sent or transmitted the electronic communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. So, all right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
that was one of the options I thought of. I didn't know if it was a paralegal and what it.
McCabe, you'll recall yesterday we talked about the 12 times in your grand jury transcript that you talked about statements that you attributed to my client. You remember that conversation?
Yes.
And in those dozen times, you never used the word or the words or the phrase, I hit it. Wasn't asked that specific question, correct?
Correct.
You were, in fact, on January 29th, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You did, in fact, on January 29th, seek to ask an officer to come back to 34 Fairview for the specific purpose of telling that officer something that you thought was important, correct?
Correct.
Which officer was that?
Michael Lank.
And about what time did you ask Officer Lank to join you back at 34 Fairview?
I'm not sure. I know it was in the AM. I'm just not sure what time exactly.
Somewhere around 9 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Possibly.
Okay, so this literally, we're talking about just a couple of hours after the incident in question.
Correct.
Okay. Sergeant Lank came with Sergeant Gallagher, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Came back to the location at 34 Fairview and gave you an opportunity to provide whatever information you deemed relevant at that time to impart to him, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that at that time, you didn't tell Sergeant Lank that my client said, I hit him? What you said was, hope I didn't hit him, correct?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Don't know how we went from one. Well, normally if I don't close the window, just back out and open up the next day's stream, it stays on 1 1/4 speed. I'm glad I checked, because otherwise we would be here forever. So now we're at 1 1/4 speed.
So the second to the last page. It's fine too. Could you take a look at that report, just the face page, and tell me if that appears to be an incident report associated with this case? I know you didn't draft it, but you recognize that that's an incident report from the police, Canton Police specifically.
Yes.
Could you turn to the tab that's the little light blue tab, maybe 3 pages from the end of that report?
Yes.
I'd like you to read that paragraph to yourself if you wouldn't mind, please. Do you have that in mind?
I do, yes.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What you read just now appears to be a report of the incident in which Sergeant Lank came back to 34 Fairview to give you an opportunity to tell him whatever it was that you thought was important, correct?
Was that a full report or was that just an excerpt from it,
Well-
that paragraph?
That right there is a full report of that incident of Sergeant Lank going back to 34 Fairview. Would you agree?
Well, that's not a full report of what I said, but if that's his full report, it's his full report.
Okay. And in this report,
Mhm.
what he writes that you said to him,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
isn't it true that what you actually told Sergeant Lank when he returned
And that's Jackson was testifying. What you said to him,
is that while driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim, Miss Reed said something to the effect of, quote, "I hope I didn't hit him," end quote. Isn't that what
but that's while they were driving around. She's already testified that as they were driving around, there were statements of question. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? I hope I didn't hit him. The I hit him was specifically at the scene when law enforcement was there. Other law enforcement and, well, first responders have testified they heard it too. So you're not impeaching her with inconsistent testimony, because this is consistent with what she said about as they were driving around before they got to the scene.
you told him?
Yes, because she said that when we were driving around.
And then you went on to say
Mhm.
that, quote, she, Karen Reed, made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered, correct?
Correct.
And then you went on to say, she, Karen Reed, I'm sorry, that you thought that Reed may have made these same statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure, meaning you were not sure, correct?
I was not sure if she made what the police officers may have heard. That report is his recollection. My recollection is I told him that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I told him that he should ask the responders if they heard that, because it was a great possibility that they heard it as well.
But none of that,
And they
you just read the
testified
report, none
that
of
they
that
did.
is in his report.
That's a very brief report.
I didn't ask you if it was brief. I asked you if it was in it, correct?
Correct.
And that's a report of a conversation that he had at 34 Fairview with you for the specific purpose of memorializing.
And you're correct, Kova. It does not exclude consciousness of guilt, but the jury gets to decide. It's
What you told him, correct?
Correct.
And what you told him, according to Sergeant Lank, is she said one phrase, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
That's what's in the report.
All right. And again, this was 2.5, 3 hours after the incident, not 2.5 years later, correct?
Correct.
Ms. McCabe, we talked yesterday about this unrecorded meeting that you had in front of Sergeant Lank's home on January 30th. Do you remember?
socializing with his wife. Dropping, and it wasn't even her specifically. She was with Carrie Roberts, who was dropping off her kid, and Sergeant Lank's wife came out to talk. That's hardly a meeting with Sergeant Lank.
Remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation, yes.
Have you had any other home visits with any other police officers involved in this case?
I went to drop off. It was not a visit. It was myself with Carrie Roberts dropping her daughter off. There was no involvement of Mike Lank on this day.
Have you been to the home, the personal residence of any other police officer
That's
involved
true.
in this case? Ever?
Yes.
Tell me who.
Kevin Albert.
Who else?
I went to Elizabeth Proctor, the wife of Michael Proctor's house.
Who does Elizabeth Proctor live with?
Michael Proctor.
So you actually went to Michael Proctor's personal residence, didn't
I
you?
did, yes.
That was in September of what year?
23. I went over.
23.
Yes.
Why'd you go there?
Why'd you go to Michael Proctor's house in September of 2023?
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized and harassed by social media. Things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside down. We receive hate letters saying that the whole thing's
Why? I know you want to give a narrative.
No, you asked, why did you go there? She's describing why she went there, commiserating with a fellow victim of your vicious hate mob. That's why she went there. You asked, she's answering. You don't like the answer. You shouldn't have asked the stupid question.
She gets to answer this, Mr. Jackson.
Tim.
The door's open.
Exactly. Exactly. The door is flung open. You asked a moronic question. Colossally stupid. I realize little Alan Jackson doesn't understand the meaning of colossal, but that was colossally stupid.
She should answer the question why she went to the house as opposed to the narrative behind her motivation.
Sounds to me like she's explaining why she went to the house. The door was open, Mr. Jackson.
Go ahead.
We receive letters, we receive emails, we receive calls. People drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us. They take pictures of our children. They took a picture of my daughter and put semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. So that is why myself and Elizabeth Proctor got.
Oh, she doesn't name Turtle Boy, but I think the defense is familiar with that jackass. A semen-covered photo of her daughter saying property of Turtle Boy. That's why she went to Elizabeth Proctor's house, to commiserate about that.
Together. Michael Proctor was not home. We are two mothers trying to get through the unthinkable together.
So you were upset about the public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of John.
Fuck you.
I was outraged because
Fuck you. You went to because you're upset about the public's outrage? No, about the public harassment. It's harassment. They didn't have involvement. They didn't have involvement in the death of John O'Keefe. What? Get off your ass, Lolly, and object. Of course, you know, the answer is probably more powerful than the question, is probably why he didn't object. But still, that is uncalled for. That's absolutely uncalled for. Your family's involvement in the murder. Bitch, your client's on trial for the murder, not her.
I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
Because of public outrage concerning your family's
Because
involvement
of lies.
in the death of a police officer, correct?
No, it's
Asked
a
and
social
answered.
media witch hunt.
I see. So you decided that the best way for you to address that angst that you were feeling is to go to the lead investigator's home, personal home, in this case, correct?
His wife is being tortured too, you ignoramus. Your human skin is slipping again, Jackson. Your lizard is showing. And I don't mean little Alan Jackson.
I went to visit Elizabeth Proctor. Michael Proctor was not home.
So just like when you went to when you went to Sergeant Lank's house, and the only person you met with was his wife, when you went to Michael Proctor's house, your claim is the only person you met with was his wife.
I personally did
I don't like having to get spicy.
not go to Mike Lanks. It was
Not
not
this
Jen going to
item.
Michael Lanks. It was Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off, and I happened to be in the car with her. Elizabeth Proctor, I met with because we couldn't take the torture any longer.
And you were later asked about this unrecorded visit at Trooper Proctor's home by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Can you remind me?
Sure. Did you have a conversation with a trooper by the name of Tully, who interviewed you specifically about your contact with Michael Proctor?
Could I see the report to refresh my memory?
Do you not remember
It-
having a conversation with
It wasn't a
Tully?
I've had
contact
many
with Trooper
conversations.
Proctor.
Over the last 2 years.
Tully?
Over the last 2 years with a number of troopers.
Okay. Do you, and all I'm asking you is, do you, and I've got a report that can refresh your recollection. I want to know, first of all, do you remember having a conversation about your relationship with Michael and Elizabeth Proctor with Trooper Tully?
I know I had a conversation with the trooper.
I'm going to show you this page.
Thank you.
Take a look at the face page of that, read it to yourself.
Have
And
I
then I'll ask you to
mentioned
turn to the
recently?
tabbed page, it's paragraph 27.
Have I mentioned recently how much I hate Alan Jackson? And I mean, that's it. This is her repayment for trying to be a good friend to Karen Reed. And with friends like this, who needs enemies?
Okay.
You have that in mind?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, that you had a conversation or an interview, formal interview, with Trooper Tully about your relationship with Elizabeth and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
And you told, actually, let me back up for a second. Okay.
No.
Is that somewhere in the vicinity of September, late September, early October, when you had that conversation?
Is there a date on it?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's a date stamp on the bottom. Take a look at that date.
I really wish, instead of Jen saying, referring to Turtle Boy as a blogger that the defense is familiar with, I wish she had said who you are colluding with to torture us. That would have short-circuited this entire thing, because then he couldn't say the public outrage at your involvement, at your family's involvement, would have been because of your collusion with this wink goblin.
Stamp on that conversation would have taken place.
Well, the date stamp on the bottom is when it was, I'm assuming, entered into evidence, but that doesn't say when the interview itself was.
Right. So if you'll agree with me, you know that you had a meeting with at Elizabeth and Michael Proctor's home sometime.
And Painted Bronco, some of the morons, oh, she's scary. She's got the wild eyes. You can just tell she's the mastermind. And it's like, she's pissed. She's absolutely furious. And she's not backing down. She's a basketball coach. She doesn't take shit.
In September 2023, correct?
Correct.
If that's dated October of 2023, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know the date because it's not dated.
So I don't either.
So do you think it was between September and October?
It must have been.
Had to have been, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Unfortunately, probably not, because there's the litigation privilege. That's for defamation. Harassment, on the other hand, if there's if she can show that they were colluding with Turtle Boy, that raises the, possibility. Of course, as I've said, I expect, depending on what Turtle Boy's communications with Karen Reed show, the hundreds of phone calls and texts and stuff and emails, whatever, regardless of the outcome of this trial, I'm expecting at least Karen Reed and Turtle Boy to face conspiracy charges for the witness harassment. And so, I see the possibility of criminal charges coming out of it. And if the attorneys were involved, if they were contacting Turtle Boy directly, coaching him, they could be on the hook too, criminally, because attorney-client privilege doesn't allow attorneys to commit crimes. I have to be very careful. Like, one of the worst things, one of the worst low level, it's not low level, it's, but I hate defending domestic violence cases, because most of the time, in my experience, the victim spouse doesn't want to cooperate. But I can't talk to them. Like, even in the cases where there is no protective order, they're sitting right next to their spouse in court, the defendant in court. I have to be sure I'm sitting on the other side, and I can't talk to them because you've got to be that careful about witness tampering, even as a defense attorney. And so if Jackson and Giannetti are, if there's communication with them directing Turtle Boy, coordinating with Turtle Boy, they could be in serious criminal trouble. And I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if the evidence bears that out, of course.
Before I get to that, I've got a couple of other questions. You had, at some point, multiple phone calls with Michael Proctor after January 29th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember all the phone calls that you had with him?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a log of your phone calls?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes.
I mean, this specific situation, probably never. This is awfully unique. Witness tampering, all the time. Rarely with the attorney, but, the prosecutors love using that as a cudgel. You're sitting there discussing a plea deal with them for said domestic violence, let's say a Class B misdemeanor, and they're like, yeah, it would maybe be a good idea for you to take the deal because, we've got phone calls of your client contacting, their victim saying, hey, you should invoke your spousal privilege to not testify. And so if the deal isn't taken, we're seriously considering third-degree felony witness tampering charges, even though the spousal privilege technically is the defendant's privilege. And so it's their privilege, but the spouse has to be the one to invoke it. At least this type. The spousal communication, the defendant gets to invoke it, but they threaten it all the time. You know, look, Corey Richens here in Park City, the prosecutors have, insinuated that Sky Lazaro is tampering, that, Corey Richens is tampering, everyone's tampering. So, and with lawyers, like I said, rarely, but with defendants, it absolutely gets charged. Of course, often it is just that cudgel, but they absolutely do charge it. So they absolutely do. And this, I think,
Is this the,
the
what
type
was
of
marked
case that they
00
would.
this morning?
That will be next.
Okay.
It's just a full, once at a time, highlighted.
Thank you.
Because this isn't just tampering. This is intimidation. This is, I always say it's never RICO, but this is approaching RICO. This is mob level witness intimidation. This is awful, 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 awful. So I just, yeah. And it will be. There's always been cameras up there, so we'll see if it remains in Park City. But yeah.
Take a look at that and tell me if you, specifically, there's a lot of calls there. There are blue tabs. You could look at those blue tabs and then tell me when you've taken a look at those.
I haven't looked at his entire criminal record, but I'm kind of scared to. It's probably also covered in semen and says property of Turtle Boy. I haven't followed that one at all.
Okay.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
True, the mob works behind the scenes until they whack you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Having looked at this set of records, does this appear to be an accurate reflection of the phone calls that you shared with Michael Proctor at some point on and after January 29th?
Yes,
Just to summarize those, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a call on the 29th at 10:55 a.m. with Trooper Proctor, correct?
correct.
There was a call on the 29th at 12:49 p.m., correct?
I didn't memorize them.
I understand. Would you?
So if you want to give me the paper back, then I could probably answer correctly.
You want to
Okay,
do it that way, we certainly can. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
thank you.
I'd absolutely be fucking with him by now.
Okay, first call, January 29th, 10:55 a.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 7.
It's a shame Brandon isn't here yet for this. If you are Brandon, say hello. But I would be trolling the troll doll by now.
17 seconds.
Correct.
Next tab, January 29th, 12:49 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Correct.
January 30th at 9:51 a.m. You called Trooper Proctor, 4-second call, probably a voicemail or something.
Correct.
January 30th, a minute later, 9:52 a.m. You then called Trooper Proctor again, 21 minutes and 31 seconds for that call.
Correct.
January 30th, same day, 4:45 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you, 9 minutes and 43 seconds.
Correct.
January 31st, the next day, at 11:51 a.m., you call Trooper Proctor for 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Correct.
That is the sum of those call logs, correct?
Correct.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Those aren't all the calls that you had with Trooper Proctor. That didn't stop. It's just where these logs stop, correct?
I'd have to see my further call logs.
Do you believe that you had additional phone calls with Trooper Proctor after that last call on the 31st?
I know I did in 2023.
Okay, in 2022, did you have additional phone calls with her?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at phone records.
Not agreeing with you about anything if I don't have
Yes.
proof. Exactly.
Okay.
And of course, and another bench conference. I understand why she's made this ruling. I really wish she had just followed standard practices. Let the jury hear Jackson get chewed out a little bit. Just a little. Just a little. Because they need to realize his behavior is not normal. It's not acceptable. This isn't lawyering. Paul, good to see you. And I mean, a 1-minute phone call being a voicemail, I'd have to know the phone history. You know, I rarely make phone calls. I don't like talking on the phone. On the rare occasion I do, it usually is a short, hey, you there, I'm about to arrive. Like if I know someone might be driving, instead of texting to say I'll meet you somewhere, I'll call and say, hey, on my way. So real short phone calls usually. Of course, it can turn into a really long one at the drop of a hat. And I did, Kevin. I haven't read the entire thing because I just don't care enough, but it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Frankly, it's offensive. But, Saint Jose de Castro. Okay. I think they're almost back. Oops.
Thank you, Tori.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have the records in front of me. Maybe they'll be found before the end of our
Maybe you should have come prepared, jackass.
conversation. But in the meantime, for expedition, do you remember a call on February 14th with Trooper Proctor lasting about 17 minutes?
I
No.
don't know.
You remember a call on February 17th
You don't have the records. I don't remember shit.
lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 28th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't recall. Again, it's
I
hard.
expect that your answer is going to be I don't recall, but I want to make a record. if I
Fuck
could.
you.
So this is not a test of your memory at this point. I don't expect you to have
Shut up. Stop with the commentary.
it memorized. I just want to ask if maybe one of these stand out in your mind, or all of them. What about a second call on February 28th lasting about a minute?
Don't recall.
On March 1st,
And
another call with Trooper Proctor.
Once again, this is on him. This is on Jackson. This is his fault for being unprepared. It's absolutely reasonable for her to respond, I don't remember. Like, I had phone calls. I don't remember when I had phone calls. It's your fault. Don't lecture me about what you expect my responses to be. You failed, Jackson. You had one job. That's to be the defense lawyer, cross-examining her. It's not her job to bring the records. It's not the judge's job to bring the records. It's not Lolly's job to bring the records. It is your job. You failed. This is on you.
After lasting about a minute,
I do not recall.
apparently a second call on March 1st lasting about 2 minutes and a few seconds.
I don't recall.
On March 11th, another call in the afternoon lasting about 12 minutes.
I don't recall.
And finally, a call toward the end of March, March 29th, lasting about 4 minutes.
Again, I don't recall.
Okay, understood that this is not a memory test, and I don't have the records in front of me, so I apologize about that. Based on the conversation that we've just had, does that jog your memory that you had multiple calls in February and March with Trooper Proctor, as well as the calls we've gone over with the records?
She said
in
she's
January?
had multiple calls.
To be honest, I had calls with many people. I was in a state of shock for months following this. So if you have the record, I can answer off of that. But besides that, just reading them to me does not jog my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea, I don't want to hold you to a number, you wouldn't quarrel with the idea that you had multiple calls with Trooper Proctor in January, in February, in March, correct?
Well, the ones I've just saw on the record, yes, there were multiple calls there.
And of course, you met him in your home on January 29th.
Yes, I did.
And he came into your living room, you had a conversation with him.
Phoebe?
In my dining room, yes.
I'm sorry, your dining room.
Mhm.
And also, Carrie Roberts was there
Carrie Roberts was not there.
on the 29th.
Carrie Roberts was not at my house on the 29th. No.
When was she at your house when she was interviewed?
I believe that was the Tuesday, whatever the date was.
Maybe first? That sound right? First or second?
Yeah, something. It was the Tuesday following,
Okay. And was that with Trooper Proctor or a different trooper?
a different trooper.
And with Trooper Proctor on the 29th, when he was interviewing you in your dining room, that was the day that Brian Albert was also there.
Correct.
And was Brian Albert also interviewed on that day?
I believe so.
So Trooper Proctor was in your house for, gosh, it had to have been an hour.
I'm not sure. After I interviewed, I went upstairs and then my children started waking up and I was tied upstairs for a while. I'm not sure when or how long he was there.
But your memory is clear that not only did you meet Trooper Proctor on that day, you had a full conversation with him. It was in your house, that was in your kitchen, in your dining room, and another witness was interviewed by Trooper Proctor in your home as well.
Correct.
And then you had multiple conversations with him in January on that day, the day after, and the day after that. You've already seen those records. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Then in either September or October, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That's the report that you've already seen.
Correct.
And in that interview, you were asked specifically whether or not you had a relationship with Trooper Proctor and when that relationship started, correct?
Correct.
And you said, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, correct?
I did not say that.
So yet again, this is another example of a trooper completely getting it wrong. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
In your view, did Lieutenant Tully get your statement wrong that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023?
Objection.
Is that true or is that wrong?
Lieutenant Tully knew I met Proctor prior to that because Proctor was the one who did the initial interview on January 29th.
Does it make you wonder why he wrote in his statement, quote, you've
Objection,
never
Your
met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael
Fuck you.
Proctor prior to September?
It's not for her to wonder why anything. Once again, he asked that for the jury. Doesn't it make the jury wonder why? Still not an appropriate question.
September 2023.
So the objection sustained.
If you indicated that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, that would be a false statement, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that, Ms. McCain.
I met Proctor January 29th. It's
False
everywhere.
statement. If you said it, would it have been false? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
On January 29th, in the early morning hours, I want to take you all the way back to 1:30, 1:45 a.m. when you left 34 Fairview on the 29th. After you dropped off the girls, where did you and Matt McCabe go?
We came home.
After you got home,
Not if you ask the morons.
you indicated that you went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
After you went upstairs, you indicated that you got on the phone.
Correct.
On your cell phone, correct? After you got on your cell phone, you indicated that you started searching for stuff.
Correct.
So if there's GPS that you've seen the forensic extraction or part of it, correct?
Which one are you referring to?
Phone. The forensic extraction of your phone.
I saw what you showed me yesterday from Celebrate.
That's what I mean.
Okay. I'm-
Right, part of it.
I saw, yeah, the phone calls. Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that extraction shows that you got home after the Celebrate extraction shows from your Apple Health data that you actually went up a set of stairs. That would be accurate, correct?
Accurate.
The Celebrate data shows that you actually logged into your phone, did a login, either Face ID or a passcode, opened up the phone. That would be accurate.
Correct.
The Celebrate data shows that you were engaging with an app called Safari to engage some Google searches, correct?
Yes.
That would be generally accurate as well, correct?
Yes.
So
She's a fan of the Beach Boys, clearly. She was on a surfing safari. Surfing the internet on Safari, that is.
after you opened up Safari, you indicated that you Google searched something about Ozone basketball. Is that right?
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m.
This bit hasn't, Pat, but the Fanta is working so far. So we'll see, because this is going to be a long day. But thanks for asking. Good to see you.
Right?
Yes.
What was so important about Ozone basketball at 2 a.m. that it couldn't wait until the morning?
She's a
Why did you
basketball
search it then?
coach.
Well, first I was home, I was wide awake, and I had been texting about a basketball chat, and basketball was clearly on my mind. My daughter had been invited to join a team. I didn't know much about the team, so I just was like Googling to see, because the woman who had given my daughter the offer had wanted an answer.
So you say that basketball was on your mind, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else on your mind in that early morning hour time frame?
Don't believe so.
Ms. McCabe, if you wanted to know in general
Much.
how long it takes for a human being to pass away because of exposure to extreme temperatures, right? If you wanted to know the answer to that, what would you Google search? What phrase would you use?
I'm not sure. All I recall is what the defendant asked me to Google in the morning.
If you wanted to know, I'm asking a different question.
Mhm.
If you personally
that's
wanted to know,
speculation.
how long does it take for a person to die of exposure
If you're asking a different question than that, then this calls for speculation. So fuck you.
due to extreme temperatures? What would you put in? What phrase would you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, we don't have to guess at the phrase that you would use if you wanted
Fuck
to know
you.
something about dying. of hypothermia.
Argumentative.
Did you actually Google search it?
Seriously, fuck you. Argumentative. Object, Lolly.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Correct.
Fuck
I
you.
was,
2.5
Fuck
years of this,
you,
you don't know
fuck
the phrase
you.
that you used?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
there's so many lies
Okay,
and
there's no
misconceptions on
question.
social media.
Question.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
Once again, fuck you.
Are you telling me you don't remember what Google search you put in?
Fuck you. Argumentative.
Karen was screaming. My hands were shaking. And she was saying, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
And what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
You literally
No.
don't remember?
Again, she was screaming, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
How about,
And I picked up my phone and I started Googling.
and you literally to this
Got it.
day, right now, under oath, you're saying you don't remember that phrase that you used.
Objection.
Argumentative.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that at her
Do you remember it or do you not, Ms. McCabe? That's a simple question.
Don't interrupt
that morning,
her,
I don't remember
asshole.
specifically what I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this? Hoss long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been
Why
everywhere
does that sound so familiar?
because you put it out in social media.
Well, I haven't put anything out in social media because I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did.
So if the world
You through your mouthpiece, Turtle Boy, have. And there's the name. It's no longer a blogger you're familiar with. It's Turtle Boy.
happens to know it,
Mhm.
that's not on me, is it?
I guess not.
I guess not. Hoss long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you say so.
Is there a reason that you don't want to admit to that?
Absolutely not.
It's a simple question, right?
No reason.
Let her
So say it.
answer. Let her answer. Let her answer. Let her answer. Of course he's a lying weasel. I mean, just because you don't have Twitter or Facebook or whatever, does he have YouTube? That's social media. Does he, you know, LinkedIn? That's social media. You know, it's social media for dweebs, but it's social media. But he needs to let her answer. Stop cutting her off. The judge needs to reprimand him.
What Google search did you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were seeking at some point to Google how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you made a mistake and mistakenly typed "Hos long to die in cold," correct?
You could show me it. I'd appreciate it.
You later Google searched. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yahoo Answers too.
Thank you.
While she looks at that, Mr. Jackson, can we bring our clerk back upstairs?
Of course, yes. I think we're.
Thank you very much. Can you text Jimmy and tell him?
Take a look at that report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be an accurate page from a Celebrite extraction from your phone?
It does.
May I have that back? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
May I have that back for a second? Did you see this, the actual search phrase?
I mean, the thing is, you know, DUI guy being completely disingenuous. You know, I can't think of a single reason you'd Google that at 6 a.m, you know, as opposed to right when you unceremoniously dump him in the snow. It's like, just, you know, if you're trying to murder him, you're not going to Google how long to die in the snow. You're just going to make sure he's dead first. But you Google it at 6 a.m. to see, oh, he's been in the snow for 4.5 hours, 5 hours. Can he be saved? That's why you Google it.
Yes.
Does that now refresh your recollection?
Yes.
But I'd like to have this marked as next in order. Exhibit, please.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Jim?
May I?
Yes. Is that, Madam Court Reporter? I'm sorry.
Clearly, I don't use studio makeup. I just don't even use studio lighting, so that it doesn't matter. You know, a light of 2 monitors is good for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to publish this, Your Honor.
Okay.
Jennifer Ray, good to see
Does
you.
this
I
appear to be the document that was just marked as exhibit 99?
Yes.
I know it's a little bit small, Mr. Jason. You see this column,
Yes.
third column from the, actually the fourth column from the left, some dates, some.
You absolutely missed something. I made a joke just for you, Brandon, and you weren't here. And I forgot what it was, but it was brilliant.
Data, and then a Google search, correct?
Correct.
What does that Google search say?
House long to die in cold.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
Correct.
It's almost like she's sleep deprived, probably hungover, in the cold herself, and frantic. As awful as phone keyboards are, there's a reason you make spelling errors, typing errors. It's yeah. And that's I don't even think it's drunk Googling necessarily. I think it's just frantic Googling. Like she's the calm one out of the three between her, Carrie Roberts, and Karen Reed. She was the calm one on the scene. Her husband, Matt McCabe, says she's the calm one in the relationship, the collected one. But that doesn't mean her fingers wouldn't be shaking. And remember, she has MS.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning, and Karen had asked me.
Is Naven, is the tag browser one of these columns? I understand what we're getting at here. I understand the defense is trying to say you made these Google searches at 2:27 and the prosecution is going to have an expert testify. No, she opened the tab at 2:27 when she Googled about the basketball camp. She didn't close the tab and did the search at 4 hours later from the same tab. So it shows it was opened at 2:27. So, yeah. So, okay. And that's it. I just not being able to see the browser state on this pause screen. I wasn't sure if I was pretty sure what you were getting at. I just didn't know if it was where it was listed on this screen. So, got it.
Need to do it.
And you claim that you searched it because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Google hypothermia, and you Googled how long does it take for a person to die? I'm sorry, she said something like, how long does it take for a person to die of hypothermia? And you Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
They didn't zoom quite far enough.
30 seconds apart.
Okay.
And you're aware,
I assume that
Ms. McCabe,
box.
that both spellings, both misspellings of
Fuck
that
you.
phrase result in the exact same search results, don't they?
Once again, fuck you. Both misspellings, fuck you. Fuck you. I hate this weasel.
Not aware of that, no.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am. You're looking on your phone and you Googled how long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD. Both of those. You Googled them.
Argumentative.
I did, yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is, why the two searches?
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe what
I mean, even this table says 6:23, 6:24. So the top shows the browser was opened at 2:27, but reading his exhibit, I'm reading that as she Googled it at 6:23 from his exhibit. It's ugh. Ugh.
whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings. So I did it again.
So how long to die in cold results in articles concerning dying of exposure, doesn't it?
We never got the chance to read it.
Well, you're the one, when you say we, who's we?
Karen and myself.
Well, you're the one holding the phone Ms. McCabe?
That
Correct.
doesn't mean
So you're looking
Karen's
down at
not
your phone, you
looking
see
at
exactly
it.
what comes up, correct?
I don't remember exactly what came up.
Well, what came up was something about dying of hypothermia, didn't it?
That's what she asked.
So why do it again? Why do it again, Ms. McCabe? You had the results. Why the second search?
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen. She was shaking me and screaming at me.
And you see the time, can you scroll up, please? According to the Cellbrite data, you see this first search that says hospital to dying cold?
I do.
Okay,
What's
so
that time?
it does have 227 for the Hoslong and then 623 for the how long to die in Kukid. But once again, it's if that's when she opened the tab, is my understanding, and we're going to have experts testify. So
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27
AM or PM?
a.m.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
Realized the next morning after John was discovered.
once again, wait for her to answer, you tool.
After 6 a.m. that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
To cover your tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27, correct?
Again, absolutely not.
But you were nervous and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at 6:23 was Hoslong to die in CIKD, wasn't it?
No.
And you see the search right there, correct?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
And what's the time frame of that search?
6:23.
And you agree that that time frame is accurate, right?
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning, in 51 seconds.
Correct.
There's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one, at 6:24, says Hoslong to die in cold. 6:24:16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. That was up great. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant. Yes.
About 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
But the reality is, your first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a different spelling, wasn't it?
I never searched to 2:27. That is not reality.
But the 6:24 search did exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 2:27.
Probably because she misspelled it the first time at 6:20 something. Misspelled it because it was cold. She was frantic. She had a screaming lunatic next to her. She has MS. She typed Hoslong. Of course, the S being right below the W on the keyboard and an iPhone keyboard being tiny. She tries again, spells how correctly, but makes two other spelling mistakes. The reason the next one was once again Hoslong is because it auto-populated. She accidentally typed Hoss again and it auto-populated.
7, correct?
I'm sure Celebrite will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
And then of those 3 searches, one of them ended up deleted. Isn't that right?
I never deleted any search.
Take a look at the Celebrite report, top search, the column marked deleted. What do you see?
I see a yes.
Mr. McCabe, the reason you deleted that 2:27 a.m. call is because you realized that if you were caught Googling how long it takes for a person to die in the cold 3.5 hours before John's body was found, that would incriminate you.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Fuck you.
Objection.
Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But he's not your family, is he?
Family and friends.
Is he not
Objection.
your-
Sustained.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:23, don't you?
In the morning, I did, yes.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:24.
Multiple times in the morning, yes.
Of the 3 searches that show up, that were all found on your phone, the one that you disavow is the one that took place at 2:27 a.m., which would implicate you and exonerate my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
Of those 3 searches, there was only one marked deleted. Isn't that right?
Correct.
That was the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I wouldn't even know how to go in and delete a
That's not
search.
what I asked you. The one
He certainly isn't under flat shoe, lawyer.
according to the Celebrate report that was deleted, the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You would agree that that's awfully convenient for you, isn't it?
Fuck
Objection.
you.
Sustained.
And of course, fuck you and objection are synonymous.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Finally,
Thank you.
Go ahead, what's your thing?
Yes. Thank you.
really good Jackson. Tequila,
Good morning.
hello?
Going back a little bit, you were asking questions about Life 360 application that you had on your phone, is that right?
Yes,
And you're familiar with that app and familiar with sort of using that app to see where your children are at various times, is that correct?
yes.
And from your experience using that app, how accurate is it as far as location, time, or anything in regard to it?
Pretty accurate, varying some of their locations and sometimes weather.
Have you ever had instances in which you were told someone was
It only happened because you walked in on Jackson being a fuckwit.
somewhere and they were not there?
Yes,
You were asking questions about Ryan Nagel's truck, correct?
yes.
And do you know, or did you on January 29th, 2022, did you know Ryan Nagel?
I did not.
Did you know what kind of vehicle he drove?
I did not. Keep
I'm curious. And that's it, Nathan. I've said the judge absolutely needed to rein him in yesterday. Today too, but yesterday she needed, basically we needed a bench slap and we didn't get it. But I'm curious. You made me lose my train of thought. Naven, you made me lose my train of thought. So we'll keep going and I'll try and remember.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally, please.
Do you know whether or not that was actually somebody else's truck?
I do not know.
Do you know whether or not on January 29th, 2022, Ryan Nagel had a friend named Ricky?
I do now.
But on the 29th, did you?
No.
On the 29th, did you have any idea?
Okay, now I remember. Since the door was opened, I wonder what Lolly is going to ask her about the torment she has received. The vicious mob, the wicked blogger, if she knows of coordination between the defense and said blogger. Because the door was opened because Jackson is a fuckwit. With that door open, I wonder what Lolly is going to ask on redirect about that subject.
Idea what kind of vehicle he drove?
No.
This person you didn't know.
Correct.
Now, when you looked outside as far as the truck was concerned, did you even see a truck?
I just saw lights, vehicle. I didn't focus much attention to what was over there.
So fair to say you weren't
Good,
paying
'cause
attention
that's against
to
the
a truck you didn't
rules.
see, a person you didn't know that you had never seen before, correct?
Sustained as to that form.
Now, You were asked some questions about texts between Ryan Nagel and Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes,
And as far as when those texts were sent, you don't know, do you?
can you clarify?
Sure. Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel texted his sister Julie before he even pulled onto Fairview Road?
They were texting at about his arrival.
Texting about his arrival, but do you know where Ryan Nagel was when he was texting Julie about his arrival?
I believe he was outside.
But you don't know. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel was on Cedar Crest or somewhere else when he texted Julie that he was about to arrive or that he was there?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you know that?
I don't know that now.
As far as the defendant's motor vehicle and the truck that Mr. Nagel was in, did you see either of those vehicles arrive in front of Fairview?
Yes.
You saw them pull up?
No, actually, are you asking if I saw them pulling up or if I saw when they arrived? I did not see them pulling up.
So at some point after they arrived, your attention was drawn outside.
Yes.
And when we're talking about you going to the door and looking outside, how long a period are you looking at?
Not long.
So would you describe it as either a glance or more of a, were you staring intently at the vehicle out in front of the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
How would you describe the manner in which you were looking out at the SUV in front of the house?
I would go to the front door. I look out. I saw the vehicle. I believe I sent a text and I went and sat back down.
Now, in any of those times that you went to the door, and do you know how many times you went to the door?
I don't know exactly.
At least twice, is that correct?
At least, yes.
Now, in those at least twice that you, well, at least twice that you saw the vehicle and once that you saw that the vehicle was gone, correct?
Yeah, so I guess actually it was more than twice because I saw the vehicle move as well.
And when you say as far as you saw the vehicle move, did you see the vehicle physically move or it was in one place and then you came back later and it was in a different?
It was in one place and then when I came back, it was further up.
Now, at any of those points in time, did you took a glance out the storm door? Did you see anybody outside of the vehicle?
No,
Did you see inside of the vehicle?
no,
Did you see anybody outside other than Julie Nagel on the front lawn, front walkway, or anything else?
no,
At any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview that night, did you see John O'Keefe?
no,
At any point in time when you texted John O'Keefe after you arrived at Fairview, did John O'Keefe respond?
no,
At any point in time after you arrived at Fairview, or after you hung up from the 12:18 a.m. call in which you were describing where 34 Fairview was?
I'd also ask, is the lawn at 34 Fairview flat as depicted in the defense exhibit? No. Are there blind spots on the lawn from the front door? Yes. Those would be good questions to ask on this cross.
Was in reference to Bella's house.
Or
Did you ever hear from
redirect.
John O'Keefe ever again?
no,
And during that about 20-minute or so period of time when Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant's SUV is in front of the house, you never heard anything from John O'Keefe, correct?
correct.
And did that strike you as unusual as far as him not responding?
I thought it was strange, but then I thought that they just might have decided to go home or had gotten into a fight or Kaylee wanted him home.
Now, you're looking out through the storm door and you see the Lexus with its lights, on, right?
Correct.
I thought maybe they got in a fight. Oh, was it usual for them to get in fights?
And from that area, the secondary area, up by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, that's the same area where you found John O'Keefe the next morning, correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that area, is there any lights as far as street lights or anything that you're aware of in that area?
No, it's a dark area in the corner of the lot.
Now, at any point in time, were you looking or were you expecting to see John's body on the lawn?
Absolutely not.
And fair to say that when you're looking in the dark, in the snow, from the storm door out towards a vehicle, not the same conditions as if you're standing in a courtroom or sitting in a courtroom today, about 10 feet away from somebody during the daytime with lights on, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you go back to Fairview the next morning, and again, who was the person who requested or directed to go to Fairview?
Karen.
And so when you go to Fairview along with the defendant and Ms. Roberts at the defendant's direction, sometime around 6 a.m., when was it that you first saw Mr. O'Keefe?
I wasn't the one to first see him. Karen was.
So she's banging on the door, asking it to be let out. She goes directly over to the bar, correct?
Correct.
And neither you nor Ms. Roberts, well, you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe on the lawn until after she did that, correct?
Correct.
And that was after you had already sort of driven a little bit past where he was, correct?
Correct.
But you were conveniently looking the other direction,
Now,
right?
with reference to you get home from Fairview, around 2 a.m. or somewhere in that time frame. You go up to bed and you do some searches on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so there's a Safari tab or an Apple.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely need compassionate, humane asylums, but yeah, we need them.
Application on your phone. That's where you access Google.
Yes.
And that's typically where you would access Google.
Yes.
And you were looking at ozone basketball. You're also looking at hockey. Is that right?
Sustained.
What, if anything else, were you looking at beyond the ozone basketball you talked about?
We had an exciting game earlier in the night against a local town that has a very good basketball program. So I went on Hockomock Sports to look at the recap, and typically I'll do that to see how.
At the same time, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, within when you did that, as far as looking things up on Google, were you opening up new tabs within Safari as you were looking at different websites or different topics?
That's it. Well, if our brain processed everything we see within our field of vision, it would be an overload. It would be overstimulating. So you see what you're expecting to see. You don't see the gorilla walking through the room when you're told to count the basketball passes, because you're not expecting it.
No.
And when you went to bed that evening, at some point you turned off your phone, right?
Correct.
And did you X out that box, that Safari tab that you were doing those searches with regard to ozone and Hockomock?
No, I used to always leave my tabs open and my kids would yell at me.
As far as having multiple tabs open, is that correct?
Drains my battery, etc. Yes.
So then flash forward to sometime after 6 a.m., you're on the side of the road.
I'm guilty too of that.
Look up something with regard to hypothermia or how long to die in the pool, correct?
Correct.
So when you open that up and you go into Google, did you open up a new tab or did you just sort of go into what you had already open in the Safari tab?
I went to what I already had opened.
And that's where you perform the search, is that right?
Excuse me?
That's where you perform the search that you were just being asked about?
Yes.
So, this is good information to get so that when we have the experts testify, they can basically connect the dots.
And you never made any search like that at 2:27 in the morning, correct?
I did not know.
Now,
Hopefully he will when the expert testifies, because I think he's kind of understated until it gets to the point where he wants something. I think.
again, you've been shown what's been called a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how many Cellbrite extraction reports were conducted in reference to your phone?
I think a couple. I'm actually not sure.
And prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever seen a Cellbrite extraction report?
No,
As you sit here today, do you even really know what that is?
not really. No.
You know what a wall file is?
No.
You know what an SQ like?
It's human nature, BB. I think she felt attacked, and so she's the kind of person, she doesn't take shit. So Jackson was attacking her, and she wouldn't back down. So that's how I took it.
Databases?
No.
You know what a knowledge profile ski database is?
No.
You know how information is stored and kept within your cell phone?
No.
Now, as far as
I like that. It's basically a reverse voir dire. You are clearly not an expert witness.
let me ask you this: you had 4 children, and you were a mom, a homemaker, correct?
Correct.
At some point, you did work, though, right?
Yes.
What did you do for work?
I was an elementary school teacher.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
One question and we'll see where this goes.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
And how long did you teach 5th grade?
Yeah, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar. Folks, feel free to stand up.
And I am getting frustrated with my computer because Windows has these stupid tabs at the bottom, and the Windows News is wanting to cover my damn StreamYards. So I can't see the chat right now because I can't get that stupid thing to close.
I could take you back to.
Okay, there it goes. That was annoying.
4:53 in the morning is when you get that first call from Kaylee Bush, is that correct?
Correct.
You answer that call and then the defendant is put on the line, correct?
Yes.
And so what is the first sort of iteration of the story that the defendant tells you happened the night before?
That they got into a fight. She left him at the waterfall and he never came home.
And at some point later, you confront her.
So there you go. Got into a fight, left him at the waterfall, blah, blah, blah.
But says you saw the vehicle out front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And so then what is the defendant's story changed at that point?
That they went there and it changed multiple times. I'm not sure exactly. She said, oh,
Aren't you in on it, Sinclair Reed? I thought we all were.
at one point, oh my God, I don't even remember going there. She was telling other people that he was dead, that a plow hit him. The story changed multiple times that morning.
Now,
That's not good.
on cross-examination, you were played a voicemail. Do you know whose phone that voicemail was from?
They never said no.
Fair to say that you're on 911 in the background of that phone call, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't your phone.
Exactly.
Correct.
Conspiracy.
There's two other people beyond that, as far as Ms. Roberts and the defendant there, correct?
Correct.
Was Kerry on the phone at all that you saw?
No.
And so with reference to the timing of that phone, you had called 911 and you were on the phone with 911 at the time that recording starts, right?
Correct.
So you had gotten out of the car. You had gone around and then seen where the defendant had run over to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
As to the form, it's sustained.
It's
What
compound.
had you done before you placed that 911 call?
I got out of the car. I ran behind the car over to the body. I was in a state of shock for a couple of seconds. Carrie and I looked at each other and I said, I'm going to call 911.
And there was a period of time when you made the call, you were connected, and you said you bounced around to different agencies, correct?
Yes.
And this is after the defendant has hit the door and run from the vehicle over to Mr. O'Keefe's spot, right?
Yes.
So it's not your phone, it's not Ms. Roberts' phone. Fair inference is the defendant's phone, correct?
Correct.
And so this phone call had been made or started recording at some point before you had even gotten out of the car, made your way over to Mr. O'Keefe, been in a state of shock for a few seconds, called 911, connected to 911. So at some point, it had to have been made in the car, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Do you know when?
I always want to know what happens when you press that button. It's probably a good thing that pilots never invited me into the cockpit as a kid. Yeah.
That voicemail or that recording that you heard, you know when that call was placed?
I don't.
Now, at the time that you are making the 911 call, where is the defendant in relation to the vehicle?
She is over with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned that the part beyond the 911 call where you heard yourself talking, you're at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle.
Yes.
And why are you at the rear of Ms. Roberts?
In the beginning, I'm at the rear gathering towels or blankets. And then a few times I go to the rear because I'm trying to speak with the 911 and Karen is screaming hysterically. And then Kerry starts screaming at her.
Always a good idea to have a blanket or two in your car in the winter. Especially, if you drive in the mountains a lot.
To calm down. It was quite chaotic. So I was moving away so that I could be clear with the operators.
Now, at some point you went into your sister's house at 3450, right?
Yes.
And why did you go?
Officer Lank asked me to go in and wake them up.
So you were asked to go in there by the police to wake them up, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And at some point you indicated that you had called Officer Lang to come back to the house, right?
Yes.
And how did you get his number again?
Julie Albert.
And as far as, were you aware whether or not Brian Albert, Cole Albert, or any of the other people that were present had Officer Lang's number?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you ask Julie Albert and not Brian Albert and Cole Albert?
Because I knew she was the only one that had his number.
You were asked some questions about, when you were on scene and you indicated in your testimony on direct that you heard the defendant say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Yes,
You also, early in your testimony, had indicated that earlier in the morning, the defendant had phrased that differently as far as could I have hit him or did I, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You heard the defendant make a variety of statements over the course of the night, correct?
yes.
And more to my
But don't you know, the blogger that's been mentioned has told people the investigation was terrible. And it very well could have been. It very well could have been. Just don't know that yet. And from what we've seen, there have been problems, but that hasn't been the actual investigation yet. That's the first responders. We haven't heard from Proctor yet. We haven't heard from Buchanan yet. We haven't heard from any state troopers. They're the ones that conducted the investigation. So, you know, unless you've got future YouTube, you know, what are tonight's lottery numbers, if you do?
point, as far as you recall testifying at another hearing under oath in June of 2020, correct?
Yes,
And were you recall being asked some questions specifically about this topic?
Objection.
Allow, okay,
All right, let's see how long this one is, because
Approach on.
yes.
Mr. Davis, remember refreshed as to what you said in that prior proceeding in regard to those statements.
yes.
What did you say?
What did I say in that? I told them that Karen looked straight at me and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I said that there was, I believe, an EMT that overheard as well.
Now, do you recall in that same prior proceeding being asked any questions sort of at different times, the defendant saying different iterations of that same statement?
Objection.
Sustained as to form, no leading, Mr. Lally.
With respect to that that's testimony in that same prior proceeding, what, if anything else, were you asked about statements the defendant made to you that morning?
I was asked what were some of the statements that Miss Reed had made. And it was like, repeat, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I have a cracked taillight. And then her, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And so with respect to questions and as far as did I hit him or could I have hit him and the statement, I hit him, those were at different times, correct?
Correct.
Now, you met with Trooper Proctor on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that the first time that you had met him?
Correct.
Who, if anyone, was with him when you met?
I believe it was Trooper Yuri.
And subsequent to that date, did you meet with other troopers?
Yes.
And by other troopers, I mean not Trooper Proctor and not Trooper Yuri.
Yes.
And with respect to meeting with other troopers, was it at that point that they had talked to you about taking your phone?
Correct.
And they asked you for your phone, is that correct?
I had shared my Life 360 and my Life 360 and my texts, and they asked if they could take a copy of my phone.
And did you agree to that?
I agreed to it. Yes.
And were you presented a form at all in regard to your agreeing to hand over your phone?
Yes.
And beyond what you had testified to earlier, as far as things, were there any limitations that you put on what they could look at or take from your phone?
No limitations.
Any approach, Ron?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document, and just ask you to look at it. Just in general, ma'am, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
This was the consent form for my phone.
So that's a form you filled out with the troopers in regards to giving over your phone.
Correct.
Any approach again, Ron?
so once again, not a subpoena.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
A consent
objection.
Okay,
form.
thank you. Exhibit 100, thank you.
Now, again, Mr. McCabe, initially following that the events of initially that morning around 6 a.m. or so, at some points you were seeking or you had actually asked the defendant for Kerry Roberts' phone number, correct?
Yes.
And why is it that you were looking for Kerry's number?
Well, the driving conditions were terrible. She was driving to Braintree to pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. And then they were heading to the hospital. And I was just looking to see how John was doing.
You had mentioned at some point, did you speak to Ms. Roberts that morning in regard to updates as far as how John was doing?
Yes.
And you mentioned that later on, that day or the next day, that you had gone over to Mr. O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And who was driving at the time that you went over to the O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts?
Kerry was driving.
And so when you left the O'Keefe's house, where was it that you went?
Kerry went to drop her daughter off at her friend's house, the daughter of Mike Lank.
And you were just in the front passenger seat of that vehicle, right?
Yes.
You had mentioned as far as getting together with Ms. Roberts at the request of someone to talk about a timeline, right?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that came about or who was making that request?
Kerry called me and she told me that she had talked to Peggy, and Peggy had.
I'm going to allow it.
And Peggy had suggested to Kerry, you guys should write a timeline. You don't want to forget anything, when the time comes, meaning when the trial comes, you don't want to forget anything that happened.
So you were expecting a trial. Clear guilt there.
Just to be clear, when you say Peggy, who are you referring
Mrs. O'Keefe,
to? John's mother?
John's mother, correct.
Now, you were asked some questions about subsequent date as far as...
So John's mother was in on it. Conspiracy.
hearing bits and pieces or portions of Ms. Roberts' statement to troopers at your home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether or not that was the first time that Ms. Roberts had talked to troopers or officers or anyone from either the Canton Police or the State Police?
I believe on the 29th in the afternoon, troopers went to her house. I said that would have been the first time.
So the time that she was at your home and speaking to troopers, that would have been at least the second time that she spoke to troopers, correct?
Sustained.
Neil, thanks for checking in. I hope the post office thingy is going well today. Entertaining.
With reference to Ms. Roberts and her phone, was Ms. Roberts, the time that you handed your phone over to the troopers, was Ms. Roberts present there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see Ms. Roberts do with respect to her phone and the troopers?
She turned her phone over as well and signed the consent.
Now, during that time, you had indicated that you had heard a statement that you said was horrified you in some way. Is that correct?
From Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. What was that? What was she talking about?
Objection.
The door has been opened, Mr. Jackson. That means you can answer. Okay.
Well, and that's it. How easy is it to say, that they've been throwing Brian Higgins under the bus as one of the possibilities. And it's like, well, yeah, Brian Higgins colluded with Karen Reed to get rid of Johnny O'Keefe because Karen really wanted to be with Brian Higgins. So she convinced him. And, they did it together. See how easy it is to make up conspiracy theories? And it's ridiculous. It's obviously just me making shit up. But, I can make up a conspiracy theory involving Karen Reed. And I believe they're going, well, I'm just going to play.
So basically, Kerry is a talker. And once she started.
I think just focus on
Okay.
what she said.
Okay. She said something like, John really
I
loved
think
Amy.
so.
And in my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
Oh! Karen was a babysitter with benefits. Whoa! Whoa. Oops, that's what I'm looking for. So remember yesterday when Jen was testifying that about something she didn't remember, like I think it was her text, like she's telling them everything. And when she was first asked about it, she couldn't remember. And then she's like, well, but then Carrie said something and it jogged my memory. And Jackson's like, well, that doesn't happen. I believe that's what that was. The Carrie being blunt. Karen is a babysitter with benefits. Ow. I wish the camera were on Karen's face when she said that. I really, 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 really wish that the camera had been focused on Karen when she said that. Because, wow. And mattress muffin with nanny duties. I like the cut of your jib. I still don't know what a jib is, but I like the cut of yours. Carrie Roberts. She was the third of the women out looking for John that morning. And my understanding is Karen's really the only one of the co-conspirators that she knew. So, but for those of you who know, the second part of that statement, so-and-so is who John really loved. Is that the friend's mother? The ex-girlfriend that, you know, when Jen was giving directions, I figured it was a sailing thing, but I wasn't sure if that's what the saying was from. But remember the testimony was when they were giving directions for John and Karen, it was Bella's mother. So Bella's mother, Bella being the niece and Jen's daughter's friend. So John had previously dated Bella's mother, and in directing him to 34 Fairview, Jen said, drive past Bella's, it's the next street, and then blah, blah, blah. So is that mother the one he really loved, or, you know, the nanny, or do any of you know who he really loved, according to Carrie Roberts' statement? Because I don't think it was a name I'd heard yet. So, but we'll continue. Maybe it gets explained.
Is that what made it memorable to you as far as what had transpired at that time?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ever coordinate your statement or Ms. Roberts' statements with her prior to testifying at any hearing or any proceeding at any point in time?
No.
Okay. And that's what I figured, but I wasn't positive. And if that's what Carrie really thought, John really loved Bella's mom. Jen McCabe saying, yeah, drive past Bella's house. That really could have been, as I guessed yesterday, that really could have been what started the fight, what led to the murder. And so that actually goes to motive. So I realize that blanket just needs to be slightly larger or folded differently. It keeps falling and that annoys me. But the free Karen Reed crowd keeps, oh, there's no motive. There's no motive. She loved him and blah, blah. But that, to me, that's motive. That could explain how they went from lovey-dovey at the waterfall to fighting on the way to 34 Fairview to murder. I don't know that that's the case, but it gives motive. And the defense opened the damn door to that. Now, remember, yesterday I theorized about that as a motive. I theorized knowing that he had briefly dated Bella's mother. When Jen McCabe first mentioned that, I theorized that that could have been what started the fight. But Carrie Roberts' statement about Karen being a babysitter with benefits, Bella's mom is the one he really loved. There's motive. There's motive. Now, the prosecution doesn't have to prove motive. Don't get me wrong. They don't have to prove motive. But that's motive. That's like I'm still, nothing has been proved yet. Don't get me wrong. It has not been proved yet. It has not been proved beyond reasonable doubt that Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe with her car. I don't believe. But if we are assuming that she did, let's just assume that gets proved. Okay? I came in, those of you who have been with me from the start, you remember, I said before day one in my introduction to the case, my gut feeling is that Karen Reed struck him. I do not know if it was intentional. So my gut feeling is it was the drunk driving manslaughter as opposed to second-degree murder. This could be one of the facts that tips it into second-degree murder. It really could be. I don't know if it will be, but it could be. So let's keep going.
Yeah, actually, when you came to the area of 34 Fairview Road around 6 a.m. And you saw Mr. O'Keefe, was he in the same clothes that you had seen him in earlier?
That's something I've theorized about, Jennifer.
He had jeans and I believe the same shirt on, yes.
And nothing additional as far as a jacket or anything like that that you saw?
Not that I recall.
Now, again, as you were driving down Fairview Road, if the defendant did not bang on the door and essentially jump out of the car and make a beeline over to Mr. O'Keefe, would you have stopped the car?
No.
Recall when you were leaving 34 Fairview Road earlier, as far as sometime between 1:30 and 1:45 when Mr. McCabe is driving. Do you recall whether or not the roads were plowed or treated or anything that you saw at that time?
I know there was snow on them, but I can't recall specifics.
Now, as far as the defendant coming over your house shortly after 5 a.m., was that something that you were expecting at the time?
No.
And what was it prior to the defendant showing up and sort of screaming in front of your house? What was your sort of plan as far as based on the information that Ms. Reed had called?
My husband and I were going to go out and we were going to drive over to Tom Beatty's house to see if John was there.
Now, as far as the 911 call that you were making, that information that you were providing, what was that based on?
What I was seeing.
But as far as how Mr. O'Keefe had come to be there at 34 Fairview Road, when you're communicating any of that to the 911 operator or to officers on scene, was that from your observations when you were inside 34 Fairview after the waterfall, or from some other source?
Well, it was from what Karen was saying as we were driving there.
So as far as him
And
being
what
dropped off or
Karen was
anything like that,
saying-
that came from the
Remember, what Karen was saying is statement against interest, statement of a party opponent. It's not hearsay necessarily.
defendant, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you would have been asked and you testified about going over to Trooper Proctor's house to meet with his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you testified about certain incidents of harassment that you had undergone, as well as
Yeah, and that's assuming there was a puffy jacket. Only one paramedic testified about a puffy jacket. And frankly, I'm thinking since, it's been testified that John never wore coats, I'm guessing the puffy jacket was laid over him. Like when Jen testified, she got the blankets out of the car, try to warm him up. I'm guessing she might have placed the puffy jacket over him or as a pillow or something. And so it was not on him. And that's why it wasn't cut. So I actually, if that's the case, it would be nice, hey, you said you got blankets from the car. Did you put a puffy jacket on him? Would have been nice. Would have been nice. But I think another thing that, like I said, could drive me toward voting second-degree murder is, if she had to engage an override in order to back over him. And that could be what it was, and we just misunderstood a little, is explaining the process, and he didn't actually say there was a puffy jacket. It's just, in that case, that was not great lawyering. He should have clarified. So, yeah. But, yep, you don't want to knock over all that wine, Naven.
Mrs. Proctor, is that correct?
Correct.
How long had that been going on for at that point?
At that point, it started in April, and now I believe I went over there in September.
And what, if anything, was the frequency of the harassment? Is it sporadic, or how often were you experiencing that?
Daily, sometimes hourly.
And in addition to what you've already testified, what, if any, other incidents do you recall specifically involving either you or your children? Or
The door was open.
People come by my house, they take video, they scream. They've gone to my child's sporting events and called me names. They've written letters to my daughter's colleges and said that they shouldn't allow them to play. And then they've attached these horrific articles that have been complete lies about all of us. They send me Facebook messages. They call my phone, home phone and cell phone, all hours of the night. They tell me to kill myself. They tell me I'm a terrible mother. They harass my children. My daughter testified here the other day. We didn't even get out of the building, and people were, saying horrendous things, that she's a liar.
So this is just concern about what your family did, according to Jackson. This is a coordinated harassment effort. It's terrorizing them.
Your mother should die. It's just, it's unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach, they take pictures, they post it, they threaten that there are eyes everywhere. I'll never be able to live a normal life again. I am a witness. That's all I am. I am not on trial. I am a witness. And these people are terrorizing me.
Stand as to that part. I'll strike that part. Everything else is.
But she's not on trial. She's
So,
a witness.
Your understanding that Mrs. Proctor had sustained similar issues as you had.
Correct.
Now, again, Trooper Michael Proctor never
Big
met him prior to
time.
January 29, 2022, correct?
I have never met him prior. No.
And the time that you went over to meet with Elizabeth Proctor, was Trooper Michael Proctor home at that time?
No, he was not home.
And had you ever been over to his house prior to that, or any time subsequent?
No, never.
Now, you did have some conversations with Trooper Proctor following this day and around let me ask you this. You testified a bit about a rolling round. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what that was or what occurred on that?
So that day in July, a group got together under one blogger, and they all met and they decided to go to different houses. So Michael Proctor had been made aware of what was happening. So he had reached out to tell me, you know, what was going to be happening and how they had set up some cameras. It was a Saturday. I had just come home from vacation with my children and my husband. Mrs. O'Keefe picked up my two younger children and brought them out with her so they wouldn't be home for this. And my two older children and my husband were in the house while about, 50 to 75 people came to my house. They screamed, they yelled, "There's a murderer." They just caused an absolute ruckus outside.
And prior to that, did you have any conversations with Proctor and the other troopers from the state police about knowledge of that incident occurring prior to?
And I'm doing this as a juror, so I've only watched once.
Yes.
And as far as setting up sort of now, you were asked some questions with regard to the Google search. Again, that was initiated after 6 a.m. Why?
Because Miss Reed asked me to Google how long to die from hypothermia. She said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. She was shaking me, screaming at me to do it.
And she's shaking you as you're typing, is that correct?
Correct.
And you hit the wrong button as you're being shaken.
Correct. I also have MS and I have issue.
Well, I'll allow that.
I have MS and I have, issues with my hand. So I a lot of times Google and make errors, but the cold also makes my hand go completely numb. So I'm not surprised that that's how it would come out.
Which is funny. I've mentioned my aunt has MS. Her health insurance paid for an air conditioner for her house because she can't handle the heat. Of course, I'm sure her fine motor skills in the cold are affected more than mine are too. So
when you were in your bedroom sometime after 2 a.m. Thursday, the defendant wasn't there shaking you when you were Google searching for ozone basketball or hockey mock?
Objection. Sustained.
One moment, John.
Yes.
I probably shouldn't think, why would the defendant be shaking her at 2 a.m. in bed as she's Googling? But I'm not going to theorize about that, so.
Nothing further on.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Concerning statement, I hit him. He gave a statement on January 29th to Sergeant Lang. Called him over to specifically give him a statement, correct?
Correct.
Gave a statement the next day, later that day, Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
You were also met with, on that following Tuesday, with a trooper named Prince, correct?
Correct.
And then you testified in April of 2022, no fewer than 12 times about statements that you attributed to Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And in not one of those instances, not one, is there a report that says you said, she said, I hit it, correct?
Correct. Although I told Mike Lank.
Oh, we already know that the officers all got it wrong.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to that. Next
That's
question.
argumentative. Fuck you. And judges typically allow recross. At some point, they're going to cut you off. And the scope of what you can do on each subsequent redirect and recross is narrower and narrower and narrower. And frankly, I think that was already asked and answered anyways. It was beyond the scope of the redirect, so it shouldn't be brought up on recross anyway. But it was, even aside from that, it was a bad question.
Please, Mr. Jackson.
So you indicate that you were, the harassment that you just described, this terrible harassment that you just described, started in about April 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was around the time that there were public hearings concerning this Google search. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Is that right?
I'm not sure exactly when the Google search came out.
But you do know that you started suffering this harassment that you've claimed is awful and terrible, et cetera, around April of 2023. Is that right?
I didn't claim it's awful. It is awful.
Okay, I'm sure it is awful.
Yeah,
Mr. Davis.
fuck
I'm sure
you.
it's terrible.
It
I'm
is.
sure it sucks.
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Stop. Stop with the commentary. Stop with the arguments. Just stop. Stop. And that's it. Multiple witnesses heard it. Multiple witnesses heard it. But he needs to stop arguing. He needs to stop haranguing her. He just needs to stop.
To be harassed.
It really does.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Fuck
Objection,
you.
Your Honor.
All right, so that's sustained, and I'll strike it. Go ahead and ask a question, Mr. Jackson.
You were upset by April of 2023 that there was public outrage about your family being involved in the death of John O'Keefe. That's what
Fuck
you were
you.
upset about, correct?
I was upset that we as witnesses were being harassed.
You were upset about public outrage concerning
She
this case,
asked
correct?
and
Objection.
answered.
Sustained, that was answered. Next question.
And 2 months later, in June of 2023, for the first time, you testified at another proceeding, and lo and behold, you attributed the words, "I hit him," to my client, right?
Objection.
So ask that without,
The thing is, Grey Duck, apparently this is atypical for her. She's being overly generous to the defense. She normally wouldn't be this deferential, which to me is wrong. She absolutely needs to hold them to the same standard as she's held every previous criminal defendant. Doesn't matter that this is, nationally televised. It doesn't matter that there's a 3-ring circus surrounding this. She needs to put a stop to the nonsense. And I mean, Lolly needs to get off his ass and object more too, but the judge absolutely can stop it on her own. She doesn't have to wait for Lolly to stop him from badgering, to stop him from harassing. But there's also that. I mean, I know there's morons that, after yesterday were saying, oh, the defense absolutely won that cross-examination. Assuming the jury hasn't been tainted by the turtle tards, no. Not in the slightest. It didn't come across good. So.
the objectionable phrase.
2 months later, at another proceeding in June of 2023, you attributed the statement, "I hit him," to my client for the first time under oath, correct?
Under oath, correct.
You indicated when you turned your phone in, the police were perfectly okay with you deleting communications with your children, correct?
Correct.
Including Allie, who's a material witness in this trial.
Objection.
So part of that is objectionable, and I'll sustain that. So
You're aware that your daughter Allie was a witness in this case.
At the time, I was not aware of that. No.
No, but you did know that ultimately she was going to indicate that she drove Colin home, correct? You knew that at the time.
She didn't know
That's
that was going to
Did
be
you
an
know
issue at the time.
Allie had driven Colin home, or she said she drove him home.
I had no idea she drove him home.
And at the time, she didn't know that who drove Colin home was an issue. Until the conspiracy theory came up, Allie and Colin hadn't witnessed anything because they weren't there. They didn't see John that night. They didn't know they'd need an alibi. Funny thing about when you're not doing anything wrong is you're not formulating an alibi. I have never once formulated an alibi because I'm not a shitbag going out committing crimes.
but you deleted all those communications with Ally, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you delete all the communications that you had off your phone with Ally, your daughter?
Objection.
So this has already been answered, but go ahead, let's finish this loop. Did you delete them?
I deleted the conversations with my 4 daughters. At that time, Allie was not a witness.
All I asked you, you heard my question. Did you or did you
And
not
she
delete the
answered.
communications with Ally?
She answered.
That's been answered.
You said that there was this statement that horrified you, your words, horrified you, that Carrie Roberts made during her interview, that you were eavesdropping, right?
I'm not sure if she made it during that interview. I'd have to look back to see when I said she told them everything in bold, because I know she had said it to me multiple times. So I'm not sure if it's when she said it in the interview or just in general, when she said, I told them everything, I told them, etc.
So when you said in that group chat, she's telling them everything, that might not even be what you're talking about.
No, it was.
And you said that horrified you, correct?
I didn't know Carrie Roberts. So yes, her statement horrified me.
Horrified you.
Yes, that was horrifying.
And in that group chat, your response to that horrifying statement was 3 words. I love it.
Was there a response prior to that?
You tell me, ma'am. I'm not the one under oath.
She doesn't have it in front of her. Fuck you. You tell me. I hate this man, this weasel.
You are.
Well, if you want to show me it again, I'd love to get.
Yesterday.
So do you have it handy, Mr. Jackson?
I don't know. I'll grab it.
So maybe don't ask her about it if you don't have it handy.
Your Honor, it's been marked and entered. It was the packet this morning that I did. That's it. May I approach?
Sure.
Once again, do you really want to bring back into the jury's memory that horrifying statement that could prove motive? I mean, he's bringing it up again. I do a redirect and just, so what was that horrifying statement again? I mean, why be prepared? He's only being paid
Yes.
$800 an hour for it, or whatever. I don't know how much he's being paid, but it's a lot.
Take a look at those 2 pages.
Could you tell me what pages, please?
169 and the second page, Ms. McCabe, if you would mind,
What's the second number, Ms. McKay?
number from the bottom right.
2170.
Thank you.
You have that, Emily?
Yes, I do.
May I? Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. During that conversation, when you said she's telling them everything, that came right on the heels of your husband saying, this girl could write a book, this woman could write a book or something like that, correct?
Correct. She talks nonstop.
Then you said 2 texts down, she's telling them everything.
Correct.
The text just before that was, I love it.
That was in response to my husband saying this girl could write a book.
What's the next thing that you wrote that group within a second of that?
She is telling them everything.
May I put the quote?
Sure.
Nowhere in that text chain did you say something along the lines of, oh my goodness, I'm so horrified. Did you?
Those were on phone conversations.
Nowhere in those texts that you just saw did you say the words or write the words, I'm so horrified. Did you?
No, because it was already spoken about.
If you don't text every emotion you possibly have like a teenager, did you really have that emotion?
You were asked on that morning, January 29th, 2022, as you drove to the location and ultimately to 34 Fairview. What ultimately happened? And your testimony was, as you approached, my client was searching frantically for John O'Keefe, correct?
I don't believe I said she was searching frantically for John O'Keefe.
Searching
She was screaming frantically in the back seat and texting in the back seat.
Was she just sitting there curled up in the back seat, sucking her thumb, or was she searching out the window?
She was screaming
Right.
between Kerry and I. So I'm not really sure how she saw John over here when her head is up here screaming and then looking down and texting.
Was the whole point of that trip, Ms. McCabe, to search for John?
It was because she knew where he was.
The whole point of that trip.
It was because she knew where he was. Ow. Oh, that was brutal.
Was to look for him, correct?
She directed us to go to 34
No.
Fairview.
The whole point of the trip was to look for John,
At
correct?
34 Fairview, where Karen said to go.
And your testimony is that if it hadn't been for Karen jumping out of that truck, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Because I wouldn't have seen him. I didn't know he was there. She did.
Yes or no?
Stop arguing.
Was that your statement? If she hadn't gotten,
Fuck you, fuck you. She does not have to answer yes or no. She does not have to answer the way you want. That oath she took was to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. It was not to answer the way you want her to answer. It was not to answer yes or no. If you want yes, no questions, ask questions that can't be answered any other way. She can answer the way she wants, just like you can ask the questions you want within the rules. I mean, every time he says answer yes or no, I will say, I will not. I will answer your questions. I will not answer how you want. Because, once again, fuck you.
out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped.
I don't believe it was stated like that. I believe there was a question and I answered.
And the question was, would you have stopped? And your answer was what?
What was the direct
Oh my
question?
goodness, Mr. K, it was
Fuck
5 minutes
you.
ago.
Fuck you, fuck you. Stop arguing. Seriously, Judge, stop him. Stop him. This is wildly inappropriate. How anyone can even possibly say this judge is biased towards the prosecution is wild.
Did he ask, did you see something? You like to change words. I just want to be certain.
So, Mr. Jackson, just keep it to questions, not comments.
You were asked just a second.
You like to change words. Exactly. Exactly. She's got his number. You like to change words. You like to twist words. You take my answer, and immediately after I answer, you rephrase what I just answered. Because you're a dishonest little weasel.
A second ago by Mr. Lally. If Karen Reed hadn't jumped out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. McCabe, we are finished. Jurors, I'm going to ask you to follow them out like you've done. We'll take a recess, and this one might be a little longer. I may need to.
Jurors holding and leaving your notebooks on the chairs. All right, follow me, jury out.
This may be a little longer. That tells me someone's getting his ass chewed out. I wonder who.
In an effort to save a little time, why don't I see counsel at sidebar and find out exactly what you want from me?
Well, I guess there is also that. They did want to discuss a few things at the sidebar to start, but she wanted to get the jury in because they're taking up the jury's time. But, oh, I hate him. Absolutely hate him. And frankly, I'm not a big fan of her because she's co-signing this. You know, if you're not a shitbag, you'll tell your lawyers, yeah, create reasonable doubt, defend me, don't attack my friends. Former friends, I guess now, but let's zoom through the break so that we can not be here till midnight. I believe this is Carrie Roberts up next, so.
Did that testimony for a very limited.
Oops, I'll go right there. Oops. We're almost there. That's it. That they're flailing with no evidence, but that doesn't matter. Arguments and innuendo. Here in Salt Lake, we've got the X96 radio station, and the morning show is the Radio from Hell show. They do the news with opinion with innuendo, contained within it. So this is just opinioendo as a defense. Well, yeah, my client didn't do it. All of these people did it, or one of them did it, and all of these people covered it up. The entire town of Canton is corrupt, and blah, blah, blah. It's ridiculous.
Thank you. Please be seated. Close back.
All right, so jurors, I waited until the last witness left the stand and until you all had your morning break to give you one other instruction. And this one, all the instructions are important, but this one's important, so I want you to focus on it. Now, you heard from the last witness, and you may hear from other witnesses who described what Ms. McCabe called harassment and public demonstration. I believe she referred to a rolling rally. I permitted that testimony for a very limited purpose. That testimony was not offered, nor may you consider it as evidence that Ms. Reed has bad character or propensity to commit crime. In fact, there's no evidence before you that the defendant is responsible for that conduct that was described by Ms. McCabe.
There could be evidence in her texts, of course, but even that wouldn't be evidence that she committed the crime she's being charged for. Like I said, I expect her, well, at least I think there's a probability of her being charged for it in the future. But the judge is right. You can't consider it for her guilt here. But you can consider it as bolstering the credibility of the witnesses. The witnesses have stuck to their story in spite of harassment. So you can consider it for that. I don't think that's the exact instruction she's going to give them, but it is the case.
The evidence is relevant only insofar as it goes to the witnesses or to explain the witness's state of mind. So
Exactly.
Ms. McCabe's state of mind. And that is to the extent it explains Ms. McCabe's conduct or statements or actions at any particular time.
And that includes whether she's being honest or not. Weaker people would change their testimony to go along to get along.
ultimately the testimony may be used by you only as it goes to the witness's credibility. Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Carrie Roberts to the stand.
Okay.
There's a reason the defense has objected every time they've opened the door to it. So, yeah. And Carrie Roberts, described as blunt.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You take the stand.
All right, Mr. Lally. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Carrie Roberts, Roberts.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My husband, my 2 children.
And your 2 children, how old are they? And boy, girl,
My son is 12, my daughter's 14.
and do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm an executive assistant.
How long have you been doing it?
17 years.
And your husband, Kurt, does he work as well?
Yes.
What does he do for work?
He's a heavy equipment operator.
And how long has he been doing that?
Maybe 20 plus years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of the 29th. Do you recall those days?
Yes.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Say it again.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday,
So 28th.
Friday the 28th,
into a Saturday.
Saturday the 29th.
Now, on the evening of the 28th, do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was bowling with my daughter and her friends and one of the mothers.
And do you recall where that was?
Westgate
bowling
Lanes in
alley.
Brockton.
And about what time was it that you got home from that?
Probably about 8:30ish because there was a storm coming, so we wanted to be home. I didn't want to be out late.
I don't know when you left, JT Davis, so I don't know what you missed. This is Carrie Roberts. She's just barely started, and the judge instructed the jury on the previous testimony about the harassment from Turtle Boy and his idiots, saying you can't consider it for Karen Reed's character or propensity for guilt or whatever, but you can consider it for the witness's propensity for truthfulness, basically, for the witness's character. So, yeah, it was basically, and Jackson being a dipshit. So, yeah.
And when you got home, you and your daughter, is that correct?
Say that one more time.
You and your daughter came home around 8:30 or so?
Yes.
Or if anyone else from your house was home when you got home?
I think my husband was home. He was going out. I think I passed him and he was heading out to meet his friends. My son was not home.
And who were the friends that he was going out to meet?
John O'Keefe.
Nothing like true crime as bedtime stories, BB. I've
Michael
done it
Cameron.
before.
So, Ms. Roberts, I'd like to start with just Mr. Cameron. How do you know?
He's been childhood friends with my husband.
And do you know where your husband was going to meet Mr. Cameron or Mr. O'Keefe?
Miss at McCarthy's. It's a bar in Canton.
Sort of in the center of town, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how do you know?
I've known him since high school.
And where did you go to high school?
Braintree High School.
And how is it that you came to know Mr. O'Keefe? How would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was one of my closest friends.
In addition to John O'Keefe, through growing up and going to Braintree High, were you familiar with any other members of the O'Keefe family?
Yes, Kristen, his sister, was a senior when I was.
And we have weird city names here in Utah, but Braintree just sounds so weird to me.
A freshman. John was a year older than me and Paul was 2 years younger than me. So at some point I was in school with all of them.
And after high school, at some point, did you come to know any of the members of the O'Keefe family while you were living in Canton?
Yes, my son and John's nephew went to an in-home daycare together. So I went to go pick up my son at one point and Kristen was there and we figured out that we lived in the same neighborhood that we were going to be moving into. And then Kristen got sick.
And during that time, sort of when you first reconnected with Kristen, about how old was your son and her son?
My son was 18 months. He's almost a year older.
And your son and Patrick Furbush, did they end up going to the same school again?
Yes, they went to home daycare. They went to preschool, pre-K. And by the time they got to elementary school, they got separated because they were troublemakers.
But did they go to the same school all throughout?
Yes.
And what, any other activities did your son do along with Kristen's son, Patrick?
Well, Patrick wanted to try hockey. So they did hockey together, and then he didn't like that. And they played baseball together since they were T-ball, like 4 or 5.
Now, you mentioned that Kristen O'Keefe or Kristen Furbush at that point, at some point after you met her, she got sick. Is that right?
Correct.
Eventually, she passed away. Is that right?
Correct.
After she passed away, her husband also passed away.
Correct.
And at some point after that, what, if any, role did John O'Keefe have with reference to?
Well, when Kristen passed away, I was in touch with John, just seeing if they needed help with the kids, getting them to and from wherever, because I was down the street.
So I mentioned the Australian TV show Rake yesterday in describing my my appreciation for the saying "fuck me sideways." In the show, in one of the later seasons, Cleaver, the main character, goes on a rant about people using correct instead of yes, and how pretentious it is and awful it is and just an abomination, an affront to the English language. And Pat's Cats, his rant about the use of correct is an epic, wonderful rant, isn't it? And that's what I think of every time. Every one of these witnesses, correct, correct, correct. It's the word you're looking for is yes.
Kristen passed away, and then he said, I might move in. Steve's got to figure out finances, but I might move into your neighborhood. I said, oh, okay. And then when Steve died, John did move in, and he took over raising the kids.
And fair to say that you were, with reference to your son being friends with his nephew Patrick, you would see him fairly often, and by him I mean John O'Keefe.
Oh, yes, daily. Mm-hmm.
And what, if any, at some point did John and his niece and nephew move from down the street from your house?
Yes, they moved across town. So I live on the Milton side. He moved over sort of near the Stoughton side.
About how far a drive is that sort of from your house to where you moved to? It was on Meadows, correct?
Yes, it depends because Canton's terrible.
Yeah, his name is Cleaver Green, and Cleaver is an amazing name, I think, too.
For traffic. Maybe 7 minutes, maybe 8, depending. And if it's in the evening, it's longer.
And after Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and his nephew moved sort of across town, where did his nephew Patrick, where did he go to school at?
He remained at the same school that he was at with my son. So on Wednesdays, when John couldn't grab him in time because he'd be working in the city, Patrick would come home with me.
You're familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for a living?
He was a Boston police officer, but at the time he was working in an office registering sex offenders.
And so you would help out as far as picking up his son. What, if any, assistance did you have with regards
His nephew?
Say that one more time.
What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his schedule with regard to his niece, Kaylee, as well?
I didn't take care of Kaylee as much. That was sort of, there was other women, Jen McCabe, one of them, she sort of really took hold of caring for Kaylee because her daughter was friends with Kaylee, and I sort of got Patrick. So
Miss Riley, you have to keep your voice up. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry.
And if you could keep your voice up too, okay?
My apologies.
I agree. There's a lot of YouTubers who need you to do it.
And then through the years that you knew Mr. O'Keefe when he lived in Canton and your time being friends with him, what, if any, conversations would you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regards to any sort of relationships or dating or anything like that?
Well, he dated a lot of people. So it depends.
Your conversations with what, if any, sort of.
I have no idea, Sinclair Reed, but as I've said, I've tried to avoid media about this to a large extent. So I wouldn't have seen any of the interviews anyway, but we'll see. Maybe she does have friends on the witness list. Maybe, if she gets convicted, she might have friends giving statements, to at sentencing or something. I don't know. Of course, maybe she doesn't have friends.
What would you have, or what if any, knowledge that you have in reference to people who did?
My husband, whenever he would go on a date with somebody, he would have my husband come meet them, sort of say, like, what do you think? And he had a couple of girlfriends that were very nice.
A couple
Now,
that
at some
were.
point, did you become aware of a person by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And when was it, and how was it that you first came to know that person?
Compound.
John called me and said, Karen and I are going to stop by, because we had people over. And I said, who is Karen? Because I didn't know if he was going to bring someone from high school and surprise me with a random, I had never heard of her. And he said, you know who Karen is? The girl I'm dating. I said, nope, but okay. And then they came over that night.
And do you recall when about that was?
I think it was sometime in July.
In July of what year?
What are we, 2020?
Sometime shortly after sort of the COVID pandemic.
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship, if any, with Karen?
She was like another person that took care of the kids. She took care of Kaylee and Patrick a lot, so I would coordinate with her.
She was another person who took care of the kids. What did you think of Karen Reed? Well, she babysat with benefits.
Ryan and Patrick were going to go to the golfing range, or if Ryan was going to go with them to the Red Sox game, that kind of thing. We weren't do lunch or hang out like girlfriends.
Were there any occasions where you had for socialization or go out as couples or anything like that with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, they came over our house one time, and then we'd do baseball tournaments down the Cape, and we'd all get together. But the four of us never went out.
Down the Cape. When you're down the Cape, did you know any men from Nantucket? I've heard rumors.
And just for clarity purposes, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yep.
Identify her as where she's seated or an article of clothing?
Say that again?
Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She is seated at that front table, and she has a black and white suit jacket.
She has an ugly jacket.
That's the record reflected application by the witness.
Yes.
Of course, I think my opa had that jacket, but that was from like 1967. So
now coming back to that evening of the 28th, your husband went out to meet Mr. Camerano in this room, correct?
Yes.
And do you know about what time it was that your husband Kurt arrived home that night?
Maybe around 10:30.
And after he arrived home, what, if anything, specifically do you recall the two of you doing or anything before going off?
I remember sitting on the couch, and the front door is right there, and it was open, and it started to snow. It had just started to come down probably about midnight, but it was coming down fast. So you knew it was little snowflakes usually mean a big snowstorm. And I said, well, it's starting. So we went to bed because we knew we weren't going out anywhere.
And as far as turning your attention to the next morning, at some point you awoke, do you recall what it was that awoke you that morning on the 29th?
no.
Karen called me at
I've got to be immature if I'm going to sit through the nonsense as well.
5 o'clock in the morning.
And is that sort of a normal occurrence as far as Ms. Reed calling you and specifically calling you that early?
No.
And when you went to answer the phone, at some point, did you look at sort of like the screen to your phone?
I don't know. I just answered it.
In a different way.
So this explains with Jen McCabe, her testimony, it almost sounded like running into Carrie Roberts was just kind of serendipitous. It's, we were outside, and I think it was outside Jen McCabe's house as she's shouting, Jen, 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 and shut up, you're going to wake up the neighborhood. And Carrie, it sounded almost like Carrie Roberts just happened to be driving by at 5 a.m. am in a blizzard. But no, Karen had already called her, rousting her out of bed. So that's why she was driving by, is she was actually driving to Karen. So, and that's what it sounds like to me. Yeah. She was the babysitter. Johnny got his rocks off, Johnny needed a Johnny when he was with her, but she was the babysitter.
As far as, at some point, did you realize or did you know whether or not that call that at some point you answered, correct?
Yes.
And the call that you answered, do you know whether or not that was the first call Ms. Reed had placed you that morning or not?
It was the second call, only from looking at my phone after, because I said, oh shoot, she called me. She just called and she called twice.
And the phone call that you answered, what time was that?
5 on the dot.
And if you know from looking at your phone, the phone call that you didn't wake up or didn't answer, do you know how long before that phone call was?
I think it was a minute or two before.
So 5 o'clock on the dot, you get a phone call, you answer it. and
I'm sure
Ms. Reed, is that right?
Celebrate will
Correct.
tell us.
And that phone number you had her sort of programmed into your phone as a contact, is that correct?
Yes.
And on prior occasions, had you called that number or gotten a call from that number on prior occasions?
Yes.
And when you got that call or made that call, who was the other person on the end that you received?
Say that again?
Maybe a pretty simple question as far as it goes, but just with reference to any prior phone calls that you either got or received with that number that you programmed in as Karen Reed. When you spoke to someone by calling or receiving a call from that contact, who was on the other end of the call?
Karen Reed.
She's like, well, it was Karen. It's like, yeah, but I can't lead. I can't ask you. So was it Karen Reed that would call you from that number? That's leading. But he wanted her to say, yes, it was programmed as Karen's number, and I, in fact, did receive calls from her on that number. It's just, yeah.
So you answered the phone sometime right around 5 a.m. and you described to the jury sort of what the content of that conversation was.
And that's Shadow Warden. That's why I really wish the camera had been on her when we heard that, because, oh, that would have been lovely. She might have actually changed her facial expression.
I answered the phone and she said, John's dead. Carrie. And then she hung up.
And as far as her in the conversation, did you say anything or get a chance to say anything before she hung up?
No.
John's dead?
And when she's speaking to you and saying those words to you over the phone, how loudly is she saying those words?
Very loud.
John's not in his bed. He must therefore be dead. That's quite the jump to conclusions. Unless you knew.
Loud. She woke my husband, who was sleeping.
By the time that the phone rings and you pick it up, your husband's sleeping, correct?
Yes.
And then afterwards, he's awake.
Correct.
Now, what happened then?
Then I got out of bed and Kurt said, what was that? I said, I don't know. Something's happening. And I think I started getting dressed at that point because I don't know if I started getting dressed at that point or after she called back again. I tried to call her, I think a couple times back to be like, what is going on? Finally, she called me back again and she said, I'm afraid John might be dead. He might have gotten hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. I was not supposed to stay in Canton last night and he would never leave Kaylee alone. I think something happened.
And that really is a weird, he must have been hit by a plow. I realize it's a blizzard, but like, seriously, like, let's give Karen all the benefit of the doubt as I'm asking this question. Why would that be her assumption? Because knowing he's been out with friends drinking, you left him, like, let's assume when she's telling the truth, I left him at the waterfall. Because that's one of her statements she's made. You left him at the waterfall. my assumption would be he got a ride to 34 Fairview with one of the other people at the waterfall. It's like, why assume he's been hit by a plow and is dead in the street as opposed to, sleeping it off on the Albert's couch? Why is that your assumption? It doesn't make sense. Like, what contextual clues do you have to lead you to that? Unless You're expecting to find him dead in a snowbank. It, you, yeah. So even if we're giving her all the benefit of the doubt, it doesn't make sense. It gives me suspicion. Even trying to extend the benefit of the doubt, I find her phrasing suspicious. So, and that's it. That's it. Let's say he, gets a ride from the waterfall to the O'Keefe residence, and at 1:45, as everyone else is leaving, they say, "All right, out you go. Get lost." He tries calling Karen, but she's asleep. So he doesn't have a car. He doesn't have a way home. He's, it's too cold to walk home. I'm sure if he called Bella's mom a block away and said, "Hey, I'm in trouble. Can I come wait on your couch until the morning?" Like, not even saying, "Hey, I'm in trouble. Can I sleep with you tonight?" But, "Hey, can I have the couch?" I'm sure Bella's mom, assuming it wasn't a vicious breakup and Bella and the niece still being friends, I doubt it. I'm sure even at 2 a.m, he could have gone there, assuming she woke up. There was another ex-girlfriend nearby, could have gone there. He had friends nearby. So even if they turfed him out, he's got friends. It's, walk to Chris Albert's house. That's not far away. Walk back to the waterfall. That's a 5-minute drive. What's that? An hour walk? Half-hour walk? Walk to Chris Albert's condo and, ring the buzzer. "Hey, your brother turfed me out and Karen's not answering. Can I come in here?" But, he's dead by a plow. I just know it. It's weird. And, I've never taken a random person in off the street in a storm, but, we've certainly, it happens. People are hospitable. It's different situation, but my extended family, we used to have 100 people for Thanksgiving. We'd do it in a Mormon church because they had kitchens and they had a gymnasium that you could set tables up in, and for tons of people. Random people off the street would walk in and sit down with a plate of food, and it's like, sometimes we'd find out, sometimes we wouldn't, but because 100 people, we'd just assume, yeah, they're here with Bob. But even when we found out that wasn't the case, it's like, yeah, welcome, friend. We had an old lady walk in. She was trying to get to a different church for, a charity Thanksgiving meal. And we're like, would you like to just stay with us? We ended up giving her a ride because that's what she wanted. But it's like, people are hospitable. Even in Boston. Even massholes.
And do you recall earlier in the day of the 28th having any communication with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I did with John. He texted me.
And that's it. That's it, Luna. Chloe the dog. Chloe the German Shepherd was the plow driver. That's it.
Do you recall generally what that was about?
My son got into a scuffle with some boy at school, and Patrick wasn't in school at the time. I think he went to a doctor's appointment, but Patrick got wind of it. So John was calling to see if my son was okay.
Now, turning back to, again, that morning on the 29th, you called Ms. Reed a couple times. She didn't answer. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, she called you back?
Correct.
And about how long was it after that initial phone call that you had where she hung up? How much time elapsed between that call and the next
I
one?
don't know, maybe 5 minutes.
And so when she calls back, she makes those statements to you that you just testified about. And upon her making those statements, what, if anything, was your response?
I said, then she said she checked Kaylee's phone to see if John had called. And I said, okay, where?
And I think, how many pedestrians are killed. Like, I definitely give plows a wide berth. The closest call I've ever had is, a plow throwing everything up on my windshield, so I couldn't see. But yeah, Dunkin' Donuts every 10 feet. Go into one of those. That's a good point.
Where are you now? And she said, I'm driving. Can I come to your house? Will you drive my car? I don't remember anything from last night. We drank so much. I don't really, if she's there by herself, I'll go look for him or something of that nature. Because I said, you're going to get a DUI. You were drinking all night last night and you don't remember anything. You shouldn't be driving.
Yeah.
All right, so next question, please.
When you were talking to her on the phone, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how she was speaking or
She was very frantic, and her voice was elevated. She was very frantic.
and the loudness that you were describing during the course of that first phone call, what, if any, observations did you make with respect to that in regard to the second?
Same throughout the rest of the day. It was the same.
Do you indicate to her that she needs to go home? Is that right?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did she say in response to that?
She said, I'm going to come to your house. Will you drive my car? And I said, okay.
And after that, what did you do from there?
I started getting dressed. I think that's when I was starting getting dressed. And my husband said, where are you going? I said, I don't know. Something happened. John didn't come home. Karen's worried. So I'm going to go help her. And he said, you're not going anywhere. It's a blizzard. And I said, yeah, yes, I am. And I went downstairs. I started the car, cleared it off. And I sat there waiting, and she didn't come. So I called.
During the time that you're waiting in the car, do you know about how long period it was that you were waiting in the car?
I would say at least 10 minutes of sitting in the car.
And to that point, as far as when you went outside to the car, what, if anything, did you observe about the weather? And what, if anything, did you do with your car as you were turning it on?
I cleaned the car off. I turned the car on. I got in it, and I thought to myself, well, she thinks he might have got hit by a plow or something. I'll see if there's any accidents. So I called the Canton non-emergency line, and I said, have there been any plow accidents? My friend's boyfriend didn't come home. And they said, no, there were no accidents. So then I called Good Samaritan Hospital in Milton to see if anybody had been brought in a car accident. They said no. And then finally Karen called back.
Before,
That's an interesting thought. Assuming all those haven't been deleted by Celebrate, who's in on the conspiracy.
before we get to that, just in reference to, at any point in time, did you call Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And when you called Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to speak to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know how many times you called Mr. O'Keefe?
My husband called him, and I think I called him.
And when was that in relation to you going out to your car and clearing it?
That was when I was
And did you do that so the Alberts could find his phone in the basement? Is that why you were calling? Because conspiracy.
in the house. Karen actually said, can you try and call him?
And you did, and you didn't get an answer.
Correct.
And you know whether or not your husband got an answer?
He did not.
So you go out to the car, you're waiting, and you make those, you know who you spoke to again, please?
I believe it was Officer Good.
Is that someone that you knew in any way prior to this date of January 29th?
We have mutual friends, but no, I'd never met him.
So Officer Good, one of the officers that was on the scene.
Now, you call the hospitals, and then at some point after you finish speaking to the hospitals, the defendant then calls you back, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you describe to the jury sort of what was the content of that conversation that third time?
She said, I said, where are you? I'm in the car. And she said, I'm at Jen's house. And I said, Jen who? She said, Jen McCabe. She's going to drive my car. And I said, okay, stay there. I'll come to there. We'll follow and we'll drop your car off. We'll just take my car and go look for him. And I drove to Jen's and I pulled in the driveway behind them. I was still on speakerphone. Jen is driving. Karen's in the passenger seat, and we drove. I said, do you remember, did you look through the house? Could he be passed out somewhere in the house? She said, I don't know. I didn't look. So I said, let's do that. Let's get in the cars. We're not taking 2 cars. It's a blizzard. We're going to.
John didn't come home. John didn't come home. He's been hit by a plow. He's dead. But I haven't looked through the house. Okay. You haven't checked if he's on the throne? Like, he's not asleep on the bathroom floor, drunk from last night. You haven't looked anywhere, but he's dead. He's been hit by a plow. I know it.
Going to go back to Meadows, and we're going to go look in the house first. He could be passed out behind the couch or on the floor. Who knows? So we went to the house.
And I'm sorry, before you get into that, just as far as directionality and where you're going at this initial stage, you were sort of directing what's going to happen and where you're going to go, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that the defendant said she was at Jen's house. You asked Jen who, and she said Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
With regards to Ms. McCabe, did you know her, or how did you know her prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once when John took her and I to Reebok because he got a 50% discount. So we would go periodically and get the kids' shoes. So John, and myself went to Reebok, got shoes, and then we went to the hillside for lunch. That was it. I wasn't friends with her.
Is that someone that you had programmed in your phone as a contact? Did you have her information prior to January 29th?
No.
And when you went to Ms. McCabe's house that morning, how was it that you knew where Ms. McCabe's house was at that point?
I picked up Kaylee there a time or two for John and brought her home if I was heading that way, because Jen's house is on the way to John's.
And so you go to Ms. McCabe's house, and can you describe for the jury sort of what you observe or what you see when you're first coming up to Ms. McCabe?
I pulled in the driveway behind Karen's car, and Karen and Jen are in the car talking. I'm still on Bluetooth, so I can hear them. And Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house. And then at some point in the conversation, she said, what about my taillight? What about my taillight? And I looked, and there was a piece missing, but it was caked on with snow. You could tell there was a little black hole, but there was snow like caked on it, and it was a blizzard at this point.
So it wasn't just cracked. It wasn't just cracked. There was a piece missing. And once again, to me, caked snow means she didn't just break it 10 minutes ago, frantically backing out at 5 o'clock to go look for John. It means it's been parked out in the snow, in the blizzard for hours at this point, is my assumption. Now, what does caked snow mean? I don't know. At least not Carrie Roberts' definition. But to me, it says this has been broken a while. So, and that's it. Did they ever find any broken taillight fragments at Johnny's house? You know, the snowblower went by. The friend, first day we saw the video of the friend with the snowblower on the driveway. Did he hear any crunching plastic? Did it shoot shards of red glass or red plastic? We've heard, you know, shards were found at 34 Fairview. They weren't found initially because they were buried, almost like they were buried in a blizzard. we haven't heard of any shards being found at Johnny's house. We've heard of a shark being found at Johnny's house, but she picked up her toothbrush and left, so there's that.
Now, just as far as over the course of this early morning when you're making that drive from your house to Mr. Cape's house, correct?
Yes.
So during that time, can you describe sort of what the lighting conditions were, what the roadway conditions were, what you observed as you were driving over there?
It was not light out yet, and it was really bad driving.
And bad driving in reference to snow, was that correct?
Yes.
So you get to Mr. Cape's house, and during the drive from your house to Mr. Cape's house, you're speaking to both Mr. Cape and Ms. Reed.
Yes.
And with reference, I think you've said a couple times as far as a Bluetooth. So as far as what you're hearing,
It certainly doesn't help. Might not be damning, but it certainly doesn't help.
on the other side of the conversation, is it just one person, or are you able to hear sort of everything
Yeah.
that's going on in the car?
I could hear everything. It was like a regular phone call in the car.
From where you were, your impression was it was hooked up to the speaker of the car.
Correct.
And when you get to Ms. McCabe's house, or what you were just testifying about as far as the taillight,
And sometimes Luna Nights, I think, you know, Jackson being from LA, he doesn't know what a blizzard is. Like, I don't know what a hurricane is. I don't know what a tornado is. I've never lived through it. I mean, yeah, when I was 16, a F2 tornado did go through downtown Salt Lake, but that's the only one in my lifetime. No hurricane, certainly. We've had remnants dumping rain. You know, we call it monsoon season here, but I know what a blizzard is. I have a feeling Jackson doesn't, being from LA. So it might be playing poorly to the jury, him asking absolutely inane questions like, you realize there was a blizzard. You realize what those conditions would be. The jury realizes, I'm sure they've all lived through countless nor'easters. So they could be sitting there with Jackson's questioning like, what are you, a moron? Of course the snow covered it. Of course the snow would have blown that tent away. Of course the snow was blowing the crime scene tape. Of course evidence was buried. Of course the scene was awful. It was a blizzard.
when is it that you're making those observations?
In Jen's driveway.
And so about how far away from the defendant's car were you the first time that you see or your attention's drawn to this taillight?
I was parked right behind them in the driveway.
And can you describe which
It's probably not the best idea to use that language, Shadow Warden, even if I do agree with you. But, you know, terms of service and all that. So, yeah.
part of the vehicle you're looking at as far as which taillight that you're observing this damage?
The right passenger.
And so from there, as far as Ms. McCabe's driveway, you make these observations. Where is it that you go from there?
Say it again?
So after you're making those observations and you're overhearing that conversation or you're having that conversation over Bluetooth, where did the three of you go?
We went to Meadows, to John's house.
And how was it that each of you sort of got from Ms. McCabe's house to John's house on Meadows?
Jen drove Karen's car, and I followed behind in my car.
And when you arrived there, where did you go? Where did you park? Like,
I think I pulled in right behind. She pulled her car sort of in front of the garage bays, and I pulled in the driveway behind her.
and when you say she, do you know who was driving?
Jen McCabe, sorry.
Driving in Ms. Reed's in the front passenger seat.
Correct,
And you're driving your car behind.
correct.
And what kind of car did you have?
A Ford Explorer,
Do you recall what color it was?
dark gray,
And as far as Ms. Reed, do you recall what kind of vehicle she had at that point?
a Lexus SUV,
Recall what color that was?
black.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what kind of vehicle John O'Keefe had?
He has a Traverse.
And do you recall what color that was?
It's like a beige green.
Your Honor, with the court's permission,
I really wish cars had colors again instead of black, white, and beige. I really wish cars had color.
If I could ask to publish what's been marked.
Give me a good orange.
Ms. Roberts, directing your attention to the screen over here, do you recognize what is up on the screen?
That's John's house.
And does that seem like a fair and accurate portrayal of what John's house looked like at around the time of January 29th when you went over that way?
Much snowier, but yes. Oh, I said it was much more snow, but yes.
Now, not visible in this particular photograph, but the driveway that you were talking about, facing Mr. O'Keefe's house at Meadows Ave, as we are in this picture, whereabouts would the driveway be, to the left or right or something?
To the right.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked with Exhibit 91.
Okay.
And again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
That is John's car.
And what is it that's behind John's?
Behind a basketball hoop?
No, I'm sorry, that's correct. Not the rear of the vehicle, but sort of in the photograph behind on the other side of the passenger side.
Oh, the garage doors?
And there are two garage doors, one on the left, on the right, is that right? You're familiar with this house, we've been over it a number of times when Mr. O'Keefe lived there.
Correct.
And as far as, what if anything were you familiar with as far as Mr. O'Keefe having regarding sort of security around? And with regard to the garage itself, as far as you've been in there as well?
Yes.
And so what is behind the left door of the garage?
His big old blue convertible.
And on the right side of the garage?
71 LTD.
In behind.
Nothing. He's got all organized stuff and kids sporting. I don't know if he parked in there or not.
Now, as far as how Mr. O'Keefe kept his garage, kept his home, was there a particular way in which he kept it when he lived there? No.
Perfect.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He was a neat freak.
Okay.
He was a nebbecracker. Well, at least with his lawn.
And as you enter into this garage, what, if any, access would you then have to inside the home?
There's a set of stairs and it brings you right into like the mudroom, which leads into the kitchen.
Now, when you would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house on this occasion, any rules or preferences would Mr. O'Keefe have with regard to foot?
You did not wear footwear in the house. You took your shoes off.
And is that something that applies to people who live there as well as people who are visiting?
Yes.
And how would you describe that relatively strict rule?
If you want me taking my shoes off at your house, you better have a chair for me at the front door and a shoehorn for when I leave.
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish a portion of Exhibit 6, ring video.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have from driveway, video number 154. So, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, that's Karen's car and my car, and John's is in the background.
Now, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser pointer. It's not. Oh, thank you very much. So, pressing on that button and pointing sort of at the screen, if I could ask you just direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, where you see your vehicle, and where you see Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well.
That is John's car. That is Karen's car. That is my car.
Newer houses tend to have them here, and bigger houses. You know, you look at the real estate listings up in Park City, they all have ski rooms. Here in a 1940s bungalow, you certainly don't have them.
Is this fair and accurate portrayal of sort of where the cars were and what things looked like when you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, coming from Mr. Gates?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, with reference to any individuals that you observe in this video, again, using the laser pointer to draw the jury's attention to who you observe and where they are.
That is Jen McCabe, and that is Karen Reed, and that's me.
And at some point, you enter in through the garage, is that right?
Correct.
Now, as far as the garage doors were concerned, when you came back that morning, what, if anything, did you notice about the garage?
The right garage door wouldn't close.
So it was open when you arrived?
I don't recall if it was open when we arrived, but when we were leaving, it wouldn't close.
And do you recall, do you have any idea of sort of how that mechanically work, like how you would open, how you would close the garage door?
There's a code on the side.
And at any point in time, when we noticed that the garage door was open, were you or any of the people that you were able to close that door?
No,
And so was that the door that you entered into in order to get into the garage, to get into the mud, and take off your shoes and walk?
correct.
And when you came into the house that morning, you went into the mud, what, if anything, did you do with your shoes, and what, if anything, did you observe Mr. Cave and the defendant do with their shoes?
Jen and I both had taken our shoes off in the sort of steps in the garage before we entered into the mudroom. We took our shoes off, and Karen just walked in.
And Ms. Gilman,
So once again, either Karen is so frantic she forgot, or she knew John wouldn't care.
you could just play the video.
I hate to say it, but from my perspective, that's not a blizzard. It's definitely snow, but that's not a blizzard. But
Now, Ms. Roberts, with reference to the Ring video security system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his home, if you know, do you know who had access to that?
I do not.
You, obviously, you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had access to that?
He did, yes.
Okay, do you know how or what device he used in order to access it?
I only know he had it on his phone
How do you know he had it?
because he would check it all the time to see if the kids were home or dropped off or,
That's something you did in your presence?
yes.
Now, with regard to, at some point when you get to the home,
I was specifically talking about the rate of snowfall, but like I've said, we've had 40 inches of snow in one night here. I'm not talking up the mountains, I'm talking here. So
beyond the sort of initial observations you made in Mr. McCabe's driveway with regard to the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle, what, if any, other observations did you make, or what, if anything else, did you do with reference to that area of the vehicle?
Karen did point it out at one point in the driveway. She said, my taillight, look at my taillight. And I looked at it and I said, you told me you don't remember anything from last night. She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. I think you probably hit something, but let's just go in the house and look for him.
And so as far as your recollection is concerned, that sort of interaction that you had or looking at the taillight, when did that happen?
I don't know if it was when, well, obviously it wasn't when we got there. It was when,
and just for the record, Salt Lake City receives like a foot more snow than Boston on an annual basis, on average, a foot more than Chicago, and about an inch more than Minneapolis. It just melts faster here because we're a little warmer. Once again, that's Salt Lake City, not the mountains. You know, Alta got 650 inches of snow this year. But here in Salt Lake, that's measured at the airport, which is the area that gets the least snow. Here at my house, we can easily get double, even triple what the airport gets. So, you know, when I say that's not a big snowstorm, I'm serious. Of course, we don't get storms like we used to, or at least it melts a lot faster. So
must have been when we were leaving to go out to look for him.
When you what? I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was when we arrived or when we were leaving to go back out and look for him, but now that I've seen the video, it's obviously when we came back out of the house.
Okay.
And who was present for that?
Who was present?
Yes.
Jen McCabe, Karen Reed, and myself.
And as far as where Ms. McCabe parked that vehicle, at any point in time that you were at the house, did that vehicle move at all? And by that vehicle, I mean Ms. Reed's vehicle.
I don't think so.
So where it's parked in that video is essentially where it stayed as far as you know.
I believe so.
Now, with reference to those observations, or when you were looking at the rear passenger taillight area of Ms. Reed's vehicle, how close to the vehicle were you when you were making those observations?
right in front of it. There was one piece, like a rectangle encapsulated, like whatever was broken. I remember there was one piece of metal sort of sticking out. So if it was an encasement for a light of some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out. And I thought someone's going to catch their sleeve on that or something.
Pulling an Irish demon there. I like the way she testified about that. It wasn't just what she observed, it's why it stuck out to her. I noticed the light was broken, and I specifically remember the light being broken because I thought someone's going to get caught up on that. So that, I like that added detail. But I am going to take a short break. I will be back in just a sec, so behave. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I wasn't frozen. At some point, I need to compose some avant-garde noise as my potty break music, you know, the musical equivalent of Jackson Pollock, or, you know, just stop being lazy and go on the YouTube creator library thingy and get some of the royalty-free music. Although I've been thinking, you know, have any of you ever heard of the musician Jonathan Colton? He's got a song called Skull Crusher Mountain, and Jonathan Colton is, you know, he's ridiculously talented, and Skull Crusher Mountain is an amusing song, and it's Creative Commons license, which I'm pretty sure if I weren't monetized, I'd be free to use it. I'm not completely sure. You know, I am a lawyer, but not a copyright lawyer, so I'm not fully versed on Creative Commons. But I think that would make a good theme song. But yeah. So either way, I'm back. Let's get back to it.
And
That's
now from there, when you arrive at the house, you go into the house, you take off your shoes. What happened?
I started looking. Jen started looking. Karen, her and Jen went upstairs. I started looking downstairs. I started looking on the other side of the couches to see if maybe he passed out somewhere. And then I went upstairs, and Karen was standing in John's room. The bed was made. She was just standing there. And Jen had gone into.
once again, if she's so frantic that she forgets to take off her shoes, but not so frantic that she makes the bed, assuming anyone slept in it, assuming she slept in it, you know, there is the possibility she stayed up on the couch all night, but, you know, the jury gets to decide.
Now,
He's not in the house.
As far as
He's not in the house.
your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, him not coming home when any of the children were home, was that something that was normal?
Him not coming home if the children were home? Yeah, he would not do that.
And obviously you knew Kaylee was there, but what, if anything, did you know as to where Patrick was?
He was at a friend's house.
And was that something that you knew independent of this morning, or what had transpired up to that point?
Say that again?
How did you find out that Patrick was at a friend's house? You know?
Karen said, I said, where's Patrick? She said he's at his friend's.
So you were in the downstairs area of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And looking through the rooms, you didn't find Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
No,
At any point in time, did you go upstairs?
I did.
And when you went upstairs, where in the upstairs did you go?
At the top of the stairs is John's bedroom. So I looked in there. I looked in the bathroom. I looked in the closet. I looked in Patrick's room. I looked in the other two bedrooms, and Kaylee was in.
So Johnny wasn't with Tom Cruise in the closet. Good to know.
Her room. So Jen was in there, but I was looking through the house.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's bedroom, there, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the bed?
The bed was made.
You mentioned you looked in a variety of different rooms on the second floor. You said sort of 2 other rooms. What, if anything, were those?
And I'll tell you, if you ever find my bed made, I'm probably dead in a snowbank somewhere, because that shit ain't normal.
Other room used for, if you know?
I think one of them was a computer room. It was the room that faced the front of the house, and the back room had a bed in it that Mrs. O'Keefe would stay in when she would stay over.
And again, just to be clear, when you say Mrs. O'Keefe, you mean John's mother?
John's mother, sorry.
And as far as the computer room, who, if anyone, had access to that, if you know?
Had access to the computer room.
What was it used for?
Oh, there was a desk with a computer or laptop.
I hope so, Alpha.
You know whose laptop that was, whether it was John's, whether it was defendants, whether it was kids?
I don't know if it was the defendants at the time, but John's laptop used to be in that room.
I mean, if they haven't specifically revoked a deal yet, it's, you know, trials cost so much money, even for the state. if Yannetti went up to Lolly today and said, you know what, after Jackson's performance today, I think, you know, I think, and Karen agrees with me, we need to take that deal. I think Lolly says, yeah, okay, because it's just saves a lot of money, and it's a guarantee. You know, if she were to miraculously take the deal today, you don't have the unknowns of the jury. You don't have the potential of an acquittal, the potential of a mistrial. You don't have years of appeals down the road. So even despite the fuckery, Emily Baker having popped up right here, her favorite word, fuckery, even despite the fuckery, I bet there's still a deal on the table. Might not be as good a deal, but I bet there's still a deal on the table.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd ask if I could publish just a couple more photos on the screen for Mr. Roberts.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could start with Exhibit 92.
And JT Davis, no, it was just a South Park joke. You know, Tom Cruise won't come out of the closet. Then I pull out my gun. One of those
Robert,
people is in
mention
jail
on the screen,
now.
you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
That's Karen Reed's Lexus.
And specifically, if you could, using the laser pointer in front of you, direct the jury's attention to where you observed damage.
That's where the metal piece I was describing was.
As far as what's depicted in this photograph up on the screen, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway and Mr. Cape's driveway when you saw it?
Well, caked in snow, but yes.
Absent of snow.
Not in evidence, Sinclair Reed, not in evidence. So I don't know if there's damage to John's vehicle or not, because it hasn't been testified about, and therefore I don't know.
Yes.
Yes.
And still,
But I also really don't know. So there's that too.
I could have the next exhibit on 92. Again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
Essentially a closer-up image of the same area, correct?
Yes.
And what's depicted in this closer-up image, is that also consistent with what you observed in Cape's driveway and Mr. O'Keefe's driveway that
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask again if I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 30 seconds.
So this is the sergeant or lieutenant who went to check on the kids.
Still on to deposit there. Ms. Roberts, direct your attention up to the screen. Do you recognize what's on the pause portion of the screen for this video?
That's John's house.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play again. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause. And again, Ms. Roberts, direct your attention up to the screen. Do you recognize what's sort of in front of the camera video portion of the video?
That's Karen's car and John's car.
And where you observe Karen's car and John's car, again, if you could just using the laser pointer direct the jury's attention where you observe each of those on this still frame here.
So, Alpha, what I heard was my daughter testified on Friday, and as we were leaving, we were harassed. So, I didn't catch her saying anything about what her daughter testified about, just that as we were leaving, walking down the steps, they were shouting at us. So to me, that didn't say any collusion. And that they had talked about testimony. It was just, yeah, we were harassed after she testified. So, it's a good question, though.
That's Karen's car. That's John's car.
Those essentially the same positions that you were talking about, that the jury saw earlier in the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Do you want this up on the screen or down?
Up for now.
Okay.
But just a moment.
And
So I'm going to show you just two photographs.
not my style, Anne, but it's definitely a nice home, even if it isn't my style.
Actually, just look at those from the commission.
Okay.
And do you recognize those? Or do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Do I recognize what?
What's depicted in each of those photos?
Karen's car.
And
Duh.
may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will seek to introduce in the minutes and next exhibits.
Okay, is there any objection? No objection. All right, thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, while those
Little finally gonna earn her money with this one. Gonna earn that big bucks with this witness. We finally get to hear from Little again.
are being marked, may we approach?
Hold on. Sidebar.
Yes, please.
And of course, sidebar. Right after I paused. Of course. It's not a long one, so not gonna fiddle with it. I really wonder if I were a defendant, if I'd be able to sit so stone-faced. You know, as I was winding down yesterday, I was watching a court video and can't remember whose channel it was on, but it was a new one, and it was a girl, young girl, had been in an accident, paralyzed her 20-year-old friend that was her passenger, killed the friend's dog, and she just was so terribly expressive at everything the prosecutor was saying. Like, you realize you're shaking your head is saying something. It's like, I'd rather have you absolute expressionless as if you're brain dead. I'd rather have you sitting there drooling, looking incompetent, than reacting expressively to every single thing said. But at the same time, is this too much? Is this too disinterested?
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish first what's been marked as Exhibit 101.
Okay.
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 101. Communicated that to Ms. Reed in the same position where Mr. Cade left the parking lot, correct?
Yes.
This appeared to be a still shot from the same video that you just saw in the prior.
Yes.
Ms. Dillon, if I could have Exhibit 102 now.
And that video, well, the still of that video is kind of weird. It looks sepia toned to me. So, and Alpha, was that just so that it looked like he was doing something, but was thinking about anything but the trial? Because that could be a good practice. Make it look like they're attentive, make it look like they're engaged, but also not reacting to every little thing said. That's actually a good idea. I like that. I like that. Plus, there's that.
And Ms. Roberts,
I like
on screen,
that.
that's the second photograph that I showed you just a moment ago.
Yes.
That's essentially a closer up or zoomed in image of what's in the same still image that you saw in the file.
Or tell them, imagine 5,000 monkeys at 5,000 typewriters are recreating the works of Shakespeare. Write out your interpretation of that. So, but the thing is, Sudoku, it looks like you're disengaged. If you have a yellow notepad, a legal pad, and you're writing, it looks like you're taking notes. Sudoku, it wouldn't. So, I like this. I like this.
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to the damage that you observed on the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle that way. Okay. So you can take it. Now you go, look through the home, you don't find Mr. O'Keefe, and what happens?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just, and Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview the night before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house, and then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So that's what we did. We got in the car and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
Oh, so Carrie Roberts was trying to keep them away from 34 Fairview. Give the Alberts more time to stage the crime scene. Conspiracy.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Mr. O'Keefe's?
On the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes, Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
And so after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house, you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes,
Come out the garage door, get into your car?
yes.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you did it?
I was driving, Karen was in the back seat, and Jen was in the passenger seat.
And as far as Ms. McCabe's sister's house, at the time, did you know where that was or who her sister was or anything like that?
I didn't even know she had a sister.
And you know about how long a drive or how far a drive or what the route was?
So, you know, she's a bad co-conspirator. She's met Jen once, knows John and Karen, doesn't even know Jen has a sister, so she doesn't know the Alberts. Why exactly is she in on the conspiracy? Because her husband was at C.F. McCarthy's with Johnny? Getting him drunk so that the Alberts could beat him up, even though she didn't know the Alberts, but...
Was that you took going from Meadows to her sister's house?
I think we went main roads because we were looking to see, I mean, I don't know what we were looking for, but we were looking for him. I don't know if we thought he was walking home or if he got hit by a plow. So we went main roads. We pulled out, I think we went Bolivar Street, and then Jen was giving directions because I didn't know where we were going.
And to be clear, Bolivar Street, you're talking about, that's Bolivar?
Yes,
And so then Ms. McCabe is then giving you directions as you're driving, correct?
correct.
Now, as you're driving, again, as far as what if anything did you see as far as plows or how were the roads treated at that time? What if anything did you observe reference to that?
Now, my Spanish is admittedly terrible, as in I don't speak Spanish, and Spanish words, my pronunciation is terrible. But Bolivar Wouldn't that be Bolivar or like, the revolutionary that Bolivia is named after, and like, the Bolivar Republic of Nicaragua or whatever. My South American history is admittedly poor, but like almost every Spanish South American country was Bolivar Republic of, because he was the revolutionary. He was their Yankee Doodle, except real. And, so Bolivar, exactly. Simon Bolivar. Isn't that how it's pronounced? But I'm just guessing that's who the street is named after. Right. But
It was bad driving. There were plows out, but it was really bad driving.
And the visibility as you were driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house, how would you describe the visibility?
It was very poor. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
Now, when you get to the street, at some point you're directed by Ms. McCabe to Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall whether or not you took a left or a right, or how did you come onto Fairview Road?
Off of Chapman Street, I took a right onto Fairview.
You took a right from Chapman onto Fairview.
Correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as the sort of elevation of the roadway?
You go downhill.
You go downhill?
Yes.
This particular area of Canton, obviously you've lived in Canton for several years. Are you somewhat familiar with this area of Canton?
Yeah.
And how is it that you were familiar with the area of Canton prior to the state if you've never been to Ms. McCabe's house?
Bella?
The commuter rail is right near there that I would take to work.
Are there any schools in that area as well?
Yes, the John F. Kennedy School.
And you mentioned that your son played baseball, correct?
Yes, and
Ball field.
my son and John's nephew also went to the home daycare across the street from the JFK.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to just publish a brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
Gentlemen, what I'm going to ask is if you could push this video forward to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm sorry, keep it playing there. I could ask Ms. Roberts, from what you've seen on the video, as far as what's depicted in this video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal consistent with what you observed that morning as you were driving around going from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
Yes.
And the turn that this vehicle is taking at this point in the video, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, you recognize what street that vehicle is turning onto?
I believe it's Fairview.
Ms. Gilman, if you- Now, Ms. Roberts, as you're driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to this address on Fairview Road that you've never been to before, what's going on inside the car?
Karen was frantic. She wouldn't put her seatbelt on. And I was getting nervous because we're driving in a blizzard. She kept leaning in between the two seats. I think at some point she was texting in the back seat, and then she'd be leaning. She was just frantic the whole morning.
And
So leaning between two seats, shouting, texting, yet she sees a body on the side of the road.
as far as her screaming, do you recall anything specifically that she was screaming, or what, if any, sort of conversation was going on in the car as you were driving?
There was some conversation about a woman I didn't know that was Bella's mom. And she said, Bella's mom never liked me. I think Bella's Bella lived near Jen's sister, maybe? I don't know. Some
Bella's mom never liked me. Why is Bella's mom on her mind?
conversation about Bella's mom, and Karen said she didn't like me.
And do you recall where you were in your travels when that topic of conversation came up?
No, I don't recall.
That's
Now, in
interesting.
reference to following that, what, if anything, did you say in regards to any other sort of win?
Any other what?
Following that conversation in regard to Bella's mom, who you didn't know, what, if anything, did you say or introduce into the conversation?
Fairview Road runs along Spring Street, I think it is. Spring Lane. So Spring Lane and Fairview are both off at Chapman Street, and there was a woman he dated that lived on Spring Lane. So when Jen was telling me where her sister's house was, I said, I don't know where Fairview is. And she said, it's near Spring Lane. And I said, oh, where the dance instructor lived. John had once dated a dance instructor. And then Karen said, do you think he could have gone there? Do you think that's where he could have been?
Is Bella's mom the dance instructor, or is the dance instructor the other ex-girlfriend? And what I was just looking at is, there's been a lot of talk about, oh, it's bottom of the street, steep hill, and using the elevation on Google Earth, it's like, yeah, for Boston, that is quite a steep hill, but from Chapman Street to the Albert residence is 0.4 of a mile. A lot steeper, a lot more elevation gained 0.4 of a mile from here. Of course, I live on the side of a mountain.
No, I was just using it as a reference point. She said it's near Spring Lane, and I knew that the dance instructor lived on Spring Lane.
And just to be clear, when you say the dance instructor, this would be for his niece, Kaylee?
Correct.
And you indicated that the two of them being Mr. O'Keefe and the dance instructor had dated at some point in the past, right?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was when Kaylee was little. She was probably like 5.
So 10 years ago.
Before this date that you're driving away. Now, as you're driving along and driving down Fairview, what is it that you're doing? What, if anything, do you observe Mr. Cave doing? Then what, if anything, do you observe the defendant?
Compound.
Well, we were looking for John walking or wherever he may be. So I'm driving and looking on both sides, and I think Jen was looking on both sides, and Karen was.
I think yes and no. A lot of the sidebars, I think, are just to keep the jury from hearing anything at all. Because a lot of this could just be objection hearsay and be done with it. But they can't have any argument in front of the jury for some reason. So it is a little uncommon, but, sidebars happen and they can happen often.
She would be in the back seat, then she'd be in between us, then she'd be in the back seat, and then in between us.
Or in hot tubs in Maine. Don't forget hot tubs in Maine, Vince, in a bikini.
And as you came down the hill on Fairview, what, if anything, what happened then?
Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
Always swear in court if it's a direct quote.
With her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
How hard was she kicking?
Oh.
How? With her feet. But always swear in court if it's a direct quote. Always. Always.
Pretty hard. I mean, she wanted to get out of the car, but it was locked because once you start driving, the back door's locked. So I looked over and I didn't see anything. And I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And I unlocked the door and I sat back and watched. And she ran over to a mound of snow.
And so as the time you're driving.
Oh. Oh. She ran over to a mound of snow. She knew where it was. She knew where to look. She knew where to look. She ran to a mound of snow. That's damning. That is not a good statement for Karen. I mean, Sarah Levinson was, or Julie Nagel, whichever one, was supposed to know that a dark blob was a body that she needed to go rescue. But Karen, that blob of snow or that mound of snow is my boyfriend's body. That's not good. Of course, there is that too, although she was parked in multiple places. Wherever she let John out, he could have walked. So, but, full benefit of the doubt. She went where she was parked. Could have still been an accident. But it still doesn't help. And there is that too. She doesn't remember anything about being there. It's just, we got in an argument and I left him at the waterfall. And Jen says, but I remember seeing you outside of 34 Fairview. Oh, well, you remember that, but I don't, but I know exactly where to look. So, and if she parked and watched John go inside, why would she be looking right where she parked? So, yeah. I assume enjoy your dinner, Pat's Cats. Or, I guess, tea. Since it's 4 o'clock where you are, I think. So, but yeah, see you in a bit. We're here all day. And I'll be loopy by the end, I'm sure. Loopier.
Down the road, had you seen anything, as you're driving down, sort of looking at the side of the road, had you seen anything on your side of the vehicle?
No,
And when you say she gets out of the vehicle, is it your side or passenger side where Mr. Cave is that?
the driver's side.
So she gets out of the driver's side of the vehicle and the back passenger, correct?
Correct.
And how quickly does she go sort of from your car to where she ends up?
She ran over to the mound.
It is going to be hard, but they're closer to proving that than they were before. This stuff about Bella's mom, it's damning. It's not good. It's bad facts. So,
And at that point in time, even when she runs over, could you see what she was running over to?
At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
And
the
when was
shape
that
of a body.
When in this sort of sequence were you able to realize that?
That was in seconds. Once she ran over to his body, I said, "Oh my God!" And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him.
And when you stopped to let her out, where were you in relation?
And that's weird. Why did she lift up his shirt? Why did she lift up his shirt? And I can't remember if it was from Jen yesterday or if I'm got a spoiler somehow, but I think she lifted up her shirt too. It's like, why? You trying to body heat warm him up? Like city slickers, let's get naked and keep each other warm. I'd brush the snow off him, not lift his shirt up and lay on him. But I don't know.
That mound of snow or what you learned?
I think my car was like in the middle of the road. I just stopped.
And in relation to where the mound of snow was, had you driven past it at that point? So where was it?
Yes.
So it was located behind your vehicle?
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask just let's play on that for about 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. What's depicted in the screen in front of this camera angle? Do you recognize what that is?
That's my car.
Is that essentially where you parked your car when Ms. Reed started kicking the doors and got out and ran over?
Yes.
Could you just press play for a moment?
I'm not going to give you spoilers about Cross Ann.
Now, from this video, you can see where in relation to your vehicle, Mr. O'Keefe, where you found this road.
With the pointer.
If Thank you. Ms. Yeoman, if you could, again, just wait for about this.
I absolutely hate the holiday decorations, the inflatable nonsense. There's a house near me that goes overboard for every holiday, and it drives me nuts. But one of my neighbors had one that I approved of, and it was a giant inflatable St. Bernard with the whiskey cask, or brandy, I think it was, and a Santa hat. That was awesome. I did approve of that one inflatable one time. I think it might have been my old city councilman, but can't remember. My inner child hates tackiness. The giant inflatable lawn ornaments are tacky, usually, unless it's a St. Bernard. So, all right, stir that pot. I assume it's Cajun food, I hope. Even though I don't like a lot of Cajun food because I don't like shrimp, shellfish, green peppers. Hey, this is something we haven't seen Karen do. This is something Karen hasn't done. It's almost like Carrie Roberts gives a damn that John is dead.
Do you have a problem? You can run.
I do like the wire deer, though, because you can do things with them. In my late teenage, early 20-year, age years, my friend group called that deer mounting. Of course, the house in question had to have at least 2 of those ornaments, but that was always fun when we did that. I'm a picky eater. But shrimp are just sea bugs. That's Karen frantically running around. Speak up.
That is Jen McCabe. That's Karen Reed. That's me.
A lot of my problems, Anne, my pickiness is texture. So, like, I love fruit, but it usually can't be cooked because then the texture is wrong. Peppers and onions and, like, the texture. So, like, onion is an essential flavor, but it has to disappear into the food. And bell peppers, there are very few things I can tolerate. Like, goulash needs a little red bell pepper, but it has to disappear. Like, salsa is fine, but I'm just not a pepper person in general. Yeah, Utah football games, we get traffic. But we're not super close to the stadium.
Ms. Roberts, in relation to what you just saw in the video, as far as at some points, the rear sort of tailgate or hatchback on your,
It's still too early for watermelon, Kevin. I don't trust them yet.
SUV, that was in the up position, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you recall why that was?
because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
And is that something that you just sort of have in the back of your car at all times?
Yeah.
Now, at any point in time in that sequence, did you call anybody or have any sort of phone calls that you made that went to voicemail at that time?
Exactly.
Did I? I don't know.
And so nothing that you recall, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you observe Ms. McKay make any phone calls that just sort of went to voicemail and she left her phone in your car?
Objection. Sustained.
She wouldn't know.
Let me take you back.
Did you see her make any phone calls? She wouldn't know if they went to voicemail.
So when you're going, so as far as the conditions when you pull up,
Unless she heard it.
defendant's banging on the door and gets out and runs over to Mr. O'Keefe. What's depicted in that video, obviously without your vehicle being in the middle of the roadway, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what the road looked like and sort of what you saw upon your arrival?
Yes.
So after the defendant gets out of the vehicle, what did you do? Where did you go?
When I realized it was him or someone, I ran over and I dug his head out, grabbed the snow.
And I recall you recognized the person in the snow was Mr. O'Keefe.
Once I dug his head out, yes.
And you recall how his body was.
I kind of prefer shouting at Alan Jackson's buffoonery to this. And I'm not blaming her for this because this is authentic. It's just hard to watch. You feel like you're intruding on someone's grief.
Was positioned as far as how was he on his stomach, on his back, on his side?
He was on his back,
And so you brushed some snow away from his head, is that correct?
off his face.
And when you were brushing the snow off his face, what, if anything, did you observe about his face or the condition of him?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And his right eye it looked like a golf ball. His left eye was fine. The right eye looked like a golf ball.
Now, you mentioned that you wiped some snow from around his head. What, if anything else, did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was bleeding in the back of the head. So when I was wrapping I don't know why I was wrapping blankets around his head, but I didn't know. He had a cut on the back of his head.
Do you recall which side of his head that cut was on?
I don't. It just was blood on the blanket that was under him, under his head.
Now, as far as the rest of his body, did that have snow on it as well?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
The rest of his body, separate from his head area. What, if any, snow did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was completely covered.
And you know about how much snow was covering the rest of his body?
So we've heard from the first responders, from the police officers that responded first, and then the firefighters, and there was a light dusting of snow. Now we know why it was just a light dusting. It's because they brushed him off. So that light dusting might have just been what fell in the minutes while they were waiting. Because that was something in the back of my mind was, well, how much snow was on him, because that can determine how long he was out there. And he was covered. And I'm absolutely positive that those heartless monsters are calling her a lying bitch. Because that's what they've done with everyone, to my understanding.
I would say like 4 inches, maybe 3. I don't really remember exactly how many, but he was covered.
And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, and when you arrived there, 3 of you being you, the defendant, and Ms. McCabe, what is it that you were doing when you first sort of come over to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, Karen was laying on top of him, and I told her to get off him because I was going to do CPR. And I said, Jen, you need to call 911 And I started CPR on his chest compressions, and then Karen was giving him mouth to mouth.
And as far as CPR goes, is that something that you had any training in prior to this?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about that as far as what if any training?
And remember our discussion yesterday. The most important step in CPR is you call 911 first. If there's multiple people, you take charge and you instruct one person. You say, you call 911. And Carrie Roberts obviously paid attention to her CPR training because as she was getting started, she told Jen, call 911. Telling Karen to call 911 would have been useless because she was she wasn't going to be able to make a 911 call, whether it was an act or not. So, have the calm one on scene, call 911. I'm starting CPR. I like the way Carrie Roberts handled this. It was the right way. Period.
And did you have as far as CPR was concerned?
I get CPR certified every 2 years through the American Red Cross at work.
Oh. And she's every 2 years recertified, and she's an executive assistant. That's interesting to me. I realize some jobs you have to do it every 2 years. Executive assistant, I wouldn't expect that. So if it's a company-wide policy, good on that company. If it's just something she volunteers for, good on her. And we've heard the 911 call, at least parts of it. It's not very clear. It's not a good call. At least not what we hear, but I don't think we're getting the direct feed. It's the courtroom microphones picking up what's playing in the courtroom. So the jurors might be able to hear something. We haven't. It's windshield wiper thuds, basically. And that it could be that. It could be an insurance discount. It could be, often office buildings will have like a floor disaster leader or something, and they'll have a, orange reflective vest and hard hat in their desk. And, if there's an emergency, they're the ones that, lead the team out, and it might be a requirement for them to be CPR certified or whatever, it might not be company wide, but either way, I like it. I like it.
Direct Ms. McCabe to call 911?
Yes.
And what was the defendant doing?
Yes.
She was doing mouth to mouth, and she was frantic again, running around. And
As she was running around, what if anything?
Running around
Doing or
doing
saying
mouth
what?
to mouth.
did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Is that something that you said once or more than once?
More than once.
And similar to sort of the tonality or the volume of the voice that you were describing before, was that consistent when you're there sort of in front of the house?
Yes.
Now, in relation to where you were with Mr. O'Keefe, obviously you've never been in this house before, is that right?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as overhead lights or street lights or anything like that around that area where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a fire hydrant, and there was some weird, like, electrical box thing sticking out of the ground.
Me too.
But you don't recall any sort of like overhead lights or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, this process of you sort of doing impressions and Ms. Reed is doing mouth to mouth and then running around, is the mouth to mouth that she's doing, is that sort of consistent, or is it intermittent between? When is the running around in relation to the mouth to mouth?
I don't remember which was first. I was concentrating on doing chest compressions.
Simultaneous.
And so while you're doing chest compressions, at some point to
That's funny. Her focus is on trying to save a life.
first responders start to arrive.
Correct.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of get out of the vehicle, go over, realize it's Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and to when the first responders arrived?
I don't know. Wasn't long, maybe under 10 minutes.
During that time, or during any of the amount of time that you were there, did you see anybody from any of the houses on the street come out of the house, or any neighbors come out or anything like that?
No,
Once, if you recall, do you recall whether it was police or fire or ambulance or who showed up first?
I don't know. I think the police showed up first, or the EMTs. I just know the EMTs came over and said, we'll take it from here. I wasn't paying attention to what else was going on.
So you're sort of focused on the chest compressions, and at some point, some paramedic comes over and tells you they've got this.
Yes.
And so after that, where did you go?
After that, where did I go? I stayed in the area. I think I went back over to the car.
And as paramedics are working on, you're over by your vehicle, correct?
I think so.
And so where was, what were you doing, and where was Ms. McCabe, and where was the defendant at that?
Karen was running around the body while the EMTs were trying to work on him. She was just frantic.
And so you're over by the car, and Ms. Reed is running around over where Mr. O'Keefe is.
Yes.
Where was Ms. McCabe?
I don't know. She was somewhere around the car.
So closer to you than to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I don't know.
Where Mr. O'Keefe was, if you know, where was he in relation to the roadway or the paved sort of pathway of Fairview?
I don't know, because you couldn't tell which was the road and which was the grass. Like, you couldn't tell where the road began and ended. So I don't know.
Ah, good.
Now, you described the defendant sort of running around Mr. O'Keefe frantically. What, if anything, was she saying at that point?
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that sort of phraseology, or the way she put that, was that consistent throughout? Is that how she stated it?
Yes.
And again, in that same sort of loud volume voice at the time.
Yes.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him, and it was grass.
Now, as far as the graphs that you observed, how is that in relation to sort of the rest of
So the phone was under him and it was grass. So either, well, we know he wasn't on the ground when it started snowing, but we know whatever amount of snow there was, he was down early enough that he could melt that amount with his body heat. So
the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Everything else had snow.
Everything else is covered in snow, and when he's lifted off the ground underneath his body, is that where the grass is?
Yes.
And his phone was where in relation to his body? As far as when he's lifted up, what part of his body had been open?
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where, like, his, whatever that, the right side of his back.
And what I'm asking is basically sort of up towards the shoulder blade or down towards his lower back. If you...
Of course, we also did see, the photographs of the bloody snow. So it's not entirely grass under him. At least where the phone was grass.
In the middle?
And when you saw the phone on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I picked it up. I put it in my pocket. And at some point, one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
Put it in her
Do you recall who that
pocket.
first responder was?
No.
Do you recall even whether it was a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic?
No.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe is being taken from where he was located when we found him to the ambulance, what happens then? What goes on from that?
At some point, Officer Good told Karen to calm down because she was frantic. And at some point,
Did he slap some sense into her? That's not recommended first aid. I just kind of hope he did, because I don't like her.
Jen and Karen were in the back of a police cruiser to warm up. I was standing outside watching the ambulance because I could see in through the ambulance that they were moving things and working on them.
And so what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant or Ms. McCabe in reference to what you were seeing from the back of him?
I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. And at one point, Karen grabbed the front of my jacket and screamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead.
And that's it. Based on the description of the injuries, He would have had a rough time, but he probably could have lived if aid had been administered right away. And if it was just a tragic accident, that's, you know, it's awful. If she, accidentally hit him and ran off because she was scared of the consequences, that's abominable. That's terrible. You, you know, you generally don't have a duty to render aid, but if you caused the situation, you do.
And then she had us hold hands and pray. And then at some point, she had blood on her hands, and she told us she had her period. So I think she was just in a state of shock, maybe.
And what, if anything, did either you or Ms. McCabe say to her when she said that?
We said, no, that's not your blood. That's John's.
How could I possibly have this blood on me when I've just been on top of my boyfriend's dead body? Oh, I know. It must be my period. Okay.
And what happened
Then the ambulance drove away.
And if you know about how long was it from the time that you were told by the paramedic to step away from Mr. O'Keefe, they had this, from that point to when the ambulance drove away?
Kfar, good to see you, buddy. So this is the first time I've seen you in here. So basically, yeah, but I don't know that it's second-degree murder. My opinion is her car struck him. But that's just my gut. Nothing has been proved yet. Nothing's been proved yet. I absolutely don't believe the conspiracy theory bullshit. That's ridiculous. But my gut feeling being she hit him, I'm only basing my ultimate verdict off of in-court testimony. So I've intentionally tried to avoid outside chatter. That's kind of hard to do, but, So at this point, we don't have the proverbial smoking gun yet. We're starting to get there. And, there's been a lot of criticism outside of my chat about the way the prosecutors handled the case. And I think it's Shakespearean. In Hamlet, there's the play within a play. Here it's been the trial within a trial. And basically, I think he did the sub-trial first, disproved the conspiracy theory as best as he can, and finally we're into sort of the actual proof of guilt phase. And this is Carrie Roberts. She was one of the two women with Karen Reed when they found the body. And there's stuff that makes me think she hit him. It still hasn't been proved beyond a reasonable doubt yet to me. I think we need the expert witnesses to get there. But I'm definitely closer today than I was yesterday, a lot closer than I was on Friday. And there's even a few hints of motive for that second-degree charge. Because when they were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, they were happy. Everyone's testified they were happy. Karen told not Carrie Roberts, but the previous witness, we got in a fight and I left him at the waterfall. Based on the testimony of this witness and the previous witness, that fight might have been about an ex-girlfriend, because the previous witness, Carrie Roberts, in giving directions to the scene of the crime, she told John basically, yeah, it's the next street over from your ex-girlfriend. Well, this witness hasn't done it on the stand, but we got it in through the last witness, basically said, yeah, Karen was just a babysitter with privileges, with benefits. Johnny really loved the ex-girlfriend who lived by the crime scene. So to me, that's like, oh, that might have been what started the fight. That might have been the motive. So I'm getting closer to that second-degree murder. I'm not there yet. I'm not to the manslaughter yet. But I'm getting closer. I'm absolutely getting closer. And, you know, I still have idiots in here. Well, they stop by in here. You know, oh, you're just biased. You're just biased. And it's, no, I'm going off of the witness testimony. I dislike Karen Reed, but that's because of her association with Turtle Boy, because he's an absolute piece of shit. But other than that, you know, I don't want to see her convicted. I want to see justice, and if justice involves a conviction, great. If justice involves an acquittal, great. But yeah. And exactly. I'm going off what the jury has to go off of, and apparently that makes me a biased hack, worst lawyer ever, but you know, I've been honest from the start. That's my process. That's what I'm trying to do. That's why I didn't cover this case at all before I did a brief introduction saying, yeah, here's our cast of characters. So, yeah. But hopefully that gets you up to speed where we are, and we'll keep going.
I don't know. I don't think it was long. I watched them work on whatever they were doing in the back of the ambulance, and they got in the ambulance and drove away.
And after the ambulance left, where did the three of you go, or where did you go? Where did Miss Reed go? Where did Miss?
Karen, I had her in my car. Jen was going up to the door to her sister's house, and I said to the police, I had been on the phone now. I called Mrs. O'Keefe. I had called John's mother. I had called John's father. At some point, Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law, Erin, telling him John's dead. So I grabbed the phone from her. I said, he's not dead. He's in the back of an ambulance. He's been in an accident. And she said that Paul was going to go, John's brother, to the hospital that they were bringing John to. So I spoke to I called Mr. O'Keefe. He didn't answer.
Next question. That'll stand.
And that's it. He didn't come home. Therefore, she calls her friends frantically. John's dead. He's been hit by a plow. And then as they pull up, the other two ladies in the car don't see anything. Even after Karen says, there he is, there he is. Carrie Roberts, this witness, says she ran to a pile of snow, a mound of snow. He was completely covered, obscured. So that says, yeah, she probably knew exactly where to look, because she's the one that left him there.
And the next question.
You call Mr. O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe John's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you have a conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why it was that Miss McCabe was going into the house on Fairview?
Do you know why?
To wake her sister, I think.
And
At the police instruction.
after those conversations, so you grab the phone from the defendant, you speak to Erin O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And following those conversations with members of the O'Keefe family, where is it that you were going?
I asked Mrs. O'Keefe if she had four-wheel drive, and she said no, and Mr. O'Keefe had a van that didn't have four-wheel drive. So I said, I'm going to come get you and I'll take you to the hospital.
All right, so why don't we,
And once again, that's why literally everyone here in Utah has a Subaru. At least one. I think it's a state law or something. Everyone must have a Subaru or an Audi.
end this now for now? Okay.
All right, jurors will take a motion. Please, Robert, and the jurors will vote. You can just-
Should be closed and be the chairs, all rise, jury out.
And that's the unfortunate thing about direct. You can't lead. Of course, we've seen it a few times. You ask the leading question so they know where you're going. That gets objected, and rightly so. So you reword it in a non-leading fashion, and they know exactly which question you want to answer.
Goodbye.
That's kind of dirty pool, but you know, sometimes it's that roadmap. It's less dirty pool than, you know, badgering the way Jackson was, the slimy weasel that he is. Only with certain Subarus. And frankly, anymore, that's not a, like, what I remember. So we have a good family friend, about my mom's age. She lived in Norway for 20 some years, married a Norwegian guy, divorced him, and she was moving back to Utah. So the last time she was back for a visit, she got tired of paying for the rental car because it was ridiculously expensive, and her mom didn't drive anyway, being 95 years old. So she knew she could park her new car, you know, store it in her mom's driveway. So she bought a Subaru Forester, and her kids teased her mercilessly for, you know, getting a lesbian car. And they also teased her about her haircut at the time, saying she looked like Bruce Jenner. And this isn't me being anti-trans. This is literally what they said, because this was pre-transition, you know, like 2014-ish. And the thing is, anymore, Foresters are so common here. Like I said, here in Utah, everyone has at least one Subaru, it seems. You just, if you plan on going in the mountains at any time, you need something. And it just makes me miss my 85 Land Cruiser, because that was the actual best. Gutless wonder that it was. So, all right, let's zoom through the lunch break because it's 5:30 and I want to eat dinner sometime before midnight. And of course, it looks like the after lunch session wasn't quite as long as the morning session. And that's it. They really are. Of course, you know, my rear drive 24-year-old E-Class with snow tires is just as good in the normal snow, you know, as the all-wheel drive Mercedes or Subaru with all-season tires. So the reality is, for most purposes, as long as you get snow tires, you're good all winter. Of course, all-wheel drive with snow tires, you're practically a mountain goat. You know, if I ever get a job up in Park City, I'm getting all-wheel drive and studded snow tires because Parley's Canyon is terrifying in the snow. So, oh, I maybe went a little too far in that. We'll go right there. So, well, we know it's not Jackson because Little was the one objecting, so she would be on the cross. But I'm not going to spoil it. So, and what my my brother doesn't really do it. His Ranger is 4-wheel drive, but you know, no weight over the bed. My buddy, you know, he drove a little rear drive Ranger back in the day. He'd just shovel his snow into the bed to add weight, and then it would melt away, and so it didn't matter. And yeah. And that's it. It has demonstrated, and I do think there are going to be new rules made, especially around media, because you don't want you don't want anything tried in the media, whether it's civil or criminal, and this has been tried in the media. And so between this and the Koberger and Daybell, Lori specifically, I can see, you know, courts in the future saying, well, the public has a right. They don't have a right to watch it right now, though, and put one overhead camera and only release the video after. Let the trial play out first, release the video after. Even with pretrial hearings, release the video after the trial has finished. I can see that happening and arising out of this specifically, but others as well. So, yeah. But let's get started with the afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So if I could take you back just for a moment, I apologize for this, but just for a moment back to when you first observed him. What, if any, observations did you make as far as how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed at that time?
Was he dressed?
Yes.
He had jeans on. I couldn't really tell because he was covered in snow, but I know that I think he had 2 layers on because when the defendant lifted his shirt.
Do you recall if any one of those layers was like a winter jacket or any kind of heavy coat or anything like that?
No.
I'm sorry, no, you don't recall? Or no?
No, it was not a coat.
Now, take it back to when you were in front of the house and Mr. O'Keefe was in the back of the ambulance, and at some point in time that ambulance leaves, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know where the ambulance was going?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And following that, you mentioned that Ms. McCabe went inside the house, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that caused her to go inside the house?
It certainly wasn't the Chili DeCastro police interference coat, because that's memorable.
No, I'll allow that. Not what anyone said.
I think she was going to wake her sister.
And after that, was there anybody else that's beyond sort of first responders or police officers and that any other sort of civilian people show up? Did you recall?
Matt showed up at some point. Matt, Jen's husband, Matt.
And that was before you left, is that correct?
Yes,
Matt
And just to be
McCabe.
clear, you had, we'll get to this more in a moment, but you had left from the house once, come back, and then left again.
yes.
And when her husband, Matt McCabe, showed up, which of those times was that you?
I think he was there when I left the first time.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I just said, he said, I said, I'm going to get the O'Keefe's. He said, do you want me to come with you? And I said, no. So he went in the house.
And when you left, who, if anyone, initially when you left, who, if anyone, left with
I left with Karen Reed.
you? And as you're leaving in your car, you're driving, is that correct?
Yes.
Where's Miss Reed in the car at that point?
Mal, she's been an excellent witness. Absolutely excellent.
Say it again.
Where was Miss Reed in your car at that point?
In the passenger seat.
Front.
And as you were leaving, what, if anything, was you doing or talking about, or what was going on when you left that first?
As we were leaving, she was saying to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You need to take care of these kids.
And how did you respond?
He's not going to die. No one's doing anything of that nature or something of that nature, I said.
And as far as you're driving away, Chapman, and you're facing towards Cedar Crest, is that right?
Yes.
And so when you left, are you following in that sort of same direction towards Cedar Crest?
I took a right onto Cedar Crest.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I got to Dedham Street and I went to take a right. And then Officer Good let me go to pick up.
I'm sure some of the witnesses so far are wishing she hadn't said no one's going to do that and instead said, here's some pills. That wouldn't have been appropriate, but I'm sure there are people who wouldn't complain if that had been her response.
Up the O'Keefe's to take them. I had to give him my phone number so that he could get in touch with me if he needed to. So he did call and he said, do you have Miss Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, please bring her back. Her parents have called in a suicide. They said she's saying she's suicidal, so they wanted to be sectioned.
Hey, don't use that word. I'm
Coming
on
back to that in a
YouTube.
moment, but before you had left the scene, you hadn't talked to any police officers or anything at that time, correct?
No, other than my name and phone number, but no.
So you gave them your information and then said, I have to go pick up your keys.
Yes,
So you get that call from Officer Good, and then you come back to the house, is that right?
yes.
And during any of that time, you recall the defendants, I know you had mentioned she spoke to Erin O'Keefe. Was there anybody else that the defendant spoke to or talked to while you were with her in the car?
She spoke to her mother. And then I ended up taking the phone and speaking to her mother, and I gave her my phone number. And I said, I'm going to go to the hospital. She said, please make sure she does not have her purse. She has medication in her purse. I don't want her to take.
And then when you arrived back at the scene, what happened?
She just got out of the car and walked to the ambulance.
And who, if anyone, did she walk, and by she, you mean the defendant?
I'm sorry, yes.
And who, if anyone, did the defendant walk from your car to the ambulance?
She just walked, I think she just walked by herself. I had her phone because I had been talking to her mother. So then one of the first responders came over and said, do you have her phone? And I said, yes. Her mother said, make sure she does not have her purse.
And then following that conversation with one of the first responders, where did you go from there?
I went to go pick up the O'Keefe's.
I imagine some of the MS medication, an overdose would be bad. Don't know that it's Xanax specifically.
And as far as your drive from Canton, you went to where did the O'Keefe's live?
Braintree.
So your drive from Canton to Braintree and then subsequently from Braintree to Brockton. What, if anything, do you observe about sort of the driving conditions of that?
I was actually on the phone with Katie Camerano when I spun out, spun a couple times on 93, right near the Braintree exit. So that when I got to the O'Keefe's, that we went back roads to Brockton because I didn't want to go on the highway.
And as far as the O'Keefe's, as far as in your car from Braintree to Brockton, that was both John's mother and father?
Correct.
And at some point you get to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, correct?
Correct.
And you know about what time it was that you got there?
I don't know.
When you arrived, where is it that you and the O'Keefe's sort of go within the hospital?
John's brother Paul had already arrived. And then we all walked in. We were in the waiting area. John's cousin actually works on the switchboard. We had been talking to her on the way in because with COVID restrictions, we didn't know if we were going to be able to get in or, so she had come out from the switchboard, her office, because she knew there had been an accident. So she came out to greet her family. And then I asked her to take me to the bathroom to clean up and to the chapel.
And why was it that you had to go?
Say it again.
Why was it that you had to go clean up?
Because I had blood on my hands.
Now, Ms. Roberts, you mentioned that during part of the drive from Canton to Braintree, you spoke to Ms. Camerano, correct?
Yes.
And during either that drive or the subsequent drive from Braintree to Brockton? Who, if anyone else, did you speak to over the phone?
And Karen called me repeatedly from the ambulance asking if I was going to come to the hospital. And she called when the O'Keefes were in the car and said she dropped him off at a party. And Mrs. O'Keefe said, "You just left him." And Mr. O'Keefe said, "Leave her alone. She's been through enough." She called a few times while we were on the ride. And then she called a lot when we were at the hospital asking if I knew anything, if he was dead, is he dead?
So the O'Keefes showing concern for her in the heat of the moment.
She would hang up and then call back, hang up and then call back.
And if you know about how many times it was,
At least 10.
and that same sort of phraseology that she was using on scene as far as this dead, she repeated that in the phone call with the hospital.
Yes.
Now, once you arrive at the hospital and you're able to clean up a little bit, where did you go from there? What happened?
I went to the chapel and I said a prayer. And then I went in and talked to John's cousin, and she said that Dr. Rice was going to ask to meet with the family and that they would be told how John was doing and that they would bring John's family back to see John. So when I came out, they were being called in by Dr. Rice, and I sat in the waiting area.
And so after some period of time sitting in the waiting area, what happened?
Mrs. O'Keefe came out and told me John was gone. And then she asked if I wanted to see him. So I did, because I figured it would be better than when I last saw him. Maybe he was cleaned up, but it was not. It was worse.
Sorry, ma'am, like, as far as say that it was worse, happened to a room where John was, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you see?
He was in a neck brace, and both eyes were huge. Whereas when I found him, it was only one, but they were like black, almost like filled with, I don't know, blood.
First aid is not pretty. And Pat, you're just in time to hear about finding out he's definitely dead. So, yeah.
They're fluid. They were huge.
Beyond what you observed in his eyes, what anything else did you see on John's body as you were?
He had scratches on his arm,
I can recall which arm it was.
his right arm,
Recall where on his arm.
like here.
That's what reflected the witnesses pointed
At
to the report.
taillight height.
Following that, as far as going in to see John, what happened?
We came back out to the waiting area. Mrs. O'Keefe wanted to get his necklace off, but I couldn't get it. So her and Paul went back in to get the necklace off. And Karen had called me at some point from the hospital and said, "My father's going to be coming. Can you just keep a lookout for him?" So I said, so when Mr. Reed, her father, walked in, Mr. O'Keefe recognized him and he said, "That's Karen's father." So I went over and I said, "Mr. Reed, Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you." And then I just stood there. I didn't know what to do.
And at some point, did you leave from the hospital?
I did. I took Mr. O'Keefe in my car and Paul took Mrs. O'Keefe in his.
And where did the two vehicles were?
I dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house and then I went home.
And without getting into too much detail as far as the road conditions that you described earlier, how were they?
It was absolutely horrible. I told Mr. O'Keefe, if you see a front door in your vision, we are about to hit a house because I can't see where we're going. And my windshield wiper broke.
Oh, that doesn't help.
Now, so you dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house on Meadows, is that right?
Yes,
And Ms. Reed's vehicle, was that still there at that point?
I think so. I don't recall, but I think so.
And then you went home, is that correct?
Yes.
Later on that day or that afternoon, if anyone came to your house to speak to you in regard to what?
There were two officers, but I don't remember their names.
And do you recall which department they were from?
The state police.
As far as the officers that came to your house and spoke to you, you don't recall their names, is that correct?
I don't.
You recall if either one of them was a Trooper Proctor?
It was not.
And where in your house did you speak to you?
In the dining room.
And did they speak to anybody else at your house at that time?
My husband.
And as far as when they spoke to you and they spoke to your husband, where were you? Starting with yourself, do you know where your husband was when the troopers were speaking to you?
I don't know where he was, but he wasn't in the room with me.
And same as far as when the troopers were speaking with your husband, where were you?
I was not in the room.
Following that, did you have occasion to speak to any other troopers or members of the state police at any point in time afterward?
I've only spoken to Michael Proctor one time. It was from Jen's house.
And when was that? If you know?
I don't know, maybe a couple days later, because Jen and I were re-going over what everything had happened. Mrs. O'Keefe had advised us to make a timeline because she said this could be a while. You guys aren't going to remember something years from now. So sit down, write down what you remember. And I, at that point, said, when she first called, she said he was dead. And Jen said, I don't think you told them that. So Michael Proctor called, or she was on the phone with him, or I don't even know. And I said, could I speak to him? So I told him so that somebody had it documented.
And that's actually good advice from Mrs. O'Keefe. You know, the old advice, you know, before you send an email, think, how will this look if it's read in court 5 years from now? But also, if you experience something and you think, this could be in court a couple years from now, might be a good idea to just write everything down that you can possibly think of. Because as the defense has done their best to, you know, pound into the jury's heads, your memory isn't going to improve. So write it down. You see a car crash, write it down. You know, you see an assault, write it down. It's good practice. So, you know, a grieving mother had good advice.
So as far as Trooper Proctor was concerned, that phone conversation, is that the only contact that you have with Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
And if you recall, was it February 1st or so that you met with some troopers at Mr. Cave's house?
State Trooper who?
At some point, did you meet with troopers at Mr. Cave's house?
Yes.
And if you know, was that on or around a couple days later, like February 1st or so?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I can't be sure.
Were either of those troopers that you met at Mr. Cave's house, were either of those troopers Trooper Proctor?
No.
And do you recall where within Mr. Cave's house you spoke to them?
And from my understanding of coding, Vince, I'm not a coder at all, is everyone has a different style. So you might have an eccentric coder that, you know, what they do works. But if you're troubleshooting and you don't know why they did it, you might think, yeah, that's what's broken. And you get rid of it and it breaks everything. So that's good advice. Write it down. Write down why you did it. Attorneys, you know, in my estate planning class, one of the pieces of advice was, you know, if you're doing something in your estate plan that's odd, if you're leaving a big gift to someone that maybe most people wouldn't, or if you're, let's say you have 2 kids and you want to leave 90% of your estate to one kid and 10% to the other. You don't spring it on them in the will, preferably in the trust, but you also don't just do it and tell them. What you do is you write letters and send it registered mail and have them write a letter back, registered mail, saying, yeah, I understand why you're doing this. That way there's a paper document trail so that down the line, your kids can't sue each other claiming undue influence and blah, blah, blah. It shows your thought process because you're dead at that point. They can't ask you your thought process, but you've got documentary proof outside of the will, outside of the trust. And yeah. So writing things down, putting it in documents, having it, stamped by the post office, it can be helpful down the line.
In the living room.
And beyond yourself and the troopers that you spoke to, was there anybody else in the room with you when you spoke to them?
No.
At some point, either then or subsequent to then, was there any request made by any trooper from the state police in regards to your cell phone?
To my cell phone, yes.
And do you recall if it was that date or a later date?
It was not that day. I think it was the next day. It was within the next 2 days. They wanted to clone my phone.
And did they advise you of anything or give you any form that you had to fill out and execute prior to doing that?
Yes, I had to fill out a form.
And as far as your phone was concerned, were there any restrictions or anything that you gave to them as far as what they could look at or what they could phone or what they could do with your phone?
No.
And as
But that's just because you're twisted, Alpha. You're just twisted.
far as how sort of that process works, as far as a cell phone extraction or anything, you know anything about that?
No.
And do you recall how long it was that you were without your phone at the time you handed it over to them whenever you got back?
Well, they took both of our phones at the same time, and we didn't get them back for like 7 or 8 hours.
And just to be clear, when you say both of our phones, you're
Jen.
who else?
Jen's phone and my phone.
Now, at some point or at any point, did you give any kind of interview or have any conversation with any officer from the Canton Police in regard to what happened that day?
No.
And are you familiar with a Canton officer named Michael Lang?
Yes.
How do you know?
My daughter and his daughter are friends.
So beyond your daughters being friends, is that someone that you know or that you socialize with or anything like that?
No, I mean, they've come over to my house, his wife and him, one time, but we don't hang out with them socially. His wife and I are friends.
Now, at some point around this date, around January 29th, let me ask you, turning to the next day of January 30th, do you recall what you did that day?
We went over to the O'Keefe's house, my daughter, Jen, and Jen's daughter, and myself.
And
At Mike Link's.
and so
Conspiracy.
after leaving the O'Keefe's house, is it still the same as far as yourself, your daughter, Ms. McCabe, and her daughter?
Her daughter stayed at the O'Keefe's.
Conspiracy.
And, as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned, was after dropping your daughter off, did you go anywhere with Ms. McCabe after that?
I just stopped at Mike Link's house, I think, and then we went home.
And so when you got to your daughter's friend's house, who, if anyone, did you speak with?
Mike's wife came out to the car to see how I was and how the O'Keefe's were, and so she talked to us for a little, just asking how everyone was.
And once again, Alan Jackson does not understand humanity. He does not understand friends and family. So this is odd to him. So, damn it, I was going to put in my $3.50 bid for Graceland, which I think is hideous. I said John O'Keefe's house was not my style. It's a lot more my style than Graceland. That's an ugly house.
If you know, ma'am, do you know about how long that conversation was?
I mean, I'm a talker, so it's probably a while. I'd say at least 45 minutes.
Was that a conversation like through the window, or did she get in the car? Or, you know,
I think she got in the car. She was in the back seat.
It was February 1st-ish in Boston after a blizzard. Of course, by then it might have been the rain that was melting the snow. Just the same. Yeah. And to me, this is all completely normal. 100% completely normal.
Because it was freezing.
from that conversation, do you recall anything beyond sort of how people were doing or anything? Did you discuss anything about sort of what you had seen or what you had heard before?
And that's what matters, Pat's Cats. I didn't have to live in Graceland. I didn't have to look at Graceland. If Elvis loved it, that's what mattered.
From 29th.
I don't recall. It was just a regular conversation. Well, not regular, obviously, but she was more concerned how the O'Keefes were doing, how the kids were doing.
And then after you left from The Lang's house, where did you go? Where did you and Ms. McKay go?
I don't know. I'm assuming home.
Can I have a moment, please?
Yes.
May we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Okay, they're breaking the rules again. No bench conferences when I have food in my mouth. Come on. We've been through this. But yeah, as far as, musical architecture, Graceland isn't where I'd go. Of course, I'm not a huge Elvis fan. I appreciate his influence, but I'd like to go to the manor where Led Zeppelin recorded, like see the staircase that John Bonham recorded his drums in. That would be cool. Jimmy Page's Scottish Castle, that would be cool. George Harrison's house, I think, would be cool. His Cracker Box Palace, I think is what he called it. That would be cool. That would be cool.
Sorry, Your Honor, one moment. I have no further questions for this one, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Little?
And that's it. When I went to the Louvre, I was 17. I was in Paris on a school trip, and we had a English tour guide. We went to London and Paris. At the entrance to the Louvre, he basically said, if you want to find the Mona Lisa, follow the Chinese. And racist as that sounds, it was true. Of course, we couldn't get close to the very tiny Mona Lisa because, the throngs around it. That was far from the most interesting painting in that museum. Frankly, I found the museum itself more interesting than a lot of the paintings too, because it was the palace before Versailles. The Louvre is cool itself. My favorite museum in Paris was the Orsay, because I like the Impressionists. So, yeah. I don't know. Kind of doubt it, though. Kind of doubt it. So yeah. Ms. Little is up next. Let's see.
The questions are.
Oh!
Oh, thank you.
No questions. That's what I wasn't spoiling. I actually did know that. So when I was joking earlier that Ms. Little's finally going to have her chance to earn those big bucks, cross-examining her would have been dumb. You wouldn't have got anything useful, I don't think. But she's not in on the conspiracy. I mean, none of them are on the conspiracy, but there's no link. Like, as illogical as this conspiracy is, Carrie Roberts was on the outside anyway. She doesn't know the Alberts. She had met Jen McCabe once. She knew her daughter, I think. Basically, she knew Karen, the maid with benefits, or the babysitter with benefits, and John. She knew the O'Keefes. She didn't know the Alberts. she wasn't on the scene at the waterfall at 34 Fairview. She just was one of those unfortunate friends that, yeah, it badgering her would have been a terrible look. And it doesn't further their conspiracy agenda. So I think it was a good move by the defense. You know, credit where credit is due. Little was smart. Little was smart not to cross. Would Jackson or Yannetti have been able to help themselves? I don't know. I really don't. But Little, you know, her questioning style annoyed me. The way she'd mumble off, you know, taper into oblivion every question bugged me. But this was a smart move by her. So, you know, credit where credit is due. And what's backwards? But I agree. It's a little bit weird for me. And she did corroborate, but she didn't testify to hearing, I hit him, because, you know, she was doing other things. Her only testimony about, you know, Karen, at least as far as statements, was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? He's dead. Now, the calling at 5 a.m, he's dead. I know he's dead. He's been hit by a snowplow. You know, maybe that could have been cleaned up a little on cross, but, you know, she didn't testify about, I hit him. Of course, maybe you get up. So you never heard Ms. Roberts or Ms. Reed say, I hit him? No. Oh, all right, thank you. No further questions. I might have done that. I might have done that. But overall, it's fine. I'm sure they had a group strategy, but ultimately it would have been Little, presumably. I mean, she might have been instructed by Yannetti not to cross, but if something came up on direct that, you know, they said at dinner last night, yeah, let's not cross her unless we absolutely need to. And they might have done that as a group. But if something came up, they would have, whatever they agreed to last night. So, did he? I didn't see that, but I wasn't looking for it because I was making a joke and then preparing for this. So, either way, I believe the next two witnesses are the Sullivans, based on Mr. Lawley's statement yesterday. I have no idea who they are, like literally none. So let's hit play and see who they are.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Laura Sullivan to the stand.
Ah, okay. So vacation friends. I thought Aruba was out, or at least parts of Aruba were out. So we'll see.
And Mr. Lally, I'd like you to tell me when you
And I do like that autocorrect made that Yanni, the musician.
want me to give that instruction.
I think it's,
So just wave it for me, flag it for me.
That's possible. You know, of course, they might have had a jury consultant. You know, DUI guy as their jury consultant might have said, you know, it's not going to look good badgering this witness. Of course, a jury consultant might have said, you know, the jury's going to have questions if you don't. Come up with something to question her about, even if it's just to not co-sign, you know, the prosecution's direct examination. So and so, yeah, it could go to motive, but it could cross into more prejudicial than probative very quickly. Because the standard isn't, is this prejudicial? You want everything to be prejudicial. It's just, is it more prejudicial than probative? So.
Raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court during the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please?
But that cold-blooded goof, or 20-year-old goof, is a cold-blooded murderer. He got away with it. Don't you know?
State your name and spell your last name.
Laura Sullivan, Sullivan.
And where do you live?
Pembroke, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in?
Uh-oh. Pembroke, Massachusetts. Pembroke. And that's it. She's 4 days early. Can we really trust her?
Almost 6 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Pembroke with?
I live with my boyfriend and our 3 children. 2 stepchildren that are with us half the time, and then my son, Ben.
And your son, how old is he?
He's 10.
I'm sorry.
10. Sorry.
Oh, fine. And your stepchildren, how old are they?
15 and 13.
Now, do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do?
I work in human resources.
How long have you been doing it?
Just over 6 years.
You may be able to tell, but I tend to agree with you. All of the band t-shirts you see me wear are generally dark colored.
And if I could turn your attention to New Year's Eve of 2021 into New Year's Day of 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where you were?
I was in Aruba.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of how often was that a regular trip that you did around that time of year?
And I would insert a Beach Boys joke here, but as far as the Beach Boys go, Kokomo is a terrible song. Terrible, terrible, terrible.
Yeah. We've been doing a trip like around that time for, I'd say, 5 or 6 years. This will be our 6th year, I believe.
And over the course of those 5 or 6 years that you've done that, when you say sort of we, how did that start and how was that expanded itself?
So we've been going, Josh and I have been going to Aruba for years. In 2021, post-COVID, we decided to bring our children. We had never gone with them before. And since it was post-COVID, a lot of people are kind of stir crazy. And a group of our friends jumped on board. And so we went from just the 5 of us going to approximately 60 people.
And as far as yourself and or the other people, how, was this all at one sort of facility or how were the bookings?
So we all stayed at the Renaissance, which is in downtown, and we buy timeshares. So it was a timeshare resort where we would purchase weeks that people owned. And so if they weren't going for that year, we would buy a week. So we were able to get, I think it was something, close to 20 rooms for all of us to go for the same week.
And as far as the planning in regard to that year in particular, when did that planning process sort of begin?
It starts approximately a year in advance because the rooms go on sale almost immediately because people want to get rid of them. So I would say it was probably around January of 2021 that we booked our room for that year.
And once you had booked your room, as far as the family and friends group that you were talking about, how was that sort of put out to them, like through what means?
The thing about the Beach Boys, JT Davis, it took me a long time to appreciate them. Growing up, it was, Surfing USA and stuff, and it was fun, but not good music, not virtuoso. Pet Sounds is amazing music. Absolutely amazing. Of course, that's Brian Wilson and the Wrecking Crew with the Beach Boys adding vocals. So
We would, I would post on Facebook. More rooms are available for Aruba if anybody was interested in going. So the timeshare owners would reach out to me directly. Is there anybody else who would want to go? And we would look for any interested either friends or what have you to join our trip.
60 is too many.
At some point in time over the summer of 2021, say July or August or so, was there someone who, a friend of yours that reached out in regards to?
And I agree with you, Grey Duck. When I say Surfing USA, that's not a throwaway song, but it's not Pet Sounds. It's not Good Vibrations. It's a whole different level.
Possibly coming on.
Yeah, I received a text message from John O'Keefe interested in learning more information about our trip.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of, how did you know John?
I met John in May of 2013. I met him at a bar in South Boston he was with Pat Rogers at the time. Post meeting John, I started dating Pat, and my son's father is Pat Rogers.
Keith and your son's father, Pat Rogers. Did you know, or did you come to know sort of what they did for a living?
Yeah, they're both Boston police officers.
And did you know sort of what the relationship was beyond co-workers of Mr. O'Keefe and his wife?
Yeah. They were best friends.
So at some point following that meeting in 2013, you began to date Mr. Rogers, is that right?
Correct.
And what happened?
So in July of 2013, I became pregnant. And in November of 2013, Pat committed suicide.
Oh.
And
I was about to make a joke about I became pregnant. Sounds a little impersonal. But that sounds tacky after the next sentence. So strike that.
okay?
Yeah.
Following that, how would you describe sort of the relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, or how did it evolve?
So in November of 2013, I was on a work trip, and I had not had the best conversation with Pat. It was it just didn't feel right. And I called John and said, you need to go find him. I can't get a hold of him. He won't answer his phone. And so John left his nephew's birthday party and called a bunch of people on the way. And ultimately, Pat was found in the basement of his house. And John was there immediately following, but he was the one that found people to go find Pat. Immediately following that, John never really left my side, as a support system.
And I hate to say it, but Pat's death, like the lead up to it, how he was found, isn't relevant. That sounds callous, but it's not. But John, you know, sticking around as part of the support system for his dead best friend's pregnant girlfriend, that, you know, from the sound of it, he hadn't known her for very long. He could have just disappeared. Shows John's character. It shows John's character. Pat was John's best friend. This witness's ex-boyfriend, and he killed himself right after he got her pregnant. And John's the one she called to say, hey, he's not answering. Can you help me find him? So, yeah. But that also shows kind of, you know, is Karen jealous of Miss Sullivan? You know, oh, that's his dead best friend's girlfriend, and, you know, he's, you know, Uncle Johnny or whatever. Was Karen jealous of her? I'm wondering. Me completely speculating. So, yeah.
And at some point following that, you had your son.
Yeah.
And before or after that, at some point, did you have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to your son?
It was his birthday, December of 2013, and we went to the Playwright, which is where we had all met. And I gave him a card and I asked him to be Ben's godfather, and he said yes.
And in relation to your son, was Mr. O'Keefe, was John involved in your son's life?
Yes, very much so.
And how so?
He was every birthday, Christmas. He was always in contact. He was the first person in my delivery room after I gave birth. He was a constant. He was a connection to Pat, and always making sure that, you know, Ben was taken care of in the sense of, you know, being there to tell stories or what have you from his relationship with Pat.
And through sort of his relationship with you and your son, Mr. O'Keefe also become familiar with your family as well?
Yeah. Yep.
And in regard to your family,
this one's hitting me more than Carrie Roberts' testimony, and it's not even about the trial necessarily.
was there some kind of term, or how would they refer to Mr. O'Keefe?
The Godfather. He was called the Godfather to almost everybody.
Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention back to that summer of 2021, you received a text from Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And
So I'm sorry, you do have to say yes or no.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
after you received that text, did you reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I gave him a call because I was excited. I was immediately excited. I gave him a call, explained to him that we had a group of rooms. We were going with, I don't even know the number at that time that had, signed up to go.
But it also does set up the foundation for how they knew each other. So there's the relevance. But yeah, it went a little bit too far afield, I thought, but you don't object to that either because you might look like a dick.
But it was a lot of kids. It was all of our friends, and that they would have a great time.
And from that, did he give you any sense or say anything about who from was it just himself or like who was coming along?
He had mentioned that it would be the kids, and he said Karen would be joining him as well.
And at that point, at some point subsequent to that, you knew him to be referring to Karen, correct?
Yes.
At that point, had you met Karen Reed? Did you know who that was?
I had not. I knew that they were dating, but I had never met Karen, though.
But everyone tells me that men and women can't be platonic friends. I mean, It's nonsense, but that's what people tell me.
And in addition to himself, it would be Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, defendant, and his niece and nephew, Patrick Taylor.
Correct, yes.
And if you know, in relation to your son, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, where are they in relation as far as ages?
They're like three years apart. 3 years apart.
Now, when you have that phone conversation with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, interest does he show as far as going?
After, asking a couple questions, I could hear Karen in the background, and he put Karen on the phone, and that was the first time I had spoken to her. He basically said, just talk to her so you can answer her questions.
Do you recall what kind of questions they were, or what it was about?
She was interested in the room setup, how many people could sleep in a room, and how the room is set up. You have a king size bedroom, and then there's a kitchen area, and then there's a living room that has a pull-out couch. And I explained that it's a 4-person occupancy room, and you could get a roll-away bed as well.
And following that conversation, when was the next time, if at all, that you had any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed in regard to the room?
So during that conversation, Karen mentioned that she needed her own bathroom and she needed her own space, and that she wanted 2 rooms. And so I put them in contact with a woman that I knew had 2 rooms for them to, figure that piece out. I don't handle any of that. I put people in contact with whoever owns the rooms. I put them in contact with the woman who had the 2 rooms, and I know that they had, paid her relatively quickly. I mentioned to John that the rooms, I couldn't promise that the rooms would be next to each other, and they weren't. They were on opposite sides of the hotel, but they got 2 rooms.
And when you say opposite sides of the hotel, where sort of where those rooms were in relation to each other, and who stayed in which room?
So the pool and lobby is in the center, and then the hotel comes like this, and there are.
So Karen needs her own bathroom. It's like, yeah, on vacation, it kind of sucks having to share a bathroom sometimes, but needs, must have. Maybe she didn't fit in with John and his blue collar friends. I mean, if they pay for 2 rooms, they pay for 2 rooms. That's fine. Just, yeah.
Our pool walkout rooms on the first floor of each, and Karen and John were on this side, and the kids were on this side, and they both had walkout rooms.
And as far as sort of front door to front door, do you know about how far away they were from each other?
I would say, steps wise, maybe 200. But the hotel is it's small enough, but it was separated by a lobby, the front entrance, the outside entrance.
Now, with regard to your arrival, when was it that you arrived in Aruba?
So the timeshare rooms run Friday to Friday. So we were booked for the 31st through the 7th. Josh's birthday is December 30th. So we went down as a family a day early, and we had friends who were already down there since Christmas. John's timeshare room woman reached out and said, hey, we're leaving early if you want to arrive early. So him, Karen, and the kids actually came down on the 30th as well. They were on the flight following us.
Oh, but did they have to stay in the same room for those extra days? The horror.
And then the rest of the 60-ish people, however many were there, showed up on the 31st.
And so from that first day that you arrived there, as far as when you got there on the 30th, when was the first time that you saw John, or when was the first time that you saw anyone from that?
It was, we were at the pool, so it was not long after they had landed. He texted me and said, we're here. And Ben and I jumped out of the pool and went to the lobby to see him. And then on the way back from the lobby, I saw somebody banging on the window on the left-hand side of the rooms, and I didn't know who it was. And then I saw Kaylee, and I was like, oh, well, that must be Karen.
And again, was this the first time that you had seen Karen face to face or met Ms. Reed?
Yes,
And just for clarity purposes, as far as Ms. Reed is concerned, do you see her in the courtroom today?
yes,
Can you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
she's right there.
Just has a record reflect identification of the identified.
Okay.
Now, after you see this person bang on the window and you recognize Kaylee, what happened?
She came out, she gave me a big hug, said, it's nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you.
So, Dante, I haven't heard a lot about it either. But this is New Year's, roughly a month before John was killed. They all went to Aruba, and there was presumably drama. Reportedly, there was drama. People may have been kissing people they were not supposed to kiss, at least not in ways you wouldn't kiss your mother. And that could be motive. So whether it's Karen was kissing other people and that gives her motive, or John was kissing other people and that gives her motive. So I believe that's why Aruba is relevant.
I recognize.
Although, as Naven has pointed out, this testimony very well could be more prejudicial than probative.
Recognized you from pictures.
And following along from there, what happened then as far as the day was concerned?
So as I mentioned, it was Josh's birthday. We had already made plans to go out for dinner. Our friends who had been there since Christmas have a 17-year-old daughter who watched our children so we could go out for dinner. I mentioned it to John. I said, we'll just add you to the reservation. You can join us for dinner. The kids can stay with Chloe. And they said, absolutely. So we all went out for dinner that evening to Screaming Eagle.
Ooh.
And Screaming Eagle, where is that in relation to the hotel room?
Screaming Eagle.
It's probably about a 15-ish minute cab ride.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the dinner or how it went?
So we were sitting outside on the patio. It was Karen, myself, our friend Laura. Across from Laura was her husband, Dave. Josh was in front of me, and John was in front of Karen.
See, going back to our Cleaver Green rant about the use of correct, one of my big pet peeves is the use of myself when you should be saying me. Of course, using I when you should be using me is equally annoying to me, but yeah.
And what, if anything, specific you recall about the dinner or sort of what happened at dinner?
So we, the waiter came over. He started taking drink orders. Karen placed her order. I placed mine. Laura placed hers. Dave placed his, and then Josh ordered a dirty martini with blue cheese stuffed olives.
Yeah.
I'll allow it. I don't know where it's going, and you can move to strike unless you wanted to see me, Mr. Unity. Okay.
No, I mean, I don't drink anyway, so the dirty martini would be nasty anyway. But a blue cheese stuffed olive, ew. Why would you eat mold voluntarily? Ew. Ew. And the thing is, the reason it happens is because elementary school teachers jam it into your head that, me and so is wrong. It's so and I. So at the end of the sentence, it's, I'm not an English teacher, so bear with me. It's I if you're the subject, I believe, and me if it's the object. And you can be both the subject and object in a statement. I might be reversing those, but either way, often it would just be, so and so and me at the end, and basically my rule of thumb is erase the other person. If it would just be me instead of I, adding the extra person doesn't magically change it to I. Just like at the beginning of the sentence, it's not so and so and me. It's not me and Bob went to the park, because you erase Bob, it wouldn't be me went to park. So that's my rule of thumb. Bob went to the park with me. It wouldn't be Bob went to the park with I. So Bob went to the park with John and I is wrong, because erase John, Bob went to the park with I is wrong. So, yeah. Good to know. And that's, learning German in college. The verb is second. And, frankly, I learned more grammar in my German classes than English classes. But that's been a while. So, yeah. Enough of language rants, though. Let's keep going. And that is true. My sister, she's her ultimate career is speech pathologist. She's stay-at-home mother right now. I have a feeling she'll once my nephew is in school full time, he's in his last year of preschool, I have a feeling my sister will get a job as a speech pathologist in a school, so that, it's a good mother schedule. She worked at a trauma center hospital, with stroke patients and stuff. But before that, one of her undergrads and her first master's was linguistics. And it really is interesting how language does evolve. Like, just an example, what your mother wears while she's cooking originally was a napron. But over time, the N switched to an apron from a napron. And it's just, there's a lot of examples of those. And I thought this was a little shorter. We'll go there.
Dr. Sullivan, turning back to at the restaurants, the drinks that are ordered, people have what they have. And at the end of the evening, as far as the bill comes at some point, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that?
Karen had paid the bill prior to us receiving it.
And what kind of reaction did you or anyone have in regard?
The entire table was kind of taken aback, said it wasn't necessary, wanted to Venmo or give cash or something along those lines. And she declined, saying that she was honored to be there and wanted to pay for it.
Okay, wait, I missed that. Did Karen pay for the group? Did Karen pay? I mean, we've got Johnny, who is Mr. Tightwad, but also absolutely generous to a fault. Just doesn't want to spoil the kids, doesn't want to needlessly spend the money, doesn't want the kids to get used to Karen buying them Dunkin' Donuts every morning. But is she trying to impress people? Is she actually generous? Did she have John's card? Did I mishear that Karen's paying?
Turning your attention to the following day. What, if anything, do you recall about the next day being that would have been, I'm sorry, 31st, is that correct?
Yes.
And Mal, it's aggravating, but it's unfortunately a necessity in direct examination.
So turning your attention to December 31st, 2021. What, if anything, do you recall about that day in specific regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
John was very vocal on the 30th on how he just wanted to sit in the pool and watch the Alabama game.
And he was a
Yeah.
pretty big Alabama fan, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I take it all back. I guess John isn't Mr. Wonderful. Sorry. There you go. There you go. Wait. I don't actually hate you for the school you cheer for, unless it's BYU.
And so over the course of that day, what, if any, interaction did you have with either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, interaction did you have?
I saw him in the pool. I know he was sitting at the pool bar watching the game with Josh. I saw the kids. I recall seeing Karen. I don't remember if we spoke or not. But it was mostly in the pool because we were waiting for the rest of our friends to show up.
Now, amongst the rest of your friends that showed up, do you have any siblings?
I do.
Fair maiden wins. I really wish the camera had been on her when Jen McCabe said what Carrie Roberts said about basically about Karen being the babysitter with benefits, and that John really loved Maya's mom.
And how many siblings do you have?
I have two.
And brother or sister?
I have a younger brother and a younger sister,
And with reference to your younger sister, what's her name?
Marietta.
And how much younger than you is Marietta?
She's 10 years younger than me.
And was Marietta Sullivan, was she coming in on that day as well?
She was.
And do you recall about what time it was that she arrived or that she came to the hotel? When was the first time you saw her?
It's tough to remember, but I want to say everybody showed up on one of the first or second flights that came out of Boston. So I'd say she was there by 1 p.m.
And if you recall, what, if any, plans were there as far as dinner was concerned on that evening in New Year's?
So
Is your school blue or purple, Dante?
what we tend to do is book reservations, and if people are interested in joining, they can join us. And that night we had approximately 40 people going to have dinner on the beach at Moomba Beach. Around, I want to say it was like 7 o'clock. We had our reservations for.
And did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, join you for dinner that evening?
They did not know.
Now, let me take a step back just for a moment. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, prior
So you're an Aggie. Lots of my cousins went there,
to your arrival in Aruba, did you have her
but I have a lot of purple cousins too.
phone number or had you contacted? Did you have any way of contacting her?
No.
And when was it that you got Ms. Reed's phone number?
John had added her and I and Chloe to a group text the night that we had gone out for dinner to make sure that we could all communicate with Chloe to make sure the kids were okay.
So you got her phone number.
Chloe, the
You
German
watched the kids
Shepherd.
As far as Patrick Daly and your children and everybody.
Correct.
Now, if you recall, you go out to dinner, I think the reservation was about 7 or so. Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to the hotel?
I want to say it was around 9:30, 10 o'clock by the time my group got back. I know there was a couple different seatings. So we probably got back around like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
And as far as your group was concerned, your sister Marietta, was she within your group that went out to dinner?
Yes. Yep.
And beyond your younger sister Marietta, did you have other sort of immediate family with you on this trip as well?
My mother was with us as well.
And with regard to your sister Marietta and your mother, what, if anything, was there as far as where were each of them staying?
So they had their own room. I think it was a couple away from us on the 5th floor.
Once you arrived back from dinner, where was it you and your?
I'd be suspicious if a German Shepherd from Boston were babysitting in Aruba. Real fishy, if you ask me.
We go to the pool area. The kids can swim. We ring in the new year at the pool bar, watching it on the TVs, and then watching the fireworks.
Now, when you came back to the hotel and you went at some point to the pool area, your sister Marietta, do you know where she went?
She actually, when we got back from dinner, she went up to her room with my mom and essentially put my mom to bed. She didn't want to be up anymore. But she went to go change as well.
Now, when you came down to the pool area, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was concerned, did you see them in that area?
I saw John, I want to say around 10:30-ish. I don't know the exact time. It was definitely before midnight.
And where in relation to the hotel did you see him at 10:30?
He was standing behind me at the pool bar.
And at some point does your sister come out to the pool area after putting your mother to bed?
Yeah, so right before I saw John at the pool bar, I saw my sister. She came out and she was visibly upset.
Your Honor, in regard to the instruction that you would request about this maybe.
All right, thank you. So jurors, you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by Ms. Reed. Be mindful that the defendant is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictments. The witness's testimony may not and indeed must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she has a propensity to commit the crimes with which she has been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the state of mind of the defendant and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose specific.
Okay. I think I missed something, but my cousin had to harass me for a minute. So, yeah. Yeah, that was bad timing. Bad timing, cousin. Do I need to rewind and rewatch it myself, or can someone give me a 15-second overview? As I wait for responses due to the lag. Okay, so Karen did something to the witness's sister, but we haven't heard what yet. And the judge is just giving the, yeah, you can only consider this for character, not for whether or not she murdered John. Okay. Okay. So, and is this still New Year's? Because that's about when I was interrupted. So, okay. So we'll just get going from here then.
Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant
We won't get started from there. I blame Vince. But no, Vince, you're off the hook this time. I blame my cousin. I blame my cousin.
So as far as John O'Keefe and your son's father, Pat Rock, did you
Saw somebody banging on the window.
Okay.
Yes,
at that point had you met Karen Reed? Did you know who that was?
I had not. I knew that they were dating, but I had never met Karen though.
Okay, we're going from here
And then
just because I got interrupted anyway, so I wouldn't actually know where we were anyway. So we're going from here. So, and that cousin was Dr. Nick, for those of you concerned. giving me a very late invitation for his wedding.
In addition to himself, it would be Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the defendant, and his niece and nephew, Patrick and Taylor.
Correct, yes.
It is.
And if you know, in relation to your son, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew, Pat, where are they in relation as far as age?
They're like three years apart. 3 years apart.
I realize I went back a little too far.
When you have that phone conversation with Mr. O'Keefe, what if any interest does he show as far as going forward?
After
Yeah, maybe a little really too far. We'll go there.
From that?
it was, we were at the pool, so it was not long after they had landed. He texted me and said, "We're here." And Ben and I jumped out of the pool and went to the lobby to see him. And then
luckily, I'm not one of those, eek, I don't have something to wear. So yeah. Yeah, I think they'd murder me actually if I brought a +1. There's a reason it's a very late invite. let's just put it that way. So they'd probably murder me.
on the way back from the lobby, I saw somebody banging on the window on the left-hand side of the rooms, and I didn't know who it was. And then I saw Kaylee, and I was like, "Oh, well, that must be Karen."
And again, was this the first time that you had seen Karen face to face or met Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes,
I know, but I know I'm close enough. I'm close enough that we'll be good. Because once again, I don't know exactly where I missed out. So I figure a minute or two of rewatch for me, it's all going to be, 5 minutes of rewatch for you. So
as far as Ms. Reed is concerned, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Did you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's right there.
Just has a record reflect identification of identified.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, after you see this person bang on the window and you recognize Kaylee, what happened?
She came out. She gave me a big hug, said, "It's nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I recognized you from pictures."
And following along from there, what happened then as far as the day was concerned?
So as I mentioned, it was Josh's birthday. We had already made plans to go out for dinner. Our friends who had been there since Christmas have a 17-year-old daughter who watched our children so we could go out for dinner. I mentioned it to John. I said, we'll just add you to the reservation. You can join us for dinner. The kids can stay with Chloe. And they said, absolutely. So we all went out for dinner that evening to Screaming Eagle.
And Screaming Eagle, where is that in relation to the hotel rent?
I'm sick of pizza, to tell you the truth, Gray Duck. But over a protein bar, I'd say pizza. You need a meal.
It's probably about a 15-ish minute cab ride.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the dinner or how it went?
So we were sitting outside on the patio. It was Karen, myself, our friend Laura. Across from Laura was her husband, Dave. Josh was in front of me, and John was in front of Karen.
And what, if anything, specifically you recall about the dinner or sort of what happened at dinner?
So we, the waiter came over. He started taking drink orders. Karen placed her order. I placed mine. Laura placed hers. Dave placed his, and then Josh ordered a dirty martini with blue cheese stuffed olives.
Okay.
I'll allow it. I don't know where it's going, and you can move to strike unless you wanted to see me, Mr. United. Okay.
Oh, yep, I forgot there is this. There is the little sidebar. So we'll actually go to there.
So Ms. Sullivan, turning back to at the restaurant.
Peer pressure is real. I have an awesome beach towel my Oma got me in Germany when I was like 6 or 7 years old. And it's a hippopotamus out on a dock, and it says peer pressure, except peer as in P-I-E-R, pressure, because the hippopotamus is fat.
Restaurants, the drinks that are ordered, people have what they have. And at the end of the evening, as far as bill comes at some point, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that?
Karen had paid the bill prior to us receiving it.
And what, if any, reaction did you or anyone have in regard to that?
The entire table was kind of taken aback, said it wasn't necessary, wanted to Venmo or give cash or something along those lines. And she declined, saying that she was honored to be there and wanted to pay for it.
Turning your attention to the following day,
And once again, that was so fast I missed it.
what, if anything, do you recall about the next day being, that would have been, I'm sorry, 31st, is that correct?
Yes.
So turning your attention to December 31st, 2021, what, if anything, do you recall about that day in specific regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
John was very vocal on the 30th on how he just wanted to sit in the pool and watch the Alabama game.
And he was a pretty big Alabama fan, is that correct?
Yes.
And so over the course of that day, what, if any, interactions did you have with
Of course, if Alabama is playing on New Year's, it is a big game because that's a bowl game and a pretty damn good bowl game on New Year's.
either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, interactions did you have with him?
I saw him in the pool. I know he was sitting at the pool bar watching the game with Josh. I saw the kids. I recall seeing Karen. I don't remember if we spoke or not. But it was mostly in the pool because we were waiting for the rest of our friends to show up.
Now, amongst the rest of your friends that showed up, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you have?
I have two.
And brother or sister?
I have a younger brother and a younger sister,
And with reference to your younger sister, what's her name?
Marietta.
And how much younger than you is Marietta?
She's 10 years younger than me.
And was Marietta Sullivan, was she coming in on that day as well?
She was.
And do you recall about what time it was that she arrived or that she came?
And yes, that was a big bowl game because that was Alabama beating Cincinnati in the semifinal before losing to Georgia on January 10th in the final. So it was a huge bowl game, as I mentioned.
When was the first time you saw it?
It's tough to remember, but I want to say everybody showed up on one of the first or second flights that came out of Boston. So I would say she was there by 1 p.m.
And if you recall, what, if any, plans were there as far as dinner was concerned on that evening of New Year's?
So what we tend to
I think this is about where I was interrupted. So this is all new to me, I think.
do is book reservations, and if people are interested in joining, they can join us. And that night we had approximately 40 people going to have dinner on the beach at Moomba Beach. Around, I want to say it was like 7 o'clock. We had our reservations for.
And did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, join you for dinner that evening?
They did not know.
Now, let me take a step back just for a moment. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, prior to your arrival in Aruba, did you have her phone number or had you contacted? Did you have any way of contacting her?
No.
And when was it that you got Ms. Reed's phone number?
John had added her and I and Chloe to a group text the night that we had gone out for dinner to make sure that we could all communicate with Chloe to make sure the kids were okay.
So you got her phone number in relation to watching kids as far as Patrick and Kelly and your children and everybody?
Correct.
Of course, a week later, she'd be jealous of Kirby Smart. So
Now, if you recall, you go out to dinner, I think the reservation was about 7 or so. Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to the hotel?
I want to say it was around 9:30, 10 o'clock by the time my group got back. I know there was a couple different seatings.
yeah, planning river trips for me is a nightmare. We've done it so many times we have checklists, but that's a nightmare. That's not international travel. There's like a lot of people hate traveling alone. I've done a lot of Europe trips alone, and it's nice. You go where you want, do what you want, go back to the hotel when you're tired. It's wonderful.
So we probably got back around like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
And as far as your group was concerned, your sister Marietta, was she within your group that went out to dinner?
Yes. Yep.
And beyond
Behave, tramp.
sort of, your younger sister Marietta, did you have other?
And I say that because you've referred to yourself as a tramp before, Vince. So
sort of immediate family with you on this trip as well?
My mother was with us as well.
And with regard to your sister Marietta and your mother, what, if anything, was there as far as where were each of them staying?
So they had their own room. I think it was a couple away from us on the 5th floor.
Is that the top floor as far as this hotel is?
Yes.
Now, once you arrived back from dinner, where was it you and your group?
We go to the pool area. The kids can swim. We ring in the new year at the pool bar, watching it on the TVs, and then watching the fireworks.
Now, when you came back to the hotel and you went at some point to the pool area, your sister Marietta, do you know where she went?
She actually, when we got back from dinner, she went up to her room with my mom and essentially put my mom to bed because she didn't want to be up anymore. But she went to go change as well.
Now, when you came down to the pool area, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was concerned, did you see them in that area?
I saw John, I want to say around 10:30-ish. I don't know the exact time. It was definitely before midnight.
And where in relation to the hotel did you see him at 10:30?
He was standing behind me at the pool bar.
And at some point does your sister come out to the pool area after putting your mother to bed?
Yeah, so right before I saw John at the pool bar, I saw my sister. She came out and she was visibly upset.
And, Your Honor, in regard to the instruction that you would request about this, maybe.
All right, thank you. So jurors, you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by Ms. Reed. Be mindful that the defendant is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictments. The witness's testimony may not and indeed must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she has a propensity to commit the crimes with which she has been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, but you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the state of mind of the defendant and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude who have committed the offenses with which she's charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe, as it may go to motive. And just for the records, my findings are the same that I made at sidebar previously. Go ahead.
So basically, for those of you who don't speak legalese, the jury can't say, well, we're maybe not fully convinced about the events at 34 Fairview Road, but we think she's a violent bitch because she did that in Aruba. Therefore, if she's a violent bitch, she's a violent bitch here too, and therefore she did it. Can't do that. It's not evidence of her actions. Can't do that. But because of these allegations in Aruba, Karen was probably unhappy with John and was looking to make a clean break, get rid of him, and that was her motive, formed in Aruba. You can do that. Can't do the other. Can't say she did this, therefore she did that. You can say, well, this might have given her motive for the crimes she's charged with. Okay?
Mr. Lally.
Now, with regard to, at some point, your sister comes out to the pool area where you were, is that right?
Correct.
And do you know where Mr. O'Keefe was at that point?
I do not know.
And when your sister comes out to the pool area, what happened?
She said,
Yeah, that's sustained. I thought you were doing something else.
When your sister comes out to the pool area, how would you describe her demeanor when she comes out?
No, I'll allow that.
she was frustrated.
And at some point, did you have a conversation, without regard to what the conversation was, at some point, did you have a conversation with her about something that had just happened?
Yes.
Now, following that conversation with your sister, at some point subsequent to that, Mr. O'Keefe come back out to the pool area.
After I spoke with her, yes, he came out to the pool area.
And you know about how long a period of time it was between the time that your sister came out to the pool area and Mr. O'Keefe came out to the pool area?
I mean, I would say approximately 20 minutes, but I don't really know exact timing.
Now, when Mr. O'Keefe came back out, did you have any conversation with him?
I did.
And can you describe that conversation?
All right, is this the instruction that you were talking about instead of the other one? All right, so jurors, I have another instruction for you. So you're about to
Hooray.
hear evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. Is that accurate now, Mr. Lally?
Yes.
All right. These statements are being admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You're not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has a bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 28th or 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Okay, Mr. Lally.
Man, we've got instructions upon instructions. It's like instructception or something. It's getting complicated.
This is subject to our objection.
Yes, yep.
So, Ms. Sullivan, if I could take you back again. So Mr. O'Keefe comes out, you have a conversation with him. Can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about?
I turned around and I was pretty shocked to see him. I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "Nothing." I said, "Did Etta and Karen have words?" And he said, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, that's not what Etta said." And I asked him if everything was okay. And at that time, his phone was lighting up, and it looked like calls and texts, and it said Karen on his phone.
After you made that observation, what did you say to John?
I asked him if he needed to take it, and he said, "Yes, she's crazy. I got to take care of this."
And was that
She's crazy. Can't let crazy simmer.
the last time that you saw him on New Year's Eve?
It is.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, New Year's Day, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed at all on that day?
I did not. I saw the children, but we didn't see them that day. No.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, being January 2nd, what was sort of the plan as far as what was going on that?
Our hotel has a private island. The hotel we stay at has a private island, and we rented all 8 of the cabanas between the 60 of us that were there. And when the cabanas went on sale, I had reached out to John and asked him if he wanted me to get him one. And he said, sure. So I booked one for him, and he paid me for that cabana. So we all went out that morning. And it was probably around.
It's like Mecca Streisand on South Park. She went Mecca Karen. And I have a feeling John and Karen didn't make use of the private island cabana that day. I have a feeling that's where this is going.
10 o'clock in the morning, and they weren't there yet. And so I sent him a text and I said, are you coming, or do you want me to sell this cabana? Because there was other, couples there. At least he could have made, the money back. And he asked me who was there. And I said, everybody. And I named off a couple names. I'm not really sure, but I said, everybody's here.
And when you said that, how did Mr. O'Keefe respond?
He said, well, apparently I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen.
Now, is that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
So fair to say.
Apparently it was the first time John heard that too, is when Karen told him. Wow. Hang on. Your wombat has skateboarding classes. You take your emu ballroom dancing. I don't want to know what you do with your kangaroo. I'm worried.
Whatever you had heard from your sister on December 31st was not that.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Correct.
And what was your reaction when Mr. O'Keefe told you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was shocked. I immediately
Her
found my sister
reaction.
and said, did you make out with John?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you went to talk to your sister, who was it that your sister was with when you went to talk to her about that?
I don't recall who was standing near her. Maybe my mom. I don't know.
I assume the sister is the next up. That's why we have 2 Sullivans. And did you make out with John? No, he's old and gross.
As far as your sister was concerned at that time, was she
Surrender
dating someone?
monkey?
Yes.
The person that she was dating, was that person on the trip as well?
He was, yes.
And was that person that she was dating that was on the trip as well? Were they at the Cabanas on that day?
They were, yes.
Now, as far as you have some conversation in regard to your sister, and then at some point you go back and have further conversation with Mr.
Yeah, I said, I texted him back. I said, I just talked to Etta. She said, absolutely not. That did not happen.
Let's sustain, I'll strike that.
And the whole hearsay thing is very difficult for witnesses. Even frequent witnesses like police officers, hearsay can be difficult. But if it's your first time in court, it's really difficult. They don't teach you, that there isn't some witness class giving you a crash course on hearsay and how to avoid it, but when it's okay.
Now, at some point after that exchange, did Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed and or the kids come out to the Cabana area?
They did, yes.
And at any point, how would you describe sort of how Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was acting when they came out to the Cabana?
Karen immediately went in the water. I just
bet
recall
she's
her
next.
being like floating in the ocean for a good chunk of the day. John was hopping around from the different cabanas talking to people. One of my favorite pictures of him is with my son from that day.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe once he came out to the Cabana area?
No, we kind of just kept it light. We didn't really talk about anything that had happened. I was just kind of trying to stay out of it for now.
And following sort of the Cabana situation or the Cabana day, what happened then?
Suppose that day, I think I saw John one other time.
Here in Utah, floating is a two-person game, but I guess you can do it in the ocean. I guess.
I saw him in the pool. It was the one time that him and I were alone. He didn't seem like he was himself.
I'll allow it.
He seemed distant, and I asked him if he was okay. And he kind of just, shrugged it off. And I said, are you happy? And he kind of, just rolled his eyes and shrugged it off. I said, well, something along the lines of life is too short to not be happy. And he goes, well, Laura, it is what it is. And I did ask him if he wanted to talk about it. I said, do you want to talk about it? And he's like, not really.
Life's
So
too
following,
short. He was right on
exchange
that.
in the pool area, when was the next time that you saw them?
I had spoken to him. We all went on the Jolly Pirate. We had all bought tickets in advance, so we had basically rented the whole boat for everybody to go. Had bought 4 tickets, and we had gotten a bus from our hotel. And he didn't show up for the bus and wasn't answering my calls or my texts. And then we finally got down to where the boat was. The boat was about to leave, and he messaged me. He's like, not going to make it. The kid slept late. And so I didn't think anything of it. Then after that, I saw him and Karen the night before they left. And they ended up leaving a day or two early so that the kids could get back to school.
Of course.
And when you saw them, where was that in relation to the hotel?
Right outside the hotel is a marketplace that has a bunch of restaurants and arcade. I was sitting at the 5 o'clock somewhere bar that looks into the arcade with my best friend Val and my friends Dave.
It's definitely apocryphal.
Even Laura and Karen and John walked up.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant at that time?
Karen grabbed me and she said, hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't. And I would like to pay for some of your sister's room.
And how did you respond to that?
I said, it's absolutely not necessary.
Is Karen used to spending her way out of problems? Spending her way into friends, spending her way out of problems is that a recurring pattern? Even just on that trip?
Just an apology will do.
And did she persist in wanting to pay for the room?
She did.
And how so?
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
And with regard to that trip, when was the next time, or when was the last time that you saw her?
So the day that they were leaving, I saw him by the pool. He came up, he gave me a big hug. He said, I love you. This was a great trip. Thank you so much. And I said, well, you're definitely in again for next year. And he said, absolutely. And that was the last time I physically saw him.
And so that conversation, just turning back for a moment, as far as with regard to Ms. Reed, you know what day that would have been, as far as in relation to when they were leaving? Early January, 32nd?
I want to say it was the 5th. I want to say it was January 5th.
Now, after Ruben, did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe after that?
I talked to him.
That's kind of what I get. But then at the same time, it's like they're timeshares, so they buy them by the week. But I'd be curious if they changed their plane tickets. When we went to Hawaii as a family right before my freshman year, my sister was a junior, starting her junior year, and we flew on buddy passes because my uncle works for Delta. So my uncle and his family and my grandparents all were on better than buddy passes, but we all flew standby. And I don't remember the reason. I don't know if it was planned, but my grandpa and sister flew home a day early, I think. And I think my sister, it was for school for some reason, but I can't remember what it was. Like, if she was in choirs all through school, so it might have been like a class she absolutely couldn't miss, even though it was the first day of school. Or if we weren't even starting school yet and it was just a, pre-semester activity or something. I can't remember, but, it does happen, cutting it short. But, we're on buddy passes, so it's real easy. We were standby. So.
Via text a couple times about a couple different things, but one of them was, as I mentioned, we start planning a year in advance. And I said, rooms are coming available. Are you in? And he said, let me recover from this trip first.
To me, that's what it says, Vince, but playing devil's advocate, giving her the benefit of the doubt.
Now, ma'am, if I could...
I realize the Free Karen Reed people say I'm biased, but I am giving the benefit of the doubt. That's the way it sounds to me.
Turn your attention to Saturday, January 29th, 2022. Recall that day?
I do.
And at some point,
that's my
morning or during that day, you get a call.
I did. I received a call from...
I'll hear that she received a call from someone.
I received a call from my aunt.
And what did you learn in the call from your aunt?
Objection.
I won't.
That John O'Keefe had passed away.
And after you...
You'll notice it was, what did you learn, not what did your aunt say?
Hung up the phone with your aunt, what did you do with that?
Anybody's number that I had associated with the family.
But
I ended up calling Kaylee. I texted Kaylee. I texted Karen.
That's what makes me biased.
Without any regard to what Kaylee said, did Kaylee respond to you via text?
She did.
And at some point, the defendant, Ms. Reed, respond to you as well?
She did.
Was that a phone call or a text, or how did she respond?
It was a text later that afternoon.
And
it was hearsay, was the objection, but it wasn't hearsay because, once again, what did you learn on that call? Well, she was told that John died. What did your mom say, or what did your aunt say when she called you? That's hearsay. That's an out-of-court statement made for the truth of the matter asserted. But what did you learn? Well, that's how I found out John died. That's not the out-of-court statement, because it's just what you learned. It's not being used for the truth of the matter asserted, because, well, the truth of the matter asserted in the call is John's dead. So it's just finding out that's where she learned he was dead. So I wouldn't have objected based on the way the question was asked. Of course, had she answered, yeah, my aunt said, John's dead, Karen killed him, blah, 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 and the Red Sox have a real good team this year. Well, that's her aunt's statement. So that's out. So.
You recall what she said in the text?
She said, "Hi, Laura."
Probably. Unless it's, it depends on the tickets you get, frankly. If they're non-refundable, non-exchangeable, but some it's just a, $30 change fee. My sister-in-law's mother, when she flies in, it happened a lot more when she still lived in Southern California, but now in Pennsylvania. She'd be like, I don't want to leave the grandkids, and you could count on her extending her trip. It's just the change fee, and it was worth it to her.
John has passed. And
what, if anything, you responded to that?
I said, oh my God, what happened? And she said, we found him in the snow at 5 a.m.
And what, if anything, did you ask her, or how did you respond?
I said, what happened? I just recall, kind of going into a tailspin, asking a bunch of questions. And she mentioned, she said, I don't know. We were both at the same party.
And yet what's weird, Pat, is the same people, well, a lot of the same people who seem to be watching a different trial from me this time are the same ones that said that about the Johnny Depp trial, about, yeah, the media isn't reporting what's actually happening in the trial. But have they all gone over to the dark side? Are they now the legacy media? It doesn't make sense to me. But we'll see.
I didn't go in. I went home.
Can I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further for this week. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's Yannetti, though.
Good afternoon, so
Good afternoon.
you were not present at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not present
You're
at 34
kidding.
Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022.
It's not.
Yet you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, visited you at your home all the way in Pembroke, Massachusetts on February 8th of 2022
Yes.
to interview you.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Miller?
Okay. You weren't at the waterfall. You weren't at 34 Fairview. And Trooper Proctor interviewed you. Got to get her in on that conspiracy with Trooper Proctor. But I I think it's obvious she wasn't at the waterfall. She wasn't questioned about it. She didn't testify about it. She said the last time she saw John alive was in Aruba. So unless somehow it's timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly, and she went to the waterfall on the 29th and then went to Aruba a month earlier, maybe that's possible for Yannetti and Jackson and their lizard people technology. But for the rest of us, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work. So, I mean, I'm pleased that he didn't go all Yannetti on her. I'm surprised, but there you go. I have a feeling it is her sister up next.
Just briefly, as far as
And her sister will be the final witness for today, because even if they left time for Brian Higgins, I don't think he's there today, because they said, yeah, this is going to fill the entire day. So
Trooper Proctor coming to your house, was he alone, or with anyone else was he with when he
He
came
was with another trooper,
Okay, do you recall who that trooper was?
Trooper Fanning.
Nothing further on.
The next witness, Mr. Ryan?
Yeah, sure, let's call Miss Marietta Sullivan.
Counsel, I'll see you while we're waiting.
there's also that, but it's just, as far as I know, this is the last witness of the day. And having looked ahead, I knew they got to both of them. And I do think it is the sister. Not positive.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear to understand the court and jury in case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. My name is Marietta Sullivan. Last name is Sullivan.
And where do you live?
Right now I live in Plymouth.
So, yeah, the younger sister was referred to as Etta. So, Marietta. Makes sense.
And how long have you lived here?
Since July of the past summer, so not even a year yet.
And do you work there?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a director at a memory care community.
How long have you been doing it?
Just over a year.
Now, do you have any?
I
any
think
siblings?
so.
I do.
And how many siblings do you
I have two,
have? Older, younger,
both older,
and brother, sister?
brother and sister.
And your sister, what's her?
Laura Sullivan.
And what is sort of the age difference between yourself and your sister?
We are 10 years apart.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, specifically 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where it was that you were or where you were going?
It's about what we've had, probably. I haven't been keeping statistics. Some idiot is and making videos about it, but I think those statistics are garbage in, garbage out. So I haven't.
Going for that time.
Yes, sir. We were going to Aruba for a family trip.
And is that sort of an annual family trip?
It has become since then. It was the first time I had attended.
And do you recall sort of the time frame on that trip as far as when you were leaving, when you were coming?
Yeah. So we left on Friday the 31st and we returned the next week, Friday the 7th.
And when you say we, who is who?
My mother and I flew out together
Never heard of that one, CJ5.
with another group of people to meet my sister and brother-in-law down in Aruba.
And at that time, so you can meet them down there, had your sister Laura, had she flown down prior to you?
She had, yes.
And at that particular time, were you dating someone?
I was seeing somebody, yes.
And the person that you were seeing, was that person coming on the trip as well?
He was, yeah, the day after we got there.
So your sister arrives on the 30th, you arrive on the 31st, and the person you were seeing arrives on the 1st.
Yes.
Now, when you arrived there, do you know about how many people were on this trip?
I would say over 30, upwards of, yeah, I would say over 30 is the best estimate I could give you.
60?
And as far as this trip was concerned, do you recall where you stayed?
Yep, we stayed at the Renaissance Aruba.
Is that somewhere that you stayed?
So, Surrender Monkey, it can be. This is a bit weird because she's not allowing the grounds for objections to be stated unless it's at a bench conference. So, you know, they probably are going up more than a normal trial. But, you know, it's what she's doing this trial.
On this occasion as well, subsequent occasion?
Yes.
And on the 31st, when you and your mother arrived, do you recall about what time of day it was that you got there?
So our flight landed around 3:30-ish. I would say we weren't at the hotel much later than that.
And with regard to the hotel, the
That
hotel has a
too.
lobby area, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You describe to the jury sort of what does that layout look like? What does the lobby look like?
Sure. So right when you walk in the front doors, right in front of you is the check-in desks, 3 or 4 of them in front of you. To the left of you, when you come in, is a hallway to one side of the hotel. To the right of you is a bank of elevators that leads to another hallway that leads to the other first floor side of the hotel. You're in a big lobby, and then directly across from where the elevators are is the entrance to the pool area.
And remember, day one of the trial, the first 2 witnesses were Paul O'Keefe and his wife, Erin O'Keefe. They were in Aruba on the other side of the island. So they testified a little bit about drama, but we didn't get much information about it. So, yeah.
And when you arrived there at some point in time on the late afternoon of the 31st, you obviously check into your room.
Mhm.
And then following that, where do you go?
So we checked into our room, and then happy hour was starting around 4:30. So we met everybody down at the pool for that time.
Is there a bar in that area of the pool?
Yes, pool bar.
And so when you get down to the pool bar area, who, if anyone specifically, did you see or did you run into?
So first ran into my sister, gave her a hug, the rest of the kids and my brother. As soon as I got into the pool, I ran into Johnny and a couple of our other friends that were sitting at the pool bar down there.
And with
So you know him as Johnny, do you? Harlot. Is what Karen thought, of course.
reference to who you referred to as John, what's his last name?
John O'Keefe.
And that was someone that you knew at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
Johnny
How do you know?
John O'Keefe.
He was a very, very dear family friend. He was very close to my sister, subsequently became very close to me and my family as a result. And he was my nephew's godfather.
And fair to say that you had known him for some substantial period of time.
Yeah, since Ben's father unfortunately passed away.
So at this point in time, when we're talking about turning from 2021 to 2022, how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe that?
Oh man, probably
years?
about 8-9 years. That's as long as my nephew's been alive.
And when is it that you would see, or how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Family parties, any family party that we threw, kids' birthday parties, and my sister's Christmas party that she would throw every year.
And how would you describe sort of the nature of your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
I may have watched Good Omens relatively recently, so I do like that. Harlot, Jezebel. They're just higher class insults.
He was similar to a big brother to me. He was somebody who was there for my sister during her darkest times, so I really respected him for that. But yeah, he was a big brother and a family friend.
Maybe not in
Now,
Alabama.
When you saw Mr. O'Keefe at the pool bar after you arrived there, what kind of conversation did you have with him?
That's it. He's like her older brother, but Johnny's an Alabama fan, therefore it's not weird. Here in Utah, it's cousins is fine, but
Him, or what, if anything, were the two of you doing around that?
So I went up to him in the pool. He had his Alabama hat on. He expressed to me that he was excited to watch the Alabama football game at the pool bar. Given the circumstances, we were in a beautiful tropical place, and he got to watch his favorite college team play football. And he said that's all he really wanted to do for the day, was be able to watch that game.
Now, at this point in time that you're talking to Mr. O'Keefe, were you aware of him dating anybody? Had you met anybody that he was dating at that time?
I had not met the person that he was dating. I had heard about her through family friends and other people that were on the trip.
So as far as the other sort of family events that you would see Mr. O'Keefe at, Ms. Reed, or his girlfriend at that time wasn't there with him?
No.
I would agree with you, Linz, but you know, when you've got the fundamentalist Mormons, what you gonna do? It's gross.
So after the time that you spent at the pool bar that afternoon, do you recall what else you did that evening?
Yep. So most of us in the group had dinner reservations. I believe they were around 7 p.m. and we were all getting ready to leave the pool bar to get picked up around 6:30.
And as far as fairly large group that went out to dinner that night?
Yeah, most of us.
And was Mr. O'Keefe part of that group that went out to dinner?
He was not.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to or returned to the hotel?
Most of us got back a little after 9. Taxis were kind of crazy to get, so a little after 9.
And when you got back to the hotel, where did you go?
I went upstairs to check on my mom. She had gone in a bank of taxis before me, so I went upstairs to make sure that she was up there and safe and in the room.
And so however long you spent up in the room with your mother, at some point you come back.
I did.
And when you came back down, by down, I mean, do you recall where you were staying in the hotel?
Yep, so we were on the 4th floor of the hotel, so I took the elevator up and then I took it back down to the lobby.
At that point in time, when you're getting back from dinner, going up to the room and coming back down, were you aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and nephew were staying?
Yeah, I knew where they were staying, yes, room-wise, yep.
And where was that in relation to the lobby?
1st floor,
So the lobby's on the 1st floor, their rooms are on the 1st floor.
yes.
So when the elevator gets down to the lobby level, you get out, is that correct?
Mhm.
And what if
So you have to say, okay.
you just have to answer yes.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. So the elevator gets sent down to the lobby, you walk out, with anyone you see when you come out.
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
Your Honor, I think this may be appropriate.
All right. So folks, that I'm going to say again, that first instruction I gave you with the last witness.
And Linz, it's not inherently, and specifically not for mainstream Mormons. It's the Warren Jeffs sect, the fundamentalists. And there's a limited number of women, and specifically for them, young girls. They kick out, 3/4 of the young boys so that the dirty old men can marry their nieces and cousins, and it's just gross. I mean, like most of Utah, I have polygamous ancestors from, when the Mormon pioneers were all we're all polygamous before it was outlawed by the mainstream church. But, at that time, they weren't marrying cousins. They were marrying new converts. It was, still gross. There's a major city here in Utah named after my great, maybe one more great grandfather, and he was a dirty bastard. My grandmother was his 5th wife out of 7, and he engaged in shenanigans, getting rid of her fiance as they were crossing the country so that he could marry her. And, her fiance went ahead. Grandpa met her on the way and scurried back, made Brigham Young send the fiance off to some settlement. She arrived and he's like, "Oh, you've got to get married or leave. Your fiance isn't here." So Grandpa's like, "Well, I'll marry you, shucks." And so she did. And then fiance comes back and I'm here. Hooray. She's like, "Yeah, I'm married. Sorry. And it was gross. Absolutely gross. But funny enough, other side, my brother was dating a girl. She was from southern Utah, from Moab area, 4-hour drive away, long way away. Well, we were at my uncle's house, and my great uncle, my grandma's brother, was passing out flyers. There was some family reunion where it was all the descendants of the pioneer era ancestors, so 5 generations or so, and handing out invitations. My brother's girlfriend looks at it and goes, "Oh yeah, that's my family too." And it's like, hey, that's when you realize you're sleeping with your 5th cousin, which, by that point, who cares? But I still made fun of them.
Witness that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crime.
But DeCastro, it's because his grandmother and uncle were on the Mayflower together in wait. Yeah, never mind.
Crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe.
Oh, same admonishment.
And for the same findings that I made at sidebar.
Proceed, John.
Yes.
So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Yes.
And you see Mr.
Sure there is, CJ5. Impotent rage.
O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby,
Is that where the pool bar is located?
opposite side. Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, did you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing or how was he acting sort of when?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said,
Glassy-eyed. Did he have a few too many celebrating the Alabama win?
"Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar when I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stopped in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr.
As I said, you always swear in court if you can, if it's a direct quote. You don't say, "Who the F was that?" unless that's what they actually said. Because if that's the direct quote, that's the direct quote.
O'Keefe walking toward a woman, and he said, excuse me. he said, calm down, that's Laura's little sister.
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, calm down, that's Laura's little sister, I said, hi, nice to meet you. That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby.
That's expert trolling. Hi, nice to meet you. That's I like her. I like her.
And I said, yeah, fuck you too, and walked away.
And a Rudy Toot, fuck you to you too. I like her.
Just to be clear, when you say Ms. Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as it went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or what article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure, she's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
Just ask the record to reflect identification. If anybody is.
Yes.
Thank you. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, yeah, fuck you too, I went out to the pool bar. So I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back to or you go out to the pool bar, and with anyone did you talk to?
I went straight up to my old.
It goes to motive. It goes to motive. That's how it's in. Is my guess. I haven't seen the pretrial ruling, but my guess is it goes to motive.
Older sister Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before, and I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, John O'Keefe's girlfriend, and she looked at me and said, Karen, and I said, yeah, you guys like her? She said, yeah, she's okay, and I said, well, she sucks.
Agreed. She sucks.
Now, following that, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that you did see?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
And when you say you briefly saw them, about, can you describe?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Miss Reed.
And the thing is, CJ5, we can't use it to show she's unhinged. That would be an inappropriate use. We can only use it to show motive. So, to show what she thought of John.
Mr. O'Keefe at the pool, the island bar, that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at some point in time on that day of the cabanas, what, if any, conversation did you have with your sister regarding that?
So my
I don't know what this is. I'll see.
Cabana, like a beach tent, beach shack. I don't know what you'd call it in Australia, but I'm sure your beaches have something like that. And instead of pimp, surrender monkey, I would put sex god on the resume, on the job application. So.
See it sidebar quickly.
Another sidebar. Woohoo. And that's it. It shows, hey, she's jealous. She has a propensity for jealousy. Jen McCabe says, yeah, drive by Bella's house. And if this is enough to set her off, maybe drive by Bella's house is enough to set her off, at least for an argument. And if it's enough to cause an argument, that's the beginning of a motive. So
Jurors, please be mindful of that second instruction that I gave you regarding evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe for the limited purpose of establishing his state of mind. And I will fully give you this instruction again at the end of the case. So, but it's the same one that I already gave you.
there is that.
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
If it is on the record, for the record, and let the record show, then you are a pimp. My hands are tied. You win. You win. Although I'd still prefer to call myself a sex god. Untrue as it is.
Ms. Sullivan, with regard to the day of the commandments, did you have some conversation with your sister Laura in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms.
Did.
And what, if anything, did your sister Laura tell you she had learned from Mr. O'Keefe?
So my sister pulled me aside from everybody and asked if the night that I got into the altercation with Miss Reed in the lobby, if I was making out with Mr. O'Keefe.
How did you respond?
That I absolutely was not.
And when you say absolutely was not, beyond the fact that it didn't occur, why would that not occur?
He was,
I'll allow it.
he was family. He was my older brother. For all intents and purposes, it just never would have happened between us.
And you expressed that to your sister, is that correct?
I did, yes.
Now, as far as
Probably.
the remainder of the trip was concerned, other interactions did you have with her?
None.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, further interactions did you have with him?
None. That was it.
And was that normal or as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That, as far as I knew Johnny, that wasn't normal. He would always come up to us, up to our family, try to be around my nephew, his godchild. And he was always the life of the party and wanted to be around his family and his friends.
So he's been told off and you can't hang around them anymore, even though she's like your little sister and it was a platonic hug. You aren't allowed. You've been a very naughty boy, Johnny, is what Karen said.
And following that trip in Aruba, did you see Mr. O'Keefe again?
I did not.
I have nothing further on.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Were you
Fair
at
to say that
Waterfall?
You were not at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
Were you at 34
You were
Fairview?
not at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th, correct?
Was not.
Were you interviewed by Trooper Proctor?
Trooper Proctor drove all the way to Pembroke to interview you on February 8th of 2022. Did he not?
He did.
Nothing further.
Ms. Lally, anything?
Just very briefly.
How's that? Word for word. Of course, it was also her sister's cross-examination, but still, Yannetti is nothing if not predictable.
Ms. Sullivan, when Trooper Proctor came to the house in Pembroke, were you living there at that time?
I was.
And was he alone or was he with another trooper?
He was with another trooper.
And do you recall that trooper's name?
I don't.
Now, with regard to your conversation with Trooper Proctor and the other trooper that day, was it just you that he spoke to?
Just me.
And that's it. Like, being clingy is one thing, but being possessive, that's bad. It's bad. It's a form of abuse as far as I'm concerned.
Let me ask you a different one.
Okay.
As far as when the troopers came to your house on February 8th, are you the only person from your home that the troopers spoke to that day?
No.
Who, if anyone else, did they speak to in the home?
They spoke to my sister first.
You take that
And
back.
at any point, did they speak to your sister's boyfriend as well?
No.
And when they spoke to you, and when they spoke to you, where was your sister?
She was outside of the house. She went to go pick up my nephew.
And when they spoke to your sister, where were you?
I was downstairs in my room, which was in the basement.
And could you hear what they were talking about when they were talking to your sister?
I could not.
All right, Ms. Sullivan, all set. Thank you. All right, so jurors, we're actually finished with witnesses for today. We've finished everyone that we had hoped to finish for today. So we're done for the day. As you know, we're not in session tomorrow, but we will see you Friday, and Friday will be a full day. So please, those 3 cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation, please disregard it, let us know, just leave everything.
Okay, hang on. She was scheduling. Is it no court tomorrow and then Friday's a full day? I think is what she said. But Lynn's, isolating from friends and family. It's the abuser textbook, but it's also the cult textbook. Almost like the cult of Karen Reed, the free Karen Reed cult. So there you go.
In here, literally, figuratively, clear your heads and see if I didn't. Thank you very much.
She's coming around.
Okay,
All
yeah.
right, jurors up, please, sure. You can note from phone.
I'm not there yet, Anne, but I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer.
That makes sense.
You may be seated.
Oh,
All right, so hopefully we will start and finish that one witness on Friday anyway, but have a second witness here.
I'll have at least a couple other witnesses. Your Honor.
Okay, but it would be great if we could complete the testimony of that one witness for all sorts of reasons.
I will do my best. I'm hopeful. I am. I'm hopeful. I think we do.
oh.
Anything I need to look at or anything in particular for Friday?
Probably, but I can't think of it.
May we approach this briefly?
Okay.
By that one witness, I assume they're Brian Higgins, and it's going to be Jackson. Fuck. Just when you thought it was safe. And they have for DUI manslaughter. Yeah, they've got to prove. I don't know that it's necessarily 0.8 that they have to prove. They just have to prove she was driving intoxicated. 0.08 is the per se level of intoxication. But, if she's intoxicated at 0.05, she's still intoxicated and can't drive. It's just you have to prove she was actually intoxicated. Above 0.8, you don't have to prove because it's per se. If you get the difference there, it's as a matter of law. If you're above 0.08, you are intoxicated because the law says you are. But if you're below 0.8 and they can show you're intoxicated, you're still intoxicated. With MS, it might be that at a lower level, she's intoxicated. So, yeah. But that being said, it is 8 o'clock on the dot here in Salt Lake City, and I'm hungry. So, yeah. As rough as today started, it got a lot better. And Carrie Roberts had a lot to do with that. And the Sullivan sisters, too. And that's a difficult question. It could be, though, that she does have chemical tests at that show. But then you've got to prove it's from before she hit him. So we'll see what they are able to prove. We'll see. And I don't know that I make it funny. Hopefully, at least entertaining. And so, yeah. Thanks for being here. No trial tomorrow. Bright and early Friday. And by bright and early, I mean noonish for me. So, and then next week is very little court because I think Monday's Memorial Day, and then I think half the week is off anyway for some reason or another. So next week might only be one day, maybe. But either way, thanks for joining me. Do all the YouTube-y things, like, share, subscribe, bribe your friends and family to do the same. you know, if you don't like me, bribe your enemies to do the same, because, you know, yeah. So either way, I will see you on Friday. Be good. Bye-bye.